And good morning from Surf City, Huntington Beach. Welcome to the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. I am Chad Wells bringing you live action, and along with me in the box today, Mr. Don Meek, the chairman of the board of U.S. Board Riders. Don, good morning.
Wellsy, good to see you.
And walk us through kind of the last, few days. It's been a big week for the West Coast Board Riders and U.S. Board Riders.
It has. You know, we had our second annual Wheat Cup Championship last week at Lowers, Thursday and Friday, and San Clemente Board Riders emerged victorious. They have such a dominant team. It was really remarkable to watch them surf. Santa Cruz took second, and so we wrapped up the Wheat Cup on that Friday, and then on Saturday we had our first ever U.S. Board Riders National Championship presented by Quicksilver and a New Earth Project. And in that, San Clemente was also a runaway train. No one could catch up with from the very beginning. And then it was Santa Cruz bringing up second place. And from Florida, we had Space Coast Board Riders in third, New Smyrna Beach Board Riders in fourth, and then from South Jersey, their 7 Mile Island Board Riders Club took fifth.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm the president of the Seal Beach Board Riders, and San Clemente and Santa Cruz are deep. They're like the Yankees in the 90s.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You take a look at the team that they've put together, and it's impressive, and then you put them in their home court at Lowers, and it was just a little bit too much for everybody. But I will tell you this. We had an amazing event, the experience of bringing all these communities together to celebrate this idea that we're all surfers. We come from a certain place. We grow up in a certain way, and it's just become the glue that is holding the whole community in the U.S. together. We can talk about it more through the day, but let us give you some scores. Right now, the East Coast is ahead in this first heat, 15 to 19s, with a 6.33. The North Central Division of West Coast Board Riders is sitting in second with a 4.5. The North region is sitting with 3.13, and South Central is sitting with a 0.67. Let's tell you who's in the water now for these clubs and the colors that you can look for during the day.
All right, so this is the 15 to 19s division, and in the red from West Coast Board Riders North is Trevor Berry. He's kicking it off. Second will be Jack Zeitz. Third, Elias Blackwell, and the fourth surfer, David Gibson. We don't have...
Their whammy is going to be Trevor Berry.
Ooh, look at this. Here goes surfer in black. This looks like...
That's Gavin Lusby surfing for the North Central Division of the West Coast Board Riders. Goofy foot or regular foot on that little left coming through. The waves are actually really good today, Wellesley.
Yeah, this is these guys would be in my division. Isn't this South Central though?
That is the North Central Division right there.
HB.
Yep.
Are you sure? Who's South? No? Anyways, look at this. Yellow swinging off the bottom. This looks like Ben Benson. Ooh, big frothy one.
That's Ben Benson from Newport Beach for the South Central Division.
Got it.
Ben was a standout in the comps over the weekend. Newport took first place in the qualifier to go on and surf against Santa Cruz, Huntington Beach, Encinitas, and San Clemente in the Wheat Cup Championships. Here we go, surfer in white. This is the East Coast. That was Braden Kopech taking a look. For these East Coast guys to see Huntington like this has got to be an eye-opener, would you say?
Well, I'll tell you, Don, our spring is kind of our new winter, because our winter, we had the La Nina weather pattern, and it just was a lot of mediocre small days. And once spring kicked in, all the wind swell came, and the beach breaks just pick everything up. So Huntington's been on a heater the last few days, so this is great to luck into some great surf like we did last year, actually.
Yeah, we had a great comp last August. It was exciting. That was one of the first events we were able to gather everybody at, and we have had such a great turnout and such great support from Jamal and the whole team at Jack Surfboards. We want to put out a huge thank you to those guys.
And if you're just tuning in, welcome everybody from around the world on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, the global home of action sports.
Yeah, our partners at Fuel have just been fantastic. They televised the Wheat Cup, or the U.S. Board Riders National Championship. They've been with us every step of the way. And as we continue to grow and expand, I'm sure we'll continue to grow and expand that relationship. You know, it's interesting, over the last week, we have had 8 new clubs indicate that they're going to be joining. 4 in North Carolina, 1 up in Maine, 1 up in San Mateo County. We've got Georgia and South Carolina starting up. I think we finally saw when the fuse got lit, the rocket took off. So there's the scores coming up. West Coast Board Riders North Central region sitting with a 7.33 in first. The East Coast showing with their first surfer a 6.33. The North at 3.33, and the South Central region at 2.47. We want to thank our friends at Live Heats for the live scoring.
Oh, yeah, Chris Friend and the crew over there. Here goes Ben Benson. Nice big forehand wrap. And another one. Well, HB not disappointing today. Strong finish for Ben. Can he ride? Oh, he did not ride out of it.
And now let's talk a little bit about this format. 4 surfers per division per club. They can ride 3 waves. The top wave counts. And as in all Board Riders events, there is a double whammy surfer. The double whammy is a fun addition to this format, where the surfer who's designated as the whammy surfer can select the wave that they want to double the score on, and they raise both hands above their head, and our ref, Jim Shubin, will indicate that they have in fact whammied, and that wave will count double. So red coming in now, North region is going to be handing off to Jack Zeitz, and these surfers do have to tag in front of their club tent.
Don, you made it sound so easy, but the pressure involved in those 3 waves is unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh, yes. So Ben Benson hands off to Cannon Carr, who's got the whammy for South Central. And heading out now for the North is Jack Zeitz.
So this event is comprised of 3 all-star teams from the West Coast Board Riders, North, Central, and the South Central, and an East Coast Board Riders team.
Yeah, so we combined Florida Board Riders and South Jersey Board Riders. C.T. Taylor is coaching the East Coast team. He was Space Coast Board Riders' most valuable surfer in the U.S. Board Riders National Championships. He put up a 9. Really, really impressive, and we call him Super Grom because he's the most enthusiastic guy in the water wherever he is.
Well, CT is an ex-pro surfer and also a very accomplished shaper. So practicing what he preaches on his own equipment.
Indeed, indeed. So Huntington's showing probably a 3 to 5 foot mixed swell. There's a little bit of northwest wind swell, but there's some pulses of south coming through. We have what is a typical south wind in the morning at this time of year in Southern California. And what's your prediction, Wellesley? Will we see the glass off today?
You know, it said it was going to be kind of light south wind with a few gusts, and but a kind of a coastal eddy, which kind of gives me hope. I mean, it looks like the wind's laid down since earlier this morning. And if you don't see white caps, then it's doable.
There you go. Very fortunate to be here at Surf City. As you know, I have a long, deep, and affectionate relationship with this place. I had a chance to start the U.S. Open of Surfing back in 1994 and have spent many days on the beach here in Huntington. Boy, a little taking it to the air. That's right. That's Braden Kopech, and he whammies that, so he will double that score. So we will have to see what happens here as those scores come in. We'll be watching those.
Yeah, Kopech from that East Coast All-Star team. And I'll tell you, the East Coasters, they had a great winter. La Nina loves the East Coast. And here goes Surfer in Black.
So I misspoke. That was not Braden Kopech. That was Ryan Huckabee.
Huckabee. All right, so this is another East Coast surfer in white. That is Keeson Hart running out. He is the third surfer. And, Don, you guys have done such a great job garnering support for the West Coast board riders and the U.S. board riders. And right now, just a huge thank you to Jack Surfboards. They're staring down the eyes of a great event this week with Swell on tap all week, Fuel TV, of course, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, who's been with you since day one.
Yeah, you can't say enough about Joe Bard and John Oda and the crew at Bonsai Bowls. They've just been such staunch supporters, and it's such a fan favorite here. Surfers love it, and we're stoked to have them.
Yep, Caliente Southwest Grill, the city of Huntington Beach, a New Earth project. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so a New Earth project, an initiative that is designed to bring together the global surf and outdoor communities and the global packaging supply chain to really work to get single-use plastic out of the oceans, lakes, and rivers of our world.
We need that, I'll tell you. And then, of course, A-Shock Energy.
Yeah, good friends of ours. We love those guys. Scott DeLorme and Casey Wheat. Scott, who started A-Shock, and Casey, one of our founders, who tragically passed away. They were best friends, and A-Shock has stepped up to support us in a big way. So here we have the 15 to 19s in the water. And so we are looking at the score. So with that whammy, the East Coast takes a really solid lead, 21.33, whammying that 7 to get 14 points. That is just absolutely incredible. The North Central region sitting at 10.76, North sitting at 5.73, and the South Central region sitting at 5.
Wow, so massive start for the East Coasters.
You know, it's really cool. So with about 41 minutes remaining in this 15 to 19s heat, we are looking at the East Coast posting 21.33 after their first two surfers. And, you know, there are only 50 points available in each heat. Think about it. 4 surfers, they get a 10, and then your double whammy surfer whammies a 10. That's 50. And anything over 25 to 30 is considered an excellent score in the board riders.
Yeah, I think we have Ryan Simmons. He's the voice of this event up top, and he's our coach for the Seal Beach board riders. He's worked out that if you can drop a low of a 4.5 and a high of like a mid-range 5, then it puts you in contention, which isn't unattainable. Super easy score, but then you factor in the pressure, Mother Nature, and it becomes kind of difficult. I can tell you because I'm like the captain of the 3-point ride, Don.
Are you known? Are you Chad 3-point? Well, we're just going to call you the 3-pointer.
It's brutal. It's an ego damager.
Yeah. Okay.
But here we are, 39 minutes on the clock. Huntington providing some great combo swell today. And I'll tell you, I surfed yesterday, and the water's chilly. It's in the mid-50s.
So we're thrilled to be welcoming our audience from around the world on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus to the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars, presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. And I'm Don Meek, the board chair for U.S. Board Riders, and I'm with our announcer for the day, Chad Wells. Chad, welcome.
Yeah, Don, thank you. This is the second year, am I not mistaken?
This is the second year of the All-Stars. We did it last August, which was the first time we were able to gather everyone. And for the viewers at home, this is the culmination of the 2021-2022 season for both West Coast Board Riders, East Coast Board Riders, and U.S. Board Riders. We're here in Huntington Beach. The first day of the Jack Surfboards Pro, which will take place over the next 3 days or 4 days here in HB, Surf City. We've got teams from the West Coast and the East Coast. So first of all, I just want to let you know that we've got Cannon Carr up and riding for the South Central All-Star team for West Coast Board Riders. let's set the stage for what we're looking at today, Chad.
All right, well, Huntington Beach providing some combo swell, 3 to 5 feet, probably an occasional 6-footer. And this is 3 West Coast board riders teams, the North Central and South Central, along with the North also. So North in red, North Central in black, South Central in yellow. We have a culmination of teams making up this East Coast All-Star team. Who is that again, Don?
Yeah, so we've got surfers from the South Jersey Board Riders chapter as well as the Florida Board Riders chapter. That is being headed up by C.T. Taylor. And then we've got clubs from Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura in the north. In North Central, we've got teams from Northern LA Board Riders, South Bay Board Riders, Seal Beach Board Riders, and Huntington Beach. And in the South Central, it's surfers from Newport Beach Board Riders, the Laguna Beach Surf Club, the Dana Point Surf Club, and San Clemente Board Riders.
And I'll tell you what, the amount of good these board riders clubs have done for communities, mine, as well as I'm sure everyone, it seems like it's been this catalyst that has bonded all these generations together. And I'll tell you what, the camaraderie is insane.
Yeah, it's been really cool. It was Ziggy Williams and Casey Wheat and Chris Moreno, along with you, Wellesley, and your partner in crime, Mikey Riley, that first came up with the idea of pitting HB Board Rider, Huntington Beach Board Riders, and Seal Beach Board Riders in a competition. I want to say that goes back to Golden West in 2016.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're on 6 years of board riders. Talk about, Casey, rest in peace. One of the founding fathers had the vision, and it's trucking.
It is trucking, and we took a look at what Australia's been doing since the 60s and thought, why not here? And I know there have been a couple of attempts over the years to get something started. PT and Sean Thompson tried back in the 80s, and it didn't quite take hold. But all of a sudden, and I think it had to do with, the COVID lockdown and people staying closer to home, and when you couldn't do anything except get outdoors and go surfing, we've seen this massive increase in participation and surfers who had quit going back into the water, and everybody kind of wanting to be together and have more of a community feeling. And that's actually what's happened with this board riders movement. I'm fortunate enough to be in part of the team that's helping to guide the U.S. Board Riders organization, and in the last week, we've had 8 new clubs indicate that they're joining us.
Wow. That's massive. I'm the president for Seal Beach, so that I'm fearful of when Hawaii joins.
Well, they're coming. Sean Yano and Joel Centeo and Tony Moniz are all putting together a northeast club and a southwest club on Oahu, and we'll probably have 18 to 20 clubs on the West Coast by next year. Looks like we've got York Beach, Maine, starting a club. We've got 5 in North Carolina, 13 in Florida. Puerto Rico's firing up. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll tell you, let's talk a little bit about the conditions today. The water's a little bit chilly.
It is in the mid-50s.
So if you're from Florida, particularly South Florida, it's probably a little bit out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I was right, here we go.
Here we
Looks
go.
like
East Coast
Kiss on Heart.
Kassan Hart, who rides for Space Coast Board Riders. He was one of the standouts for them during the U.S. Board Riders National Championships in the 15 to 19s. And up and riding for Red, we've got Elias Blackwell.
Oh, that was some solid surfing right there. Can he hang on? Unfortunately, he doesn't.
So what are the judges looking for today, Chad?
I would say just one is completion of ride. Let's just get that out on the table. They want to see waves completed, obviously. But I would say just exciting surfing. Critical in the lip and controlled surfing. Speed, power, flow, like they say on the WSL, is basically what plays out here in the judging panel up top, is they just want to see good surfing.
So we do have WSL judges sitting up above us. They are the ones that are watching every wave and bringing the criteria that they've established for today. I will bet you that the ride completion is going to count mightily, as you said. I wouldn't be surprised, particularly on some of these rights, if we see people taking to the air And, it's one thing to get in the air. It's another thing entirely to finish. And that's what we saw San Clemente do in their dominant performance on Saturday. They had people going to the air all over the place, and those guys finish.
Yeah, I'll tell you, lowers for them is one of basically their local breaks. So that's like taking on the Lakers in their home court.
It is like taking on the Lakers, and they looked like the Lakers out there. I think we've got some of the clubs that competed against them going back to the drawing board, maybe taking their copy of Moneyball off the shelf and seeing what kind of trades they might make for the new season.
Oh, it's so good. The Space Coast board riders, did they win the Florida Cup?
They did win the Florida Cup, and New Smyrna Beach got second, which is what qualified them to come west to compete in the U.S. Board Riders National Championship. And then 7 Mile Island won the national qualifier for New Jersey, and that's what got them into the event.
So they had made a post after they won, and I kind of piped up and said, wow, when Kelly decides to retire, I think the Space Coast 50s are going to be a whole new ball game for everybody.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, take a look at the 50s for San Clemente. You got Matt Archibald. You've got Dino Andino surfing for them. We've seen Christian Fletcher turn up from time to time. It's quite a show when those guys and Archie regularly, and we'll see him today in the 50s for the South Central region. But I'll tell you, you get Archie out there, and he's still surfing just as good as he ever has.
Well, the 50s are gnarly. You've got Taylor Knox.
You've got and Rob Machado sitting in the 40s. You've got Taylor Knox in the 50s with Evan Slater.
Peter Mell.
You've got Peter Mell. You've got Anthony Rufo. I mean, these are the legends of the West Coast. And then the East Coast guys, they brought their A game, but they were just not up to the task of taking on San Clemente.
Yeah, what a big week for the U.S. board riders.
A really big week. Down on the lower right of your screen, you can see our official photographer, Ronnie Lyon, doing his thing. And so with about 30 minutes remaining, just over 30 minutes, the East Coast is sitting in first place with 22.36 points. North Central is sitting in second with 10.76, 9.56 for the North region, and the South Central region sitting at 8.03.
And there you go. This is the first heat of the day. Coming up next, I do think it is
the under 14s.
The U14s. So the little guys will be going out, and then women's.
And then we'll have our open women's division. We'll have an Olympic gold medalist in that event with Kaylee Gilchrist from Newport Beach, who will be surfing for the South Central region. She is actually a 2-time gold medal Olympic water polo player who just rips and has the most fun. She said she was more nervous surfing in the board riders event than she was starting in the Olympics in Tokyo. Can you imagine that?
That is so good. I love it. Well, but I mean, Kaylee's been around for a long time competitively. She absolutely shreds.
She does. She's a great surfer and a great representative of her hometown, Newport Beach. So we're winding down, just under 30 minutes remaining here with the East Coast holding on to a pretty solid lead. Remember, it's 7 heats. It's the cumulative score at the end of the day. And Jack Surfboards has put up $1,000 that will go to the winning club. Last year it was South Central that won, and they turned around and they donated that $1,000 to Surfers Healing, and Jack Surfboards matched it on the spot, which was just such a great way to end that event.
Wow, how good is that? So, I mean, to get surf 2 years in a row like this has been incredible.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. So just for the viewers at home that aren't familiar with what we're doing, these are local clubs. These are made up of kids and moms and dads and uncles and and we got 3 generations of surfers in the water. And we've got the best commissioner and event coordinator, I think, in the world that is running all of our events. His name is Darren Brillhart. We all love him and know him as Brillo. And think about the places that we got to surf this year with West Coast Board Riders, Wellesley. I'll tick them off for you.
Ooh, I can tell you where I did.
Steamer Lane, C Street in a gale. We had Ponto. We had Seaside Reef. We had Church. We had 54th Street in Newport Beach. We had the Huntington Beach Pier, and the waves were great. And then our championships, we had 3 days at Lowers. Now, I don't know about you, but I think those are probably the best spots in Cal. Oh, and I'm sorry, First Point Malibu.
Malibu. That was
Yeah.
where I got to surf.
First Point Malibu. So I think that we have got just an absolutely incredible thing going here. And you know the best part for me, I'm the one that gets the calls from these new clubs that want to get started up, and the amount of stoke and interest and excitement, and they can't wait to get started. And the best part is to say, hey, you're now part of U.S. Board Riders. It's that easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Seal Beach, which is a tiny little town, we struggle to fill a team because our town is so small. One. Two, our beach rarely breaks. We've got this big sand issue that we don't even get to train at our own beach. So, but the upside is we've taken over our city contest, which is one of the upticks of being able to have a board riders platform. So we get to generate the revenue for the club. Because all these clubs are self-funded, or you're doing corporate sponsorships, or you're kind of hustling in some regard.
Absolutely. And it's that kind of thing that happens when the clubs start to take on some momentum. They start to become known. It becomes a cool thing. The local surf shop is supporting it. You've got your local pizza joint that becomes your headquarters. All right, this little set, nobody was a taker on that one. So we're just ticking down, just under 27 minutes remaining here in heat number 1, the 15 to 19s at the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars, presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro.
Yeah, Huckabee did the East Coast team a solid with that forehand rotation, and dropping a 7, which turns it into a 14, put the surfers in white out to a commanding lead. So south wind conditions today, I'd say 3 to 5 feet, the occasional overhead bomb, but HB has delivered. And to get surf again this good 2 years in a row for this event has been a blessing.
So let's update you. That Huckabee double whammy was actually a 7.5. Their third athlete, Kassan Hart, is sitting on a 1.03, so looking to better that. In the North Central region, our athlete number 1, Gavin Lusby, put up a 7.33, and now Kai Kushner is looking to better a 3.43. In the North region, Trevor Berry put up a 5.73, and we're looking for Jack Zeitz to better a 3.83.
And
for
yeah,
the
Don.
East Coast, we've got Kassan Hart, who is looking to better a 1.03. I think he probably did it on that wave, and it looks like he's going to make his way in and hand it off to surfer number 4, Kai Marsh. Okay, so now we've got yellow up and riding on that right. That's a good wave.
Yes, Cannon Carr. One of San Clemente's younger powerhouses.
A layback snap, and does not ride out. So the judges are looking for him to ride out. There's our ref, Jim Shubin, who is just a stalwart. The tag happens there in the tent. So the other interesting thing about this, Wellesley, is that before the end of the heat, all surfers have to be back in their tent zone. Otherwise, it's a 5-point deduction. So this tag team format at a beach break really does have consequences.
Yes, there's a little bit of athleticism involved in this because, one, you've got to be behind the line when you make the tag, because you can get penalized there also. And then you've got to run to the beach because your time is your enemy here. Sometimes it's your friend, mostly it's your enemy. So you've got to get to the lineup as quickly as possible. You'll see guys running to the pier. They're using this natural channel and flow at the pier to get out a lot faster. It's just by design here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, the conveyor belt there next to the pier, of course.
And then to be able to get out, relax, and then try to put yourself on a good wave and get a good score. It's not like your regular contest where you get 20 minutes to relax. You're kind of under the gun here.
Yeah, and surfing has been an individual sport. I mean, I remember when Gurr did the game, and that was unbelievable. What a great format. But the team thing really was Australia's deal. Here, it's always been an individual pursuit, and there's enough pressure when you're an individual competing in a surf contest. My one and only surf contest, I didn't even get out of the first heat. But but surfing for your city is an entirely different thing. The level of pressure that you feel, you do not want to mess up.
And to go back to something that I read in the Register that Leyland Connolly had written post championships was about Casey, and kind of the ideation of the board riders was nobody likes getting called out. And it sparks the fire. And literally that's what happened for us in Seal Beach when the first event happened. They were trying to recruit us because HB was going to be 4 divisions of Huntington. And it was just going to be like a city thing. And we kind of rallied and said, hey, are we cool to make our own team? And they're like, yeah, go for it. So we delivered our team. Suddenly those 4 factions of Huntington became the Yankees. And we were like, whoa, hang on a sec.
And you're like the AAA. You're like the Durham Bulls.
We were like, oh, we knew we had 1 or 2 of those teams locked
there's
up.
Coach Chris Keats for the North holding it down there. And you can see C.T. Taylor over to the right of your screen. He was the MVP for Space Coast Board Riders in the championships, threw down a 9. And there's Brett Jordan to the left. He's one of the captains for the North Division. He's from Ventura. So just about 22 minutes left here in the 15 to 19s at the U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro, which will be happening here in Surf City over the next 4 days, starting tomorrow. We've got a bunch of aspiring pros in town for that. I think there's going to be some pretty good surf for those guys.
Oh, yeah. It's, it's Kiwi stuff. Guys are grinding. But, Don, let me ask you, if you could give us a crystal ball 3-year vision of the U.S. board riders, what do you envision?
I think we'll have five regions. We'll probably have close to 10 chapters within those regions, each of those chapters probably having 10 to 15 to 20 clubs. I think we could have 150 to 200 clubs in the U.S. We'll have a national championship every year. There's Ben Benson from Newport Beach, feeling pretty good about his heat. And then I think that we'll have an International Board Riders World Cup that will take place every other year. I think it's going that strong. You know, we were fortunate. Rabbit Bartholomew Bugs runs the Usher Cup down in Australia now, up in on the Gold Coast. Okay, yellow is up and riding.
All right, this looks like Cannon Carr once again. Bang, and on a foamy one, snapping, and here it is. You need that completion. I'm pretty sure this is his 3rd
so
wave.
He's going to ride that one all the way through.
So he's just looking to lock this one up, run in and get the tag, and Cannon will be being replaced.
And he is going to whammy that. That was clutch, and so there's Lucas Taub, the coach for the South Central, and he's like, let's go. We got 20 minutes left. Let's make this thing happen. So we're going to wait for the scores to drop for Cannon, their double whammy. He's going to come up here, and he's got to make the tag.
It looks like he's going to tag in Nate Kaplinger. So Nate has just under 19 minutes to seal up one good wave. And there it is. So Nate on his way out. And I'll tell you, Don, the vision of the U.S. board riders and West Coast board riders, for me, just being a president and seeing how it went down at Lowers, and you guys gifted all the teams that didn't make it those free surfs. The energy down there was incredible.
Yeah, just think about Lowers. What an iconic place. There's only 3 permits a year available. There's that South Central team breaking it down, talking a little bit about how it all went. Even the Groms are gassed. Wait till we get to the 50s. We've seen some pretty funny runs up the beach. I remember Jeff Booth, who's going to be surfing today, the old Silverback, trying to make his way up to tag in one event last year, and it was funny and a little troubling at the same time, Wellesley.
I resemble that remark.
We were going to have to call the lifeguards down here to give him a little bit of CPR.
So here's the replay of Cannon's wave. Didn't really get up in the lip on that one, but I would say he did some handiwork on this little left. And have scores dropped yet, Don?
We are waiting. We are on live heats, and if you're at home and you'd like to see the individual scores, you can, in fact, go to liveheats.com, search for U.S. Board Riders All-Stars. You'll see it there as one of the live events, and you too will be able to watch each of the scores as they come in.
Yeah, we had our U.S. Olympic coach, Brett Simpson, down there. He's coaching the North
Central
team.
Yeah. So East up and riding again on his backhand and not able to get around, so he'll hit the eject button. So, still time left here, Chad.
Yeah, it's plenty of time if you're the fourth surfer. That's these guys get to semi-relax a little bit.
All right, so Cannon's wave was a 4.63, double whammied that to get a 9.26 to bring them to 14.26. But the East Coast still sitting on a 27.6 with their last surfer, Kai Marsh, in the water.
Overall, pretty good kickoff. The 15 to 19s have done here. That North region, surprisingly, in the fourth spot.
Yeah, so we've got Black up and riding. That's the North Central Division. This is Sebastian Blum. No, take that back. That was not Sebastian Blum. That was Kai Kushner on his second wave.
All right, well, Kai getting his feet in the wax, as they say. And looks like, right now, if it gets hot today, which the forecast doesn't seem like it's going to, but traditionally if it gets hot, the south wind dies.
Yep.
So we're hoping the sun comes out.
That sun to break out, I've lived here my whole life, and I've always heard the term the Catalina eddy or the coastal eddy, and I never really understood it until Brillo explained it to me the other day. When that wind howls the northwest way out to sea in the Catalina Channel, it blows down and it sucks that south wind back up in a rotation, and that's when we get those foggy days with that south wind. And boy, I remember days lifeguarding in Newport Beach, and you just get so depressed the middle of July and the south wind comes, there's no one there, the surf is flat. We like those sunny days with the south swells and the water 74 degrees. Let's do more of that.
Yeah, yes please. So here we go, 15:45 on the clock. The East Coast out to a solid lead. Second, Yellow, South Central. And third, North Central with 12.63, and the North region 9.56. This is kind of this is the groundwork, right? Every division needs to kind of tick the box, and like I said, those 4 5s and 5s end up being great scores consistently throughout the round.
They do, and you need to lay in that foundation, and then you need that whammy surfer to really perform. But here's the trick about the whammy: you can get 3 waves, and we've seen this happen, where the whammy surfer goes out and gets a 7 in their first wave. They could have whammied it for a 14, but they don't, thinking, I did pretty good on that. There's another one out there, and then they get a 5 and a 6, and they end up whammying the 6. It gives them 12, which is fine, but they could have had 14. Or even worse, they don't whammy the 7, and they get a 2 and a 1.
Well, in this format, every single point is critical, and we've seen it play out all the way to the end of events like Malibu. Hey, Bonsai Bulls. We love you guys. Live life in the bowl. The original Bonsai Bulls. John Oda scooping them up for all the competitors and the staff. I'm looking at mine right now. I can't wait to dive into that. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be able to. But yes, every point critical in this format. So like in Malibu, 1 surfer, 2 surfers have shockers. That plays out in the grand total of the points, and that's where Malibu really came on.
Well, Malibu really came on to win that, a first-year club to win. Okay, here we go, up and riding Black on his forehand. That is Sebastian Blum, looking to better a 1.87. I'll tell you a good example of a shocker was the San Clemente board riders in the Wheat Cup last year. they dominated all event. And as it went, coming into the 30 to 39s, they were ahead by a couple of points. And that team of the three Gadauskas brothers and Big Deluxe, Nate Yeomans, absolutely fell apart. I think Nate whammied a 2, and for them, that was the end of it. And a whammy now coming in from Red, the North Division. So here we have Kai Marsh up and riding for White, which is the East Coast All-Stars, made up of surfers from Florida and New Jersey.
So we are going to see the Groms up next at 9 o'clock, followed by the Open Women's. There we go. Black. I mean, we have a full day of surfing, Don. It's
absolutely we do.
Let's just hope conditions cooperate.
We do. Chad, I'm going to hand it over to you to solo this for a while. It has been a real honor to be on the mic with you as we have gone. You're going to be cycling people in and out through the day with you. But to everybody at home on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus, thanks for tuning in. It's been a real pleasure to join you in the booth this morning and have a great event.
Right on, Don. Thank you, and travel safe. We're going to grab Chris Moreno and bring him in, and he is one of the founding fathers of the West Coast Board Riders, and talk to Chris a little bit. And there we go, Red. That was, looks like Elias Blackwell, possibly. We don't have any names here, so bear with me. And surfer in yellow. This would be Nate Kaplinger. He's the 4th surfer for the South Central, and jams it right there. So he's going to bring it in. That's going to wrap it up for the South Central team. Coached by Lucas Taub. And, well, we're riding solo here. If you're just checking us out, we are on Fuel TV, and this is the U.S. Board Riders All-Stars event, comprised of 3 West Coast Board Riders teams and 1 East Coast super team. And there goes Hudson Saunders. Hudson is the, wait, he is the last surfer for the South Central. His name's not on the board here. And there's Shubes, Jim Shubin, our referee.
So time call.
Been with us all
30
season.
seconds.
He's in charge of making sure those tags happen behind the line. Surfers
Lap
get
to white at 3.
in their respective boxes at the end of the heat. As we spoke about earlier, 5-point deduction at the end, or if the tag happens over the line. So, all right, looks like we're going to bring in, well, Chris is not coming in, but we're going to bring in Mr. Peter Mell, who surfs for the North region and the Santa Cruz team, who just got 2nd at the U.S. Board Riders, and also one of the many voices of the WSL. Pete, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Chad. Good to be here in OHB and a little mixed bag of swell directions, which HB definitely likes. But yeah, we had fun down there at Trestles, but man, it was pretty tough. And every time you went up against San Clemente in their first round, they score 36 points on you. And you're like, how do you keep up with that?
Well, you guys have a deep team. A lot of talent, from the little ones through the women's, like all the way through the old guy division, which you and I both surf in. And San Clemente is just as deep.
Anywhere from the under 14th all the way up to the 50s. We have a good crew up in Santa Cruz. We actually really embrace the sport riders in a big way. And I remember for me, personally, like it started and I wanted to participate, but I was really busy and I was traveling a lot. I never was able to link up with getting on the team, getting in the tryouts. And my first event, I was hooked. It was the best thing ever. Like, and everybody says that, and it sounds kind of cliche, but the reality is, you get in here and you start even the all-stars, because you're now meeting all of the core surfers from every community, and you all share this bond of the ocean and surfing, and it's literally is just this unsaid language. All of a sudden, you're just you're in the family.
Well, it's truly a gathering of the tribes, so to speak. It brings everyone together, and I mean, for Seal, it connected our generation all the way through these little kids. And I mean, I was mentioning to Don, like, Seal Beach kind of doesn't break anymore, so you don't have that interaction at the pier that we would normally have with all these kids. So once the Board Riders was founded and all these kids came out of the woodwork, it just gave us eyes on all these generations, and it was really, really cool. So
Beyond that, the actual day of and the competition part of it is a blast. You literally get so engaged. I mean, I've never. I mean, as a Grom, I used to sit on the beach for 8 hours in a wetsuit. Like literally, these things you end up parking it here, and you're here for the 8-hour day, and the whole time you're just smiling ear to ear, and you're engaged in the event. You're paying attention. You're screaming and yelling. Like first, I lost my voice down there at the championships because I still kind of got that sultry voice still going.
well, right, and you and your son John are one of the, generational father-son combos within the Board Riders, and there's a bunch of them, which is super, super cool. So, drawing a blank here, but you're seeing like ex-pros and their kids and it's just insane, families who rip. So
Well, you look back and think about. I mean, it's from the brothers to, to father and son, as we see here. This is the North Central region. Gets a little tag off the top there and heads and redirects. I mean, we see a lot of that here at HB, and that's one thing about HB is you got to have your head on a swivel, not only in the lineup to even catch a wave, but once you're on the wave, you got to be looking both directions. And now this is South Central region. Hudson Saunders goes down. That was an opportunity lost right there, it felt like. And it's always so brutal when you end up.
yeah, that was Saunders with a quick one. Sorry, we're just swapping mics out.
Getting the butterflies out of the system. Ooh, there we go. This is red. This is our team here. Sitting in that third position, and oof, our whammy in that one, which ended up, what did he end up whammying for score-wise? I got it right here. My live heats.
Gotta go to live heats.
Got to go to live heats. So he's in that third position. 4-6. Wait, no. Where did we get? North region. Oh, we whammied to 7, dude.
Nice.
Solid. I like it. Also white there. The East Coast on fire.
So that was the Whammy
CT.
Elias, I think?
Yes.
Is that right before you walked in?
Well, it would have been,
Or
yep.
was it- Yeah, he hammered one. Somebody in red on the backhand hammered one.
It should be Elias. That's good. Let's see here. We don't have a score yet, though. But again, you just don't so engaged for these events. The entire time he's already coming in smart right here. This kid, that's our third surfer, and so now within this 4 minutes, we have to get a surfer out into the lineup in a spot to catch a wave and get it done because it's important to get all 4 surfers. He can say he goes out there and he betters it by just 1 point. It's way more important to get that second surfer out there so he can at least get a 4 so you can actually pick up those extra points. We're trying to catch East Coast there at 30 points, and they've got a 10-point lead.
Right. Well, before you walked in, I mean, the North region was in 4th. So you guys covered a lot of ground right there.
Important. Again, that's that whammy is the next biggest important thing is because you're getting 2 scores for 1 wave, right? And so if you select that whammy, and he spent a lot of time out there waiting for his wave, but he did get the 7, so it was good that he did that. But the worst part is when your whammy steals 30 minutes and then gets a 2 for a whammy.
Oh, those time gobblers are the worst, and sometimes it happens. You send your guy out and they just don't get the luck of the draw with Mother Nature, and that is contest surfing.
I remember having a situation as you see yellow here. Good little. I mean, I love the way HB is right now. It's like it's cornering from both directions.
Yeah.
which is pretty rare. Generally, you'll get it go one direction. Like if it's a south swell, the rights will have a bit of a corner on it, and the lefts tend to go out to sea. But right now, with this mixed bag, it's corners everywhere.
Yep. So black coming in, that is Davin Howard. He's from my club, the Seal Beach Board Riders. We didn't see what he did, but Davin is the fourth surfer. So the North Central is going to wrap it up. I mean, these guys have 3 minutes.
Wow, they got to get to the beach. The other part of all this thing is if they don't get back to the box in time, there's a 5-point deduction, and I hate even talking about that because our 4 surfers out there in the water paddling out right now with 2:50 to go. He literally has to get out to the back, and within 30 seconds, oh, he's coming in. So he already got a wave.
Yeah, I thought I saw this kid stand up on a whitewater.
There we go. He's running without the board. He's going to make sure he gets in. He's still got 2 minutes. He can go back out if he wants.
Yeah, and before you came in, Don and I were chatting, and it's like every single point in these things is so critical.
Oh, incredibly critical. That's what keeps you engaged, right? Like when you're watching and you're on the beach and you're following it either on live heats and on the web here, or actually on the beach competing as a team. You're involved. It's so cool. I mean, the tag team format is fun to watch, and it's been happening for a long period of time. And you were part of the founders of all of this, and a lot of this formula comes from Australia, right? I mean, the Board Riders Club's there.
Yeah. I mean, I think Don had touched on it, that people had tried in the past and it just never really grabbed. And, Casey, Chris, and Ziggy were real passionate about driving it. So what they did was they reached out to just their town. As you see, this is going to be the next division coming
14
up.
and under, there's the grommets.
Yep.
And this is another, I keep reiterating what the positives of this whole thing is that this is the part of the community part of it, right? You've got the kids, and then you got the old dudes. You got CT Taylor there, ton of knowledge, very motivated. Frother loves coaching, loves committing. Another guy right here, Brett Simpson, big part of this HB community, and they're all giving their knowledge as far as ocean knowledge, competition knowledge, and just life, right? Being able to share that all the way through the community is so important.
Yeah, the access to that kind of knowledge too. You might see Brett if you're just a regular kid and Board Riders doesn't exist, and maybe get a nod and a heads up. What's up, kid?
Shaka.
But to be able to pick Brett's brain and have him tell you,
And he's just as passionate about it. It's not like he's doing it like, oh, I'm a coach getting hit. I mean, he literally wants to win. It's part of the competition. In order to win, you got to have that Grom get a 7.
Yeah, I mean, 2-time U.S. Open champion, Olympic winning coach. He had Carissa bring home the gold for the USA.
Did he get a gold as a coach, or just a picture?
I don't know if he got a gold. I know she did, but he was the coach for that first Olympic team,
right?
And I'm sure he's won Kiwis
Good
out
for the
here.
resume.
Yeah, so I mean, Brett is full of knowledge, especially when you are talking backyard Huntington. He knows every wrinkle at the pier.
Dude, the guy still posts videos of himself from on the Surfline camp. Like, that's how good he's into it.
He's going to be my co-commentator this week for the Jack, so I'm looking forward to it, Brett.
Oh, he's hilarious too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have a little comedy relief for these events. So
Super.
stoked that there's actually going to be a broadcast for this event.
Super funny, but I mean, to take what Brett's doing, that goes across every team. I mean, you guys up in Santa Cruz with Roof, Matt Myers, yourself. I mean, the knowledge all the way down south, Taylor Knox, Pat O'Connell. I mean, it's crazy. Rob Machado's down there in Encinitas.
Yeah, I mean, and then that San Clemente team, you get the Gadowskis brothers involved, Archie, Dino. It's and that's the part that's so cool is you get, even the older guard who generally isn't going to be seen competing anymore. They get involved once, and next thing you know, they're like, "Yeah, let's do this." It gets the fire going.
And then the freak comes out. Put a jersey on. Everybody gets competitive. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll bring you more live action here at the the U.S. Board Riders All Stars.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind. California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
I think for me, training, ultimately it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body, you got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and like as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
Welcome back to the 2012 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. I'm Chad Wells. Next to me, the legend himself, Mr. Peter Mell. Pete, we're back.
Back in HB. And I was actually a participant in last year's All-Stars. Came second again. Like literally, I've been second in every single team I've ever participated in as Board Riders. At some point we'll win, yeah. At some point we'll win. It's always like, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Cool, right there, right there. Sorry. All right, so here's the under 14s heading out, and this is the youngster. I don't know our order. Is this the order?
Let's see if there's a second page here.
Yeah, under 14s. There's the order. Cool, perfect. And then in that red team, this is going to be Ron Castorino.
Ronan.
Is it Ronan? Ronan Castorino. So Ron. In the white jersey, you're going to see there, let's see, the white team is Cash Waters. So is that Philip Waters' kid?
Yep. There's a
father,
father-son. Yeah.
Perfect. And Phil, he served in the championship, so he'll be coming up later today, right? And he was ripping. He got some scores down the other day. Quaid Farin. Am I saying that way?
Farin.
So Quaid's on the South Central Division in the yellow jersey, and then Tristan Day from the North Central in the black. It's funny when you have to get used to all the colors, too. We were red everywhere, and then all of a sudden in the championships, they changed our color on us. And I was like, it threw me off. But we're back to red for at least the North region, which includes, what, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and one more.
Ventura,
right? And so that's that 4-region team. And I'm sure I heard OB is actually thinking about it, right? Some guys up north of us.
Don said 8 new teams in 24 hours had joined.
Oh, you're kidding.
No.
And they're already officially teamed.
I thought I heard Half Moon Bay out of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I would imagine there's a pretty good contingent there, and definitely a surf stoke community, obviously. Except I don't think we're going to have any of events at their local break. We're not going to throw Mavericks on the mix right there.
Maybe the jetty. Give us the jetty.
Okay. Jetty's good, actually.
Yeah.
It's legit.
You'd be hard-pressed to get everybody to paddle out at Mavs.
But that is
all right, you 14s, spot. You got to get 3.
Yeah, go.
Here we got
That's how you train them up there.
Full body flotation suit.
Hey, there's some kids up there this year that
they're going.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool to see. I mean, this season wasn't the greatest for Mavericks, and a lot of sub Mavericks days that had waves, and you still could kind of get out there and surf, but overall, not like the year before where it was just nonstop for 2 months straight. Man, and what a crazy winter that was.
Right. Well, can we talk about your wave at Mavericks?
You can talk about it. I'm still milking it for sure. Heck yeah, why not? Let's talk about it.
I every time it comes up on Instagram, which is from a million different sites, I can't not stop to watch it at least 3 times.
Everyone's trying to monetize it, huh? And I didn't monetize it. So it doesn't work for me. I'm not getting any money from Instagram.
I'm like,
damn it.
people are getting followers off you, Pete.
Oh,
but
okay, cool.
Just that.
What is that? Does that pay the bills?
Hey, for
Followers
me-
don't pay the bills, dude.
Hey, for me, the last little bit before you set your rail off the bottom, that ledge kind of pops up,
A little crinkle.
was so crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I didn't even see it. I just was, oh, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa.
And there it is.
Yeah, and then I'm just like spiking with adrenaline like I've never, felt before. So,
But that's
pretty amazing.
But that's 20 years, 20 plus years of
Well,
being out there.
91 was the first year doing it. So yeah, a lot of time spent out there. A lot of days. And you mind surf every. I mean, I mind surfing this wave right in front of us, right? Ooh, look at that little left in there, ping, tink.
Could have
that's
finished
what you
it.
do, right? Yeah. So you do that everywhere you are, right? And as surfers, you're like anything that looks or resembles a wave, you're looking at it going, can you ride that? That was one of the things that I did out there. I just saw that there was a line that could be done from there. We all talked about it too, like, hey, yeah, you could go in from there, backdoor it, and we all thought it was hypothetical, but. One of those magic waves appeared, and I was able to be in the right spot at the time to get it done. And it'll be done again. You watch. There'll be some amazing rides that'll keep coming from it, because now all of a sudden it's just like anything. Like, oh, whoa, it's possible. Let's
Hey, I don't think anybody's pulled another 540 since Kelly has, though.
right? It's pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you see. I mean, there was actually who just did one. Beshin.
Oh wow.
Noah Beshin just did one. If you want to follow around on his Instagram, he pulled a pretty mean one.
Well, there you go.
But I mean, yeah, you're right? So, it may take some time. It could happen, in a week, right?
Probably not this week, but
okay, yeah, you're right.
So that was the kickoff. That was the start here. They just
okay.
called it in from 5. So looks like the kids got a water start here for the U14s.
Yeah, I think they're doing that for all the divisions. We were all kind of thinking, are we going to run out? And, it's already hard enough just to finish on time, which we did, luckily, thank goodness. I don't know how we ended up in that last heat, but
I think you guys dropped to 3rd.
I saw that, but we had a wave coming in.
Ooh.
And we didn't see it on the screen, so I was kind of wondering. I'll look that up on live heats, actually.
Oh, look at this little guy from the North region. You
like
familiar
it.
with
Keep it up, Grom.
You familiar with him, Pete?
This is, no, I'm not. Rowan Casarino.
Nailed
Little
it.
Italian.
Nailed it.
He did nail that one. He should come in. Save us some time. You going to go back out? What are you doing, Grom?
Well, see, okay, so here he is looking
Strategy.
at he's looking at his coaches.
Yes.
And this is another big part of the double whammy, just being one of the 3 surfers who aren't, of knowing when to come in.
Well, he just made it a big decision. He went for it. Literally got that wave, 5.67 off the horn. Averaging 5s is solid. I think that's super good to do, because now he just gave an extra 15 minutes to the whammy. Like,
Yes.
literally, you give yourself, 15 minutes in an hour-long heat. That's kind of 15, 20 minutes. That's what you want to get your done. But as a leadoff, get out there and get a 5.67 out of the gates, literally off the hooter. Now sets up North Region in a big way for the whammy to sit out there and park it and wait for a perfect wave.
Well, Simo is our coach in Seal Beach, and we worked out like a 4 or 5 is the lowest score you want, and at least 5s are above, and it gives your team a chance.
Absolutely does. I mean, and again, if you average 5s, you can win a lot of events.
Right.
Unless San Clemente's in it.
Exactly. or you guys. But
we pretty much are. That's the thing about our second places, is that we've kind of formulated our team around 5s or above is it, right? And generally we get that done, and generally we sit there at the second.
Yeah. And those guys are like 7s or above.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Right.
But I mean, the reality is
they make mistakes too, man, because they were in the U.S. Championships. They've always had the team on paper. I mean, if you think about it, because of all the QS and.
Well, you get 3 Gadauskases in the 30s. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
But like Don said, there's 50 points available in a division. So you can top out at 50 if your double whammy gets a 10.
Yeah.
And the other 3 get a 10. So
that's a perfect heat.
Over 25 points is a good heat.
No, it's huge.
So there you go. I mean,
and San Clemente, a lot of the times we're putting up 30 points each. I mean, we just saw a 30-point heat just in that last one there from Florida.
It's a numbers game.
It was interesting with the Florida team, because all of a sudden they combined. They had 3 teams over here, and now all of a sudden they're sticking it out for the All-Stars, and their team's pretty solid, because a lot of the guys and everyone else here in California went home, and they're like, I don't know if I can make it down there.
I saw the south wind. I'm not coming.
Yeah, that's the biggest one, right?
But Huckabee did that forehand row, dropped a 7.5, double whammied it.
Yeah. So we did. You're right. North Central ended up in third in that one with 21.33. South Central finished second with 24 points, and then East Coast 30 points. And anytime you get a 30-point heat, that's a solid start. But it is a long road to the end of the day here. We got 6 divisions?
6 divisions
Am
left.
I guessing? Yeah, left. So 7 total.
Yeah. So the roster, the schedule for the day, we're going to see the women's up next, open women's, and that's going to be presented by Roxy. And then the 50s, about 11:15. The 40 to 49s.
That's the old dudes.
At noon.
That's me. My back's going to warm that. 11 o'clock's a perfect gentleman's hour. Right. Right when the south wind backs off a little bit. Hopefully the tide's not low enough to be like dumping, but still breaking on the outside.
I like it when it gets a little hollower so I can get my board under my feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, what about getting quick to your feet? That's the hardest part for me, dude, is getting to my feet quick.
Yeah, I've noticed that when it gets a bit steeper, as long as it's...
How does Kelly still do it, dude?
I don't know. He's a freak.
Like literally, I mean, like I watched him. He got underscored, in my opinion, over there at Bell's.
Yeah.
That little wave that he's tagged and got he got a 7 or something maybe for it, and what it should have been. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but anyway.
I'm a perennial Kelly fan, so
yeah, well,
I'm with you.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But the 30 to 39s at 125, and then the 20s are going to finish it up around 2:30. So it's we're going, to 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, it's full on. And we got I think we're maybe a little 10 minutes late, maybe on the start.
Something like that.
Not quite all the way 10 minutes, but yeah. So I think the last heat ends around 3:30, 3:45. As you see, white here.
This is an East Coaster.
Streaking across. I mean, this is way overhead. This is solid surf in the East Coast, yeah.
Well, the East Coast had a great winter. La
Right?
Nina
They
loves
did, huh?
the East Coast.
Way better winter than ours.
Way better. We got robbed. North Orange County was absolutely a mental challenge.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad up north too for us. I mean, you get to a certain bar and you're like, okay, I want to have it be, overhead every day.
I played a lot of golf, actually.
You see, your swing got well, huh?
No, it doesn't get any
Look at this
better,
thing.
but I played a lot.
Look at this bomb out the back.
So, yeah, no white caps, a moderate south wind, but this is great contestable surf here in Huntington.
Oh, I love this for Jack's Pro. I mean, it looks like pretty solid through the week, right?
It's going to be good.
Good
Jack's
surf.
Pro, let's rewind. Pete Mell, the final against kids half your age. I remember that. I was thinking about it on the drive today.
Yeah, no way. 42, I think I was.
Yeah, I was like, and I
10 years
remember
ago.
you were kind of just like, yeah, I just want to see if the knife's
Well,
still
no, I was
sharp.
doing the webcast. I was doing the webcast as well as doing the event, kind of like Brett Simpson's going to do.
That was great.
So watch him. He's going to make the final.
Sure. Peter, you ready to say goodbye to me?
I can say goodbye to you. No problem, bro.
All right. Thank you.
Good job.
Get ready for your heat in 2 hours.
Yeah,
And
I'll be. It's a 2-hour stretch. Right on, everyone. Hope you enjoy the show.
yeah, it was great having you. So, Pete Mell, everybody, he's coming up a little bit later today. And joining me now is the president of the Newport Beach Board Riders Club, Mr. Grant Collins. Grant?
How you doing, Chad?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, competition aside, let's talk Newport board riders for a second. Your club is, 5 years old now? About 5?
Yeah, going on 6.
Going on 6. So you guys kind of came in right after, I think you were the third team that joined, Seal, Huntington, and then you guys.
Correct. Yep. We came in third. Pretty fun movement for all of us in Newport. It's been a long time coming, and Huntington kicked it off. Seal Beach got in there, and then we came in third. Started doing it.
So let's talk about what it's done for your community. Give us the breakdown of just the latest and greatest with Newport board riders.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the board riders movement in general, especially not only just for our community, but just every community. We're completely united in Newport, where everybody now, from the little mini groms all the way up to 50, 60, 70-year-old surfers in Newport, everybody's relevant. Everybody has each other's back. There's huge safety in numbers now in Newport, which is amazing. And it's grown our culture so much in Newport Beach. It's amazing.
Well, like I was talking about with Pete when Brett Simpson was on the screen, was that access to such knowledge where you may not have ever gotten that without this Board Riders platform. And I know that Dave Post is one of your coaches. Brillo. Who else do you guys have coaching over there?
Myself, Bill Seitz.
Bill's a WSL judge. He's up top today. So that kind of knowledge to be passed down to that younger generation is priceless.
Oh yeah, you can't put a price on that. I mean, we're so fortunate to have those type of people, amongst our community. Well, actually, in every one of our communities, we have strong people like everybody we spoke about. But yeah, it's pretty amazing the access we have to all that.
And that is part of one of the major upticks of the Board Riders platform is just connecting those dots. Like I was telling, might have been Don or Pete, the Seal Beach kind of has sort of stopped breaking. It kind of works on certain swells, but it disconnected us from that younger generation because we wouldn't see them out at the pier anymore because we're not surfing there.
Yeah.
So everybody's kind of moving south, and then all of a sudden when this thing kicked off, it kind of brought all those kids in, and we all of a sudden we've got eyes on this whole new generation. We're like, well, okay, so these are who our kids are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
So there you go. Black just bang the lip on that one. That is the North Central team. And I want to say that looks like Tristan Day, who's also, let's see, is that Tristan or Petey? It might be Petey, but Tristan is a second-generation surfer. His dad's in the Board Riders. They're the Northern LA Board Riders Club. So there's a lot of these father-son combos throughout this program.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see that across the board, all the way stemming from, southern all the way down to the border. All those clubs with their kids, dads. You got the Dino Andinos, the Chloe Andino combo in San Clemente. All the way up to up north. Peter and his kid as well. So there couldn't, for all of us, that's amazing to see and watch.
Yeah, you've got all these ex-pros and just dads and sons that are out kind of sharing the stoke, so to speak. As we see Lucas Taub, he hails from the Dana Point Club, and this is the South Central team. So, yeah, these are all-stars. So you're looking at some of the the best picks from every team.
Yeah, and it's pretty fun for us to team up with San Clemente, Dana Point, Laguna, the battle, and this U.S. Jacks all-stars here. So it's pretty fun because normally we're battling throughout the year against one another, and now we're on the same team with one another, and it's
right.
It's pretty cool.
All right, here we go. This is yellow.
Quade Farian.
South Central. So what is Quade on? Is he a Newport Board Rider?
Yeah.
He's one of your kids.
One of our strong 14Us.
He's always out here at the pier, so I'm like,
yeah.
Right? Never know.
You'd
think Taj Miller is from Huntington.
Oh, yeah, and Ben Benson.
And Ben. Yeah, they definitely get their reps in out here on South Side.
Yeah, I think they've been mistaken as HB Board Riders.
They are till they aren't. Right?
Yeah.
It's one of those scenarios.
Yeah.
So 49 minutes remaining, and that is the North. Gosh, what is this? The North Central. So yeah, that's.
It looked like Tristan Day.
Yeah, maybe that was Tristan. His dad absolutely rips.
Yeah, absolutely. Serves really well.
Donald. So decent conditions. Here we are. Combo swell. How's Newport been on these last couple swells?
It's been great. We've every one of the groins have had waves. Blackie's actually had waves, and then got 56th Street rights we're firing. So yeah, it's been really fun.
Spring is the new winter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Serious. During La Nina, it's tough. So down to 48 minutes. Gosh. Sounds got a bit strange.
Huntington always delivers, though. I mean, every one of our comps.
It's an absolute magnet. It's super exposed every direction. The other thing it's exposed to is the wind, so that's kind of always the big issue here is the wind. But little coastal eddy, so I think we're looking good for most of the day. I don't think it's going to get too crazy. Should be contestable. Are you surfing today?
Possibly. I don't know yet. Don't know yet. I would like to.
Have you topped the 50 mark yet?
No, I've got a couple years for that.
Lucky you.
It's coming though. It's tomorrow. I'll wake up. I'll be 50.
Right, tomorrow. It happens in a blink of an eye. Let me tell you. Right.
Are you in the 50s?
I am.
Wow,
We
looking
just
40.
Yeah. We just surfed Malibu and I had about 4 minutes to catch a wave and to my consistency dropped to 3. I'm the man of threes.
Man of threes, but hey, a three's better than nothing with the 4 minutes to go, right? Every point counts.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So it does look like a good week of surf lining up here this week for the Jacks Pro. And the U.S. Board Riders, as you know, scored last year.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
So it's the luck of the Irish, as they say, to get such good conditions 2 years in a row.
Well, and I just think this event in general just wills good things. It seems like everything's got great momentum, and we luck out every time with waves. And I don't have any wood in here, but I could knock on it maybe. But I think it's going to continue.
Hey boys, I think the battery's dying on this thing. If you want to come reload it. You. All right, CT Taylor giving looks like Ethan Harbison some instruction. Ethan would be the double whammy surfer. Funny, I know an Ethan Harbison from Victoria in Australia, mate.
Good on you, mate. Kind of a funny story, backing to Australia, early days, working with the team at Quickie. I spent a lot of time over in Australia and got to see the board riders clubs there, going into Kira, going to North Narrabeen, going into Burleigh. Tried to bring that back to the States in that early 90s, and I didn't think we just weren't ready for it at that point. But it's amazing that all the boys, Moreno, Webby, Wheat, and all those guys have made this happen, and now it's here, and we're obviously ready for it.
Oh yeah, it's literally caught fire.
Yeah,
and they are the funnest events and probably the most stressful. One for us, fielding a team. Seal's pretty small town, so it's hard to get 28 surfers together.
Yeah,
whose schedules all manage to be available on a weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then also fielding the team is extremely tough for us. But once we get it together, the vibe on the beach is insane.
It's amazing, yes. And we go through the same struggles in Newport. It's like herding cats, It's but once we get all the cats together, it's on and it's fun, and it's nothing like being on the beach.
Wow.
With everybody that you've grown up with surfing amateur comps with, or just hanging at the beach. You just know each other from conception, so it's pretty cool to be doing that at especially my stage of the game. My age.
Totally. Petey Romaniak, I think I said that right.
Yep.
Big smash. He's a Huntington Beach surfer. He is the double whammy. Are they just? There's Brett. It's Coach Brett. Should he call him in? Nope. They're sending him back out. One nice big turn though. So obviously Petey's got more in the tank than a one-hit closeout. So they'll send him back out.
Yeah, Brett didn't even turn around for that one. So yeah, he's definitely going back out.
Hey Mauricio, the battery's dying on this thing. I don't know if you guys are still there. Hello? Yeah. And there's Chris Keat. He's coaching the, I believe it's the North Central team. That be right? No. North team. And they're comprised of Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, Ventura, and Santa Barbara board riders.
That's a pretty heavy one there, combining all those teams together. Great talent from all of them.
So if you are just tuning in, this is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack's Surfboards. We want to give a big shout out and thank you to Jack's, of course, for hosting the event. Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, Caliente Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach, A New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy. They have all stepped up to the plate and helped support this event. And a lot of those sponsors throughout the whole year of the West Coast Board Riders.
Yeah, they've been backing multiple clubs, different regions, all throughout the year. Yeah, without their backing, all this wouldn't be possible.
So 41 remaining. Early days here in this heat. So it's, gosh, the last one we just saw the East Coast just bolt out into the lead. And they took that one convincingly with 30-plus points. We'll see if the boys can get us a point update from up top just to give everyone some standings once we get a couple divisions under our belt here. But I'm Chad Wells. Next to me, Mr. Grant Collins, the president of the Newport Beach Board Riders Club. And, I mean, when you guys started, did you think that it would kind of eventually morph into what it is today?
I think yes, because one, we already kind of seen what HB was doing, Seal Beach was doing as well, and once we actually had a meeting in my office building where Weedy and all the boys came over and sat down and about putting Newport on the map to get a club going, and it literally took us maybe 2 or 3 days to have, I don't know, about 115 members once we put out the word.
How good's that?
Oh, it was amazing. It was just like, yeah. And then we threw a big party, and we're just excited to be here. Yeah, and it's been awesome ever since.
Well, on the same question, on a bigger note, though, to what it has evolved to today, now 6 years later. For me, I couldn't have envisioned this. We threw that first event. We had no idea what was going to happen. And we lost, mind you. They had Brad Gerlach in the 50s.
Oh, yeah.
Brad's like dropping nines. But the energy that day on the beach at Golden West back in 2016 was insane.
Yeah.
But there was that gap where nothing happened, and we were like, oh, man, we hope this thing keeps sprouting. And then next thing you know, you guys came on, and San Clemente, and now it's Don had said 8 clubs in 24 hours had joined yesterday.
Yeah, I just heard that same news. And, yeah, I guess I'm right there with you, Chad, because knowing that, yes, it would be cool. We'd be able to fill up the club, have rosters to serve the clubs. Did I think it would be where I'm sitting today, talking to you, watching what I'm watching today?
Right.
Probably not. No. This is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I could have never envisioned 6 years later that 20, I mean, where are we at with teams? Brillo, where are we at with teams? 50 clubs.
And is that U.S. based or?
Yeah, all in the U.S. So, I mean, it's absolutely taken a lot of our beach towns by storm.
Yeah, and I think it's created a really cool vibe in everybody's backyards too. Just, having the clubs there, the connections with all the surf shops, and the community. I think it's just strengthened everything as a whole. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's brought generations together, and the camaraderie. Just even in surfs, like I know these kids now that I would have never known, and I'm hooting them on, and they're hooting for me, which is super cool.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Like,
as well.
Get it, old guy.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like everybody's relevant now. Everybody's got respect for the 8-year-olds all the way up to, like I said, 50, 60, 70-year-old people we have in our club. So it's pretty nice to see that as well.
Yeah, definitely the conduit of Stoke, the old Board Riders platform. Stoked to be a part of it. And here we go, South Central out in front. Slow heat, honestly. Seems like the last heat really fired up a lot quicker, but we are going through, I think, the tide drop. And if you know me, I talk a lot about the tides here.
They mean everything in HB.
Seriously, it's wind and tide is two major factors for Huntington, obviously for everywhere, but HB especially, because it goes from mushy to extremely, sometimes hollow, and it changes rapidly. But we are looking at a low tide, basically a flat 0.0 at 2 o'clock. So this thing is on the drop all the way to 2. And it peaked at just about 8 o'clock. It was a 4.5. So, Grant, glad to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Have a great event.
All right.
We're going to bring in Darren Brillhart, who is our West Coast and West Coast U.S. Board Riders Contest Director. Brillo.
Good morning. How are you?
Stoked to have you.
Yeah, stoked to be here. And it's great to have some waves here in Huntington.
2 years in a row. What are
Right.
the chances?
Right, yeah. There's pretty solid south and northwest swell running. The south wind, though, is south wind going to back off a little bit later, you think?
You know, it's they called for it to be strong, and usually strong south wind kind of torches the conditions pretty good here in Huntington, but it's been
Right.
kind of, you know, that southeast kind of puff, and it's not enough to really wreck it. Definitely some ribs on the face on the rights, maybe a little smoother on the lefts, but overall, I think we're going to be kind of in this little phase we're in all day. I'm fingers crossed.
Yeah, I haven't really been focusing on the forecast. We just came off of lowers, which, you know, I'm sure you've been talking about it all morning. And we had the Wheat Cup Championships on that Thursday, Friday, and then the first ever U.S. National Board Riders Championships on the Saturday.
So Wheat Cup is West Coast Board Riders.
Correct.
The finale.
It's the finale.
And who took that one?
And then we had San Clemente, who took that one, and the runner-up was Santa Cruz. And then the top two clubs from the West Coast Board Rider Wheat Cup made it into the U.S. Board Riders National Finals, along with the top two clubs from the Florida Board Riders, which is their chapter, and they had their own Florida Board Rider Cup Series as well. And then one club out of New Jersey, and they had the same New Jersey Cup as well, their championships, and we had 7 Mile Island Board Riders come out of that one. So 5 clubs in all for that Saturday's event.
For the U.S.
For the U.S.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was exciting, and you know, as you guys were talking about, there's close to 50 clubs already established. 16 here in the West Coast, and I know that there's more that are going to be emerging, for next season. And I believe there are 10 clubs in Florida at the moment, and then there's quite a few. I think there's 8 in New Jersey, and then Mid-Atlantic. There's quite a few clubs that are coming out of Mid-Atlantic as well.
Right. I was mentioning to Don, I'm afraid when Hawaii jumps in the mix.
Yeah, and they're starting to. They're a lot of the boys over there are talking and trying to organize how they're gonna format the club surfing. Here we go, some action, right?
All right, Surfer in Red. This is the North Division, and that one didn't quite work out for him.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, Hawaii is going to get in the mix shortly here, and hopefully be part of next season. But I noticed in the first opening division with that 15 to 19, the surfers are really selective. There were a lot of, from what I saw, there was a lot of waves unridden, and it came down to a kind of a time crunch, especially for the North Division, as they had 2 surfers and probably about 8 minutes to go, and unfortunately, those 2 surfers only got just a quick little
whitewater.
Yeah, whitewater
that.
score.
And and we talk about it, Pete and I did, how critical every single point in every division is, because at the end it just comes down to those margins.
Right.
And it was better for that surfer to stand up on the whitewater and get the 0.8 or whatever.
And come in and not get that 5-point deduction,
Exactly.
which could have been potentially a 6-point swing right there. But, the club surfing and this tag team format, it's about not making mistakes. That usually the club, you got to perform, you got to get the scores. But if you make, fewer mistakes than everybody else, you're usually going to come out on top. And what I mean by mistakes really is like getting that 5-point deduction at the end would be a mistake, and then not whammying a wave and getting that double points. Maybe leaving the whammy up to your last wave and falling, and then having to settle with a 1 or a 2 on your score line for that whammy.
Oh, the pressure in these is incredible.
Yeah. And, when we do our coaching, we usually try to tell our whammy surfers to be patient, try to nail your whammy on your first wave. Don't leave it up to definitely don't leave it up to your third wave unless you have to. You fall off in your first 2. But there's a lot of strategy that goes involved, which you're heavily involved with your Seal Beach board riders.
Yeah, it's it's a numbers game, and a lot of it for our kids, they're all fairly accomplished surfers. It's really trying to just control the nerves.
Right.
Because a lot of them are competing at the high school level, but in those heats, it's individual. You fall 3 times, you still get chances. So to be able to really stamp your authority on at least one of the 3, it becomes a little bit of a task, and I don't think they're used to that much pressure.
Right. And here we go.
All right, Red swinging off the bottom. Nice arc off the top. And this is the North region. And going to guess this is Flynn, who is the double whammy surfer, Flynn Neth. And again, completion's huge in these.
Yeah,
what
it
Pete
is.
and I talked about is making sure you finish your rides.
Well, let's see what he's going to do here. So, this is decision time. I'm not sure what wave number this is for him, but it looks like he's going to milk it in, and there it is.
So the double whammy, that score is going to be doubled.
So let's wait and see what that score comes out to.
Yeah, it should be a keeper. I'm going to hedge to say in at least 5 points or above, possibly.
Yeah. Usually the bulk of the points is going to be, the maneuvers on the outside and the criticalness. And not sure what that score came in yet, but we'll wait and see as we saw the tag there. So Finn is tagging up to Maddox Keat as he's going to use the pier as a way out. And here's the replay here. So that was a really nice bottom turn. I think the bulk of the points came from that turn right there. The rest was just a little filler work, making his way to the inside.
Well, Darren, and I know that length of ride is a very old part of the format, but in the board riders, length of ride also puts you in closer proximity to the beach to run.
True.
Which is super important. It's all a time crunch and a numbers game, and there's so much that goes into it. And Ryan Simmons, who is a former WQS stalwart and also a U.S. gold medal winning junior coach. He is literally dissected it down to the point and the time for us. and honestly, to be able to communicate that to the kids, it makes their job easier, although it's a hard thing to do because you can't predict Mother Nature, but we lay the job out and deliver it. It's like, hey, it's super easy if you make it easy.
Right. I mean, the kids, they still have to perform. They still have to get the scores. But when you set it up for them, make it easy on the format, and they understand the format really, and they're not confused out there on what to do. But so here we go, some more action.
That's yellow, South Central. And that is a good-looking wetsuit. I'm going to say this is Kai Thompson. Not too familiar with Kai, but fantastic little surfer. I would hedge to say that anyone competing today is one of the best of their club.
Yeah, I mean, when you're putting your all-stars together, you want to try to get the best surfers to be, participating in this. And, being with Newport, I know Grant and myself are with the Newport Club. We looked at our team and we just basically picked, the best, or the whammy surfers that we use for lowers. We chose the same guys to compete in this. And we also looked at it as a really good warm-up for the Jacks Pro coming up for some of these surfers that are competing, the women's and the 20 division. And so we selected those guys to be able to compete in this, and just gives them a little bit more opportunity to fill out the lineup as Jacks Pro starts tomorrow.
Yeah, and I would say that Surf in Huntington is an acquired taste. It has many faces. Today is a fun combo swell, but understanding where to pull the trigger and release the rail off the bottom is one of the biggest factors out here, and how much to fade.
Well, like earlier in that opening division there, I was up top doing the beach announcing, and seemed like there were a lot of waves, and the guys were being really choosy and selective. And from up top, it looks much easier, to pick up the right waves. But you can see on screen yourself, it's pretty mushy. You might have that one section, but after that, the wave goes pretty flat. And
yeah, you need either that against the grain wind swell to go left,
yeah,
which is coming out of the northwest, or wait for that combo when the south mixes in, and to be on either one of those rights or left. So yeah, you're right. The wind swell one's going to be a little more gutless, but sometimes those against the grain lefts really hold up and let you just nail it all the way to the sand.
Right.
Or to be on that combo, which has got a little more beat to it.
So there's your leaderboard here for the 14 and under division, with the South Central region on top. We'll see if we can get some individual scores for you guys. Right now, this is a combination of scores between, the surfers that already put their numbers in. And I know that for South Central, we had Quaid was the whammy surfer, so that's the reason why they have a little bit higher of a point total with that 14.54, followed by the North region. And I know that also Finn Neath whammied his wave as well, so that pushed them up into that 12.81 point total. So, a good point total would be a really good point total. Chad would be about 30 points.
Oh, that's an amazing point total.
Yeah.
Which is what the East Coast All-Stars kicked off their morning with.
They did, yeah. They were in that 30-point range. But even if you get in that high 20s, it's pretty decent. There's 7 divisions, and if you just one of the things I noticed is, if you put up low numbers in one of your divisions, don't let that get you down, and try to keep your morale up in your team, because it's really easy for your team to kind of go for the morale to kind of go down a bit. And here's pulling up the scores here. So there's so many more chances, to get a good point totals that,
All right, White. Nice little click off the top and finishes it. This is another East Coaster. And this is Ethan. I have to see if we have a power source so I can keep the live heats going for us. And there it is. The double whammy. So that score will be doubled. It'll go into the score line. Ethan is the second surfer, and he'll be tagging up Gus Hoodgray, who was the third surfer for the East Coast All-Stars. And here's the replay. Threw it right up in the lip, banged it, and then came around the corner and just had enough time to get up into that closeout. Almost came undone too, Brillo.
Yeah, he almost laid back there. And but great two-turn combo. So let's see what the score comes in at. So that was his whammy wave, and the score is right here. It's a 6.37. So double that up, and it's a 12.74. And what that did right there is it put the East Coast in the lead with a 14.87.
Well, and here goes Gus. He's running out U14s again. Guys are using that little natural channel, naturally man-made, off the pier to get out the back. And I know Brillo could tell you, as well as myself, how vital the pier is in that paddle out.
Yeah, it definitely helps.
I think Don referred it to as the conveyor belt. But just 21 minutes remaining, so I would say it's kind of crunch time, Brillo. Guys got to get their surfers in the water and back in the box. And it looks like Gavin Hoey talking to his coach, Lucas Taub. All right, we're going to bring in Scott Waring, our contest director, here at the Jacks Pro this week. Scott, good morning.
How's it going, Chad?
It's going right into this.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Waring. How are you?
Couple directors here, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. So we're just giving you guys a score update there. And as we see, East Coast with that 14.87 point totals just got ahead of South Central with the 14.61, and then there with the tag. So that was Kai Thompson tagged to Carson Carr. And we'll see if we can get some individual scores for you guys.
Conditions are pretty nice today, 3 to 5 feet maybe, and gonna have waves all week. So got red up and riding against the wind. Little top turn there, and kind of fades out the back. So those West Coast board riders presented by Jacks Surfboards. Black up and riding backside. Got some speed. Nice hit there and holds on. So nice wave. And that's a double whammy, so that score will be doubled. And he'll run in and tag his competitor. Replays. Top turn with speed, nice bottom turn and smash off the top.
Hello.
So Scott, looks like we got another tag there.
Yeah, was it Cole that was in black the last? He got a really good way. Yeah, that was Cole backside. Yeah, he smashed it and double whammied it. So Sawyer Abing is heading out. Look at this set by the pier. Nice swell direction. Bit of south, a little bit of west. And that's good stuff for Huntington. Allows for some good surfing to go down. Sometimes if there's too much south, it's just one wave breaking all at once into the pier, but got a nice combo going.
Yeah, we were talking about that. There's a south swell, northwest swell, a little bit of wind swell mixing in. So there's plenty of swell in the lineup. It's just the south wind kind of creating a little havoc in the lineup right now. But it's still very contestable. A lot of waves. Came up this morning, and it was just nonstop.
Here we go. Red on his backhand, looking for a little top turn there. Cut back. Surfer in red. What age division is this?
Yeah, so this is the 14 and under.
14 and under.
And so
San Clemente took everything down at lowers, huh?
yeah, they did. They dominated. They did really well. I mean, their team is. I mean, they have so much talent in San Clemente, and they know the wave very well. It was one of those days too. On Friday, the final with the Wheat Cup, it was a lot of wind swell, so it was really tricky in the lineup, and I bet a lot of the surfers that normally surf lowers don't really surf those type of conditions, so it was tricky for everyone. But on that final day, on the Saturday for the U.S. Board Rider National Championships, the waves were kind of firing. Wasn't the ideal direction that we're hoping for at lowers. We had a northwest swell, but the size was there, the conditions was great, and obviously the surfing was amazing.
Wide up and riding on his backside. Got some speed. Nice turn there. Another top turn. Can't quite hold on. The East Coast team rider.
Yeah, so that was, I think that was Gus, and it was the third surfer for the East Coast. And just looking at the overall scores, so the North Central, their opening surfer was Ronan Gastrano. He opened up with a 417, and then the whammy surfer, which is Finn Neath, had a 6.67, equaling a 13.34 point total. And then in the water right now for the North is Maddox Keat, as we saw right there paddling for that wave and missed it.
This is the second heat of the day.
Yes, this is the second heat of the day.
It's still pretty tight. I mean, for looking up on the point, is this?
So this is, yeah, this is not the leaderboard overall. This is for this division here. And here we go, a nice looking wave here, but unfortunately just kind of mistimed that connection with the lip there. So that was the third surfer for the East Coast. So that was Gus there, and that was his second wave. And the judges already, he already has a 3.03 in the scoreline.
So he's looking to better that.
So that's what he's looking to better at the moment. Actually, it's a 2.47.
So with the swell being big and the running, I see a lot of these guys running all the way to the pier to paddle out. It's always a little easier paddling out north side and then coming across. There's a lot more to it than just riding a wave today. It's a lot of work just getting in.
Yeah, it is.
Tag.
Well, we decided to, usually we start everybody on the beach, and then they do their tags on the beach, and you have to finish on the beach. But we allowed the first surfers to start in the lineup, which kind of gives the guys a little bit more time. So there's the scoring, all your scores there. So as you see in the North Central there, the first surfer, it was a 417. And the reason why there's zeros for the wave 2 and 3 is he came in and tagged to give more time for the other surfers to have. And so so his score was a 417, which was Tristan Day. And then the second surfer here is a 667. And then the whammy surfer for Black was, well, that was his Cole's opening wave. Then he got a 317. And then he decided to whammy his third wave, which is ended up being a 6.67 with a 13.34 point total. So you can see the scores right there. Looks like North Central region is out in the lead with that 17.51. So a pretty tight race here in this division.
It is. Oh, look at this. Red just taking it over. Up and riding, getting a nice little left. Things holding up all the way to the pier. Nice little turn.
Yeah, this is Maddox right here. And this is his last wave, so this is the last opportunity here
What
to better
team's
score.
he on?
So Maddox
Division?
is the representing the North Division.
Okay.
So he's going to have to make his way in here, and he's going to tag up to Miles Blackwell.
So he did his job. Got a nice wave there. He's going to try to get in here and do some tagging. Black in and out.
So the Jax Pro starts tomorrow, right?
Yes, the Jack Surfboards Pro will start tomorrow, Thursday, with a round of 128 men's, and then it will go into part of the 96 round. We got surfers representing all over the place, Brazil and a lot of U.S. surfers. Ooh, look at that. Fell over, but he's up and running. Everyone's cheering him on.
Yeah, we'll get a score, his score here shortly. But looks like he's going to tag up there. And then the last surfer jumping in the water there for North is Miles Blackwell.
Replay of his wave. Thing held up really well. What did this score come in at?
Yeah, it came in as a 5.53.
There you go. So their teammates are stoked. It's a nice score.
Well, that puts the North Division in the lead now with an 18.34 point total. And they still have one surfer, you know, to get some points on the board.
White. Nice looking left.
So this is, yeah, I'm sorry. This is Kissin' Hart for the East Coast.
Bringing it all the way. Oh, board hit him, and it looks like he's okay. Board just like flipped up, and I think he might have blocked it just in time.
Yep, and then here he comes. He actually got a 3.5 for that wave, so he's going to come in and he's going to tag up with where is our sheet here? Yeah, he's going to tag up with Shea Edwards.
And there goes Shea.
As you can see, the point totals there. So on the far left is your running total for this division, the 14 and under.
Black. Bottom turn. Smash off the top. Got the one turn in. He's looking at the beach to see if his crews tell him to come in or not, or go better that wave.
So that was Cole Safel, and that was his second ride, and it looks like the score came in there at a 4.1, and he still has one more wave remaining. So what that did is it moved the North Central up in that first spot with a 21.61 point total.
Who are some of the other surfers in the other divisions coming up?
Well, we have our sheets right
Bunch
here.
A bunch of pros.
Yeah, we got on the schedule for today. After this division, we're going into the women's division, and just looking at that, we have Kaylee Gilchrist, Zoe Bendito, Rachel Wilson, Sam Sibley, Autumn Hayes. I mean, we have a pretty solid lineup there. A lot of the girls that are competing in the Jack Surfboards Pro as well.
Good warm-up for them.
But later on, after the women's, we're going to go with our 50 and up division. And
that's the oldest division.
That's the oldest division. How's this lineup for South Central? So we got Matt Archibald, and Pat O'Connell, Jeff Booth, and Mike Estrada.
That's classic.
So that's a pretty solid lineup there. You saw Pete Mell. He was on the mic earlier today, and he's competing in the 50s as well, as we see up and riding. Our surfer in yellow here.
Can hear all the coaches out there, paddle, paddle. This kid here in yellow is just, he's got to tag up. Because there's a penalty if you don't get all 4 surfers in within the time period, correct?
Yeah, so, each heat's an hour long. And, we allowed the surfers to start in the lineup, the first surfers, but everyone has to do their tags on the beach. As we saw right there, we just had a tag go down with our South Central. And then, so that was Carson Carr tagged up to Morgan Moore. And so it looks like Carson's going to hang on to his 2.47. That was his opening ride.
You know Randy here in the long hair. Go tell him they're here. Okay. He knows all about it. So what happens when the guy doesn't get in time?
Well, he gets a 5-point deduction
for the team.
For the team, and we saw that opening division where it was the North region. They only had about 4 minutes on the clock, and they had 2 surfers still in the line that needed to get waves, and so they
the shore break.
Yeah, they went out there and just got a 1, came in and just got another 0.5 to a 1.
So yeah, they've got appointed coaches that are watching that time because 5 points makes a lot of difference in all these events that I've seen.
It does, yeah. Usually the team that's gonna do well and place high is the team that makes the fewer mistakes.
Yeah.
And really what the mistakes are is the 5-point deduction is obviously one of them. And then maybe whamming a wave, like a 2-point ride or something like that, or just forgetting to whammy in itself. We've seen that happen quite often.
And what's the time period before it? Because there's a time period you got to double whammy it. Like, what is it?
Well, the surfers have about a 15, 30-second grace period, but once they make a commitment to paddle back out or paddle back in, and then that's a bit too late for them.
Right. And you got a referee on the beach that's watching all the action.
We do. So solid wave right here. This is unfortunately he went down as I said that. This is Shea Edwards representing the East Coast, and that was his opening ride, so he still has 2 more opportunities.
You know what I was thinking?
I just heard that on the clock there. Oh, here we go. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay. I just heard the 45 seconds. But what was that?
No, I was thinking like lowers. That was this is the first year you really did like a big national championship, and that sounds and looked perfect. What about where does the future go with it? It's almost like you'd want to like have like an Australian board club, come over or what, like an international type thing, because the board rider clubs really started in Australia.
Yeah, of course. They started that roughly 50 years ago, and they have hundreds of clubs up and down the coast of Australia, and we're only about 5 years in, and we already have close to 50 clubs here in America, which is pretty amazing, given it's only been about 4 or 5 years. And so this club surfing is really growing, but more important is it's all about the communities and what each club does within their communities, and bridging the gap between their younger and older generations. So I'm involved with the Newport Beach Board Riders Club, and I see that our community is thriving with our Board Riders Club. So here's the score totals right there shortly, and as you can see, the North Central is out on top with a 21.61 point total, followed by East Coast and North region and the South region as well. Yeah, I believe this is Sawyer Abbing. Let's have a look here on our scores. Yes. Yeah, that's Morgan right there.
It's like he's looking to the beach, coming in. So you decide, hey, you rip that wave, come on in, don't worry about it. You can hear the cheers from his teammates out there. So much nicer with these headphones on. Makes such a difference. I don't know. Drowns out all the outside noise, you know. Look at that.
I think the time is winding down here.
He's got his own board caddy. He doesn't even have to carry his surfboard.
So that, yeah, I think the time clock is down to 45 seconds. So everyone's trying to get into the box before the time expires.
This is when it's really fun, man.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the way. Look at this turn. Nice
Yeah,
cut
that was
back.
a replay there. That was a really nice turn in the pocket.
Another nice turn. What this wave come in at?
That was Morgan there. Let's see what the score. It's a 5.87.
Yeah, that was
So
decent.
Pretty solid, and that's it. That's the end of this 14 and under division. And it looks like that North Central is going to take top honors on this division with a 24.04 point total, followed by South Central with a 22.95, and then East Coast a 21.4, and then the North region a 19.44. So that was a great showing by all the representation of the clubs throughout the West Coast Board Riders and the East Coast Board Riders.
Oh, that's awesome. Now there's like a 5-minute break? Or?
Now there's just a short break here. The judges will probably have to get reset. The rosters are already submitted, which we have here in front of our face, that we will start talking about on who's coming up next.
And we're going to go to a quick commercial. I'm going to go find what else.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
I think for me, training, ultimately it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body, you got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and like as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
Subscribe now to Fuel TV Plus. It's where you catch the very best of Fuel TV on demand. Scan the QR code on your screen and cut 50% off your annual subscription.
I think for me, training, ultimately it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body, you got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and like as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
All right, welcome back. This is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jax Surfboards Pro. I am Chad Wells, bringing you live action all day with a multitude of co-hosts and people dropping in with me to talk story and talk board riders and all the fine things that go along with it. And coming up next, we are going to see the Open Women's Division presented by Roxy in red from the West Coast Board Riders North Division, Vela Mativ. She hails from the Santa Barbara Board Riders Club. In black, West Coast Board Riders North Central, we will see Sarah Freyer surfing first. And in yellow, West Coast Board Riders South Central, we will see our two-time gold medalist Kaylee Gilchrist take to the water. She hails from the Newport Beach Board Riders Club. Sorry, Sarah Freyer is from the Huntington Beach Board Riders Club. And the U.S. Board Riders East Coast All-Stars, we will see Aspen Lawler take to the water. I'm not sure which club she represents, but I can tell you this East Coast team, they are gnarly. And as you can see there on the screen, it's a good little gathering of the tribes today. And these are some of the top picks from every team. So there should be no shortage of great surfing today. And there they go. They're taking off to the pier to use the conveyor belt. So yeah, they were off and running to the pier to make their way out the back. Use that conveyor belt to get outside and put themselves into some scoring position. So okay, there we go. Lost visual for a second there. So yeah, the girls making their way out the back, try to get some, put themselves in scoring position. here at the beginning of the Open Women's Division presented by Roxy. And if you're just tuning in, this is the U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack Surfboards. We're broadcasting to you live from sunny Surf City, Huntington Beach. Surf on offer, 3 to 5 feet, let's say, in the face, and some combo swell, some short period wind swell mixed in with some southern hemisphere swell. So some waves coming from both directions, which is pretty optimal here in Huntington. And a big, huge shout out. Thank you to our supporters, Jack Surfboards, Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, Caliente Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach, A New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy. And appreciate you guys joining us on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus. It is the global home of action sports. So this event is comprised of 3 all-star teams from the West Coast Board Riders clubs. The North in red, North Central in black, South Central in yellow. And the East Coast team is it's just one all-star team with all of their clubs combined. And they're in whites. I believe it's the Space Coast, possibly 7 Mile Island, the New Smyrna Board Riders Club. So we have just a potpourri of athletes making up that East Coast team. And it is a water start. I just heard the beach commentator call it from 5. So this heat is on. And if you log on to liveheats.com, you can actually see the updated scores. Unfortunately, we don't have them on your screen. But that gives you all the up-to-date live scoring. As you can see right there on the screens, we're on a dropping tide, which might pull a little steam out of the height here in Huntington, which it usually does with a wind swell, but we'll give it a little bit more cuppy faces. So might see some more exciting surfing throughout the day as this tide pulls till 2 o'clock. And this event kicks off. This is day 1, essentially, of the 5 days. We've got 4 days of the Jack Surfboards Pro starting tomorrow. And I will have Brett Simpson calling the live on the WSL website. So we'll be live on WSL.com starting tomorrow. And that's a World Qualifying Series event. We're going to have our contest director, Darren Brillhart, join me once again in the box. Brillo.
How you doing?
Good, good.
Hello, everyone. So 2 divisions down, and we're off on our 3rd with the women's. And we have some point totals here for the overall leaderboard after the 14 and under and the 15 and 19 division. And East Coast off to a great start. Right now they sit on top with a 51.86 point total. And then followed real close is the South Central with a 47.41. And then the North region with a 47.7. And then the North Central, they need some catching up to do.
Wow.
Well, actually, they have a 40. Actually, they're I think around 42 because that didn't calculate right here with they got a 24.04 point total in their last division. So North Central actually is in 3rd, and then the North sits in that 4 spot with the 47.7. So pretty tight race.
Yeah, I was going to say it's tight at the top.
You know, San Clemente's not, here and dominating, and they would probably be about 50 points ahead of everyone right now after the first two divisions.
We did have a few clubs not field teams or something.
Yeah, just that was a nice maneuver there. Kaylee, 2-time gold medalist for the Women's USA water polo, and she loves to surf.
And she's part of your club.
She is part of our club.
Newport Board Riders.
And let's watch this again here. So just the one maneuver, but solid. Just great connection with the lip.
Yeah, she's no slouch on a surfboard. Let me tell you, she's obviously a weapon in the pool, but she is a hammer surfing. And I mean, I've watched her grow up competing, so I would hedge to say.
Right.
Surfing is her first love.
Yeah, it truly is, but she loves playing water polo and obviously winning those gold medals. So there's the score there, a 5.83, solid opener there.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick off a heat. 5s or above, and get that point total up over 25, and you're sitting pretty good. So yeah, the sun's come out, Brillo. That's good. We want that. Maybe it can get hot enough to kill the wind. Sometimes that happens. Vela Mativ right here, surfer from Santa Barbara Board Riders Club, and up in the lip, upside down, and unable to ride out of it.
Well, I love the attempt there. So the approach was there. She just couldn't finish. And then here we go.
That is a surfer in black. So that's Sarah Frere. So she is from the North Central. I don't think that one's going to count. She'll get back out there. And we have just our surfer in white yet to open her account in this women's division. That's our surfer Aspen Lawler.
And it looks, Chad, it looks like all the whammy surfers are the number 2s. As we see the replay here.
No, she did good to get up in the lip in that first section. Just unfortunately, the rest of that wave just shut down on her. Sarah, one of the standouts here at the pier. And right there on your screen, Zoe Benedetto. She is absolute shredder from the East Coast. Wins just about everything. And sponsored by the Hurley crew. Brett Simpson over there handling sports marketing. And she rides Shea Lopez shape. So, yeah, she's a very accomplished surfer. So just a little over 5 minutes has elapsed in this heat. And a lot of time left, Brillo. A lot of comp left. Kind of gets in the crunch time, I'd say, roughly around the second to last division.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely by the last division, but I'd say the 30s and the 20s is really the crunch time. Every division counts, and every single point counts, obviously. We're already 2 divisions in, and East Coast right now is out on top by 4 points from that South Central that sits in second at the moment. But leads can go by quickly, and that happens all the time. You can, I saw, the Wheat Cup, first ever Wheat Cup that we had 2 years ago here in Huntington. Huntington was sitting in 4th, and they're quite a ways behind first, and they came back in the last 2 divisions, and they put some solid numbers on and ended up taking the win and taking out the first Wheat Cup back in 2021. Yeah,
something similar happened to us at Malibu. Although we were we were battling for third and fourth with the South Bay, which Seal Beach came third, but Huntington just held on to a solid lead and then had a couple critical shockers. And first-year club, Northern LA Board Riders took the win.
And, you know, Northern LA Board Riders, I'd say 90% of their squad, you know, surfs Malibu on a regular basis. You know?
Yeah.
That's their hometown. And they really have the wave wired. And, you know, that wave, it as perfect as it is, it can be really tricky on a shortboard. You know, it has a lot of sections where you really got to keep your speed up and make it down the section and then be able to slow down and then, you know, get those critical maneuvers off. But that was a great venue to be able to have Malibu.
We'd be blessed to get that event again and to have fun surf like we did.
So that's Aspen Lawyer right there.
Lawler.
And that was her opening ride.
So yeah, just you know, early days here. A couple scores on the board. We're gonna see Kaylee drop into her second scoring ride right here, and whoa, releases the fins. Darren comes unstuck.
Yeah, it looks like she drifted the fins a little bit too much there and went down head first.
And this looks like Sarah Freyer. She surfs for the Huntington Club. HB Board Riders right here. A lot of time spent out at the pier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she surfs there all the time.
And there's Brett. Bring it in. Coach Brett. Right.
So I'm going to head back upstairs, and we're going to hand it over to Gavin Hoey. So,
awesome.
Chad, I'll be back a little bit later.
Right on, Brillo.
All right.
Gavin, good morning.
What's happening?
Nice to have you.
Yeah, stoked to be here. Stoked with some waves.
Yeah. So, all right, here's Surfer in Red. That was Vela. She's up and out. Didn't like that one. That will be her second scoring ride. So she's got one left. So, Gavin, talk to me. Brother of Jason. He surfs for Huntington.
I surf for Dana Point.
You surf for Dana Point.
Actually, just I moved up here. I actually live across the street now, but true Dana Point.
So is there a good chance at a defect? Or you get to change clubs once?
I've been asked a couple times, but I think I'm gonna stay where I am. I mean, I love everyone from every team. It's so rad. The best thing about the board riders too is you're surfing with the newest generation.
Yes.
And your heroes, like watching Archie and Booth, O'Connell.
Right.
It's insane.
Right. Guys that were paving the way in the 90s.
Insane. Yeah, it's so stacked. And then it's the camaraderie too, like when you're actually you're cheering on your team, and then you're like kind of like, oh, someone falls on another team, you're like, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's a full team aspect. Your voodoo dolls are out. You're poking the voodoo doll, the whole bit. Kaylee Gilchrist, 2 big slams. She's gonna bring it in. She is not the double whammy surfer though.
Wow, that was insane. Olympian right there.
Yeah, so here's the replay. Look at her come around the section. Big gamble. This was her third scoring ride. Did good to get up in the lip right there and fit in that second turn. That was going to do it. So
that was solid. I'm calling that's probably going to be the highest score of this so far.
Yes. I'd say it's going to go over a 5. Yeah. She'll come in and do the tag with Kaylee is going to be doing the tag with Sam Sibley, who hails from the San Clemente Board Riders Club. She'll be the double whammy surfer. So these are the surfers in yellow. And this is your division. This is your
this is
the club. Are you surfing today?
Yeah, I'm surfing for the 40s. Around 12:20. Super stoked. Whoa, what was that score?
They pulled scores down. Let's take a look.
8.67.
There you go. Kaylee Gilchrist, 2-time gold medal women's water polo, throwing down the snowman.
That was insane.
8-point ride. So who's the president of your club? I know you'd probably do some coaching over there, but
So
Eric Diamond, right?
Eric Diamond's the president, and Pat O'Connell are on those like
Patio.
two head guys.
Love it.
And yeah, we got a pretty solid team. We had a little rough go here and there. We tell ourselves we're the most inconsistent.
So do you guys have trouble filling the team sometimes?
Not really the trouble. Like some kids will have a contest somewhere else or something, and they'll choose to do that. But we'll just have some shockers. You know, you have a guy that's goes out there and it rips it.
Yeah, no, we know it well. It happens. Here's our surfer from the East Coast, Aspen Lawler. She's gonna come in, and she'll be tagging up with Zoe Benedetto, who is an absolute hammer over there. One of
on fire these days.
yeah, she's one of the stronger, maybe the top East Coast girl in her age division.
These days is so on point.
I
they've
agree.
Stepped up the bar like tenfold. Really enjoy watching the women.
Yeah, women's surfing definitely has. I'm not going to say it's changed. Girls have always ripped, but they definitely are putting a lot more time in the water and definitely pushing the performance levels.
Yeah. Looks like it's calming down a little bit.
Yeah, we're on a dropping tide. It's going to go down to a flat tide, 0.0 around 2 o'clock. So the hope is that it doesn't suck out too much energy, and HB is known those big tidal swings. It can kind of do that.
Get a little dumpy.
Yep. So hoping that it kind of remains contestable throughout the day.
She tagged it up. You really hope when you're running back out too that a set doesn't come, because there's so much water turning on that inside, it just pulls you.
Yeah, true story. All right, here we go. This looks like the second surfer, North Central, Talia Swindoll. Wow, she nailed that one. Look at Coach Simpo.
That was an excellent wave right there. Oh, there's her hands. That's going to be a good score right there.
So yeah, Coach Simpo, he knows. Get her in, switch her out. That was a keeper. Cracks it off the top, bangs it again, a little bit late into the lip, and nails that third one. And then strong finish.
Yeah, great finish. Oh wow, that double whammy. That was excellent. There's the hands.
Yep, double whammy. That score will be doubled, go into the score line. So she's going to come in and tag up with Brooks. Wait. Hold on. Talia was the whammy. The order has changed. So she's going to come in and tag. So running out in the water right now is Lisa Bose for the North Central. Yeah, it's still fun. Sun's out. I mean, as long as we don't see whitecaps, I think we're good.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot windier than it is. It actually calmed down from when I paddled out at 6 a.m. and it was a lot windier than it is now.
So Vela, this is her third wave. Critical score here. Bangs it on that oncoming whitewater. She's a gamer too, this one. She competes a lot. So no surprise she was going to beach this one. And there it is.
Talk about a wave that keeps on giving.
Yep. So, I mean, and in these things, obviously length of ride isn't a big deal, but length of ride in these is kind of everything.
Yeah, she was pushing it too. Really pushed the fins on those turns.
Yep. So Vela, she'll come in and tag up Autumn Hayes. Now, Autumn from Santa Cruz Board Riders, she is an absolute hammer as well. And she's been known to throw down massive scores in these events. I mean, her local's Steamer Lane.
Oh, yeah,
she
wants that big right that comes in that set right.
Yep. So here's the replay.
Oh, first turn was real solid. Second turn, wham. I really like that. When she throws the tail again, reform. She's milks it for everything that wave was worth right there. And another.
Yeah, Vela, part of the Buell team, also sponsored by Channel Islands. I mean, she's connected to some great brands.
She got a solid score on that one too.
Great surfer, 14 years old.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's these 12-year-old kids out there that are doing airs these days.
Well, and I'm going to bring this up. I mean, we'll probably talk about stuff like this all day, but the access to the Tom Currens, you know, your club, the access to, you know, Pat O'Connell for these kids, a world championship tour surfer. Like, you know, some people are paying hundreds of dollars to coaches on the beach, but in the board riders, that access is free, you know?
Exactly. You have everyone's chipping in on the coaching.
And it's that connection, you know, of just hometown pride.
South Central.
So here we go. This is your club or your team. Is she on your club? Who is this server?
That's that would be
Sam? Nope, she's San Clemente.
Sibley.
She's San Clemente, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's our team today.
Right. Part of the U.S. Board Riders champions and Week Cup champs. Here's Zoe.
Wow.
Yeah, she's just great form.
The face of the wave looked really smooth too.
Yeah, I think she's Florida. I'm not exactly sure which town, but no, I don't know if it's Daytona or New Smyrna or which one, but she is an absolute shredder. Comes out every year, does all the, you know, the Grom Slams, the U.S. champs, the nationals.
Yeah,
you know,
been seeing her name in the QS spots.
Yep.
A lot too.
The juniors.
Really, yeah, really putting in some work.
So there we go. I mean, this heat is now starting to unfold with the North Central. Wow, the girls in the North Central holding it down out in front. And we're going to see, you know, Zoe drop another one. She's the double whammy. I don't think she whammied that one, did she?
That was an 8.67.
Oh, she did.
I don't think it got whammied. Was she the whammy?
Yeah. Wow. Judges love that one. Told you.
The face of that wave was really smooth. The shape was really good.
Yeah, you
Didn't
watch.
do any going down the line. She was bottom to top.
Yeah. You watch. That name will be in pro surfing very soon. She's just about right there to make that transition. Already competing in QS level events. No doubt she'll be competing this week. So let's see. Right now, North Central out in front with a 19.50 points. South Central region, 12.6. U.S. Board Riders East Coast All-Stars, 10.60. Wow, so she didn't whammy that wave. And then the Northern region just with the 5.7, so.
She's probably thinking she's still got 39 minutes left. She's thinking she has time to maybe pedal back
you
out.
know, I'm really surprised that her coaches didn't pull her in on that one.
Yeah, me too.
So there's our ref, Jim Shubin.
Looks like we have some lines coming in out the back.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, also when the tide goes low, it's might extend that paddle out a little bit. A little more running, a lot more sand.
I was timing some of our kids, and it was taking them, 3-4 minutes
to make it out the
when
back.
The sets were coming through, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there you go. It's a numbers time game. Time's your enemy, time is your friend. A lot of times, the time is your enemy in these.
Yeah, especially if you're the fourth surfer and you're left with 6 minutes and you still have to paddle out.
Well, in the U14s, we saw a couple kids just go out, turn around, ride whitewaters.
Yeah, I think we got lucky. We had 6 minutes, and he ended up getting one right off the bat.
Low.
Yo. All right, here we go. Oh, how's this? This is Sam Clemente. Oh, big hack right there. Plucked a good one. Oh, yeah. Coach Simpa would be calling this one right in. And
That was solid.
yeah.
There he goes.
What are you? All right. Wow, what a wave. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges throw on that one.
Wow. First score's coming in.
So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, so Zoe's wave, that 867, I mean.
Same exact score. 8,
Yeah.
6, 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I thought that wave was a little bigger.
I'm wondering, or did I get that wrong with the Sam Sibley call? No, that's South Central. That's Talia Swindoll, right? No?
That would have been their third surfer.
Oh, this is Lisa. Okay, I'm all over the court. I'm sorry. the
That was
the
solid
order's
surfing.
been swapped out, so Lisa just took it to that thing.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Showed some power. Here it goes.
Yeah, just a bomb too. Yeah, took it off the top. Nice forehand slash. Just beautiful bottom turns, and just really maximizing the speed on this wave. So yeah, Lisa, I don't compete in. I'm gonna guess. I mean, she's in our division. I don't recognize the name.
I don't recognize the name.
We'll
either.
ask Coach Simpo when he comes in.
Yeah. I'm not sure what city. I know that there was a bunch of fill-ins that they had to put in last night for certain region, like from South Bay and Seal Beach. They had a bunch of spots to fill, so you're allowed to take them from other teams to fill them.
Oh, so there you go. She didn't whammy the 867. Did have one good snap in the top. Autumn Hayes now for the North region or the Northern team. She's double whammied that one. So this is going to be interesting to see how these double whammy scores go. We didn't get to see Autumn's wave. Oh, here it is. Backhander. Nice little swoop off the bottom. Cuts back into the power source. Bangs it off the top. Does she get the finish? And yeah, that's it for that one. Be a decent score.
There she goes. She wasn't sure.
Uh-oh. And that was Sam
That was her third wave.
for the South Central.
So no whammy.
Oh, boy.
You gotta whammy it, right? Or you get your last score, but you don't get the whammy.
You're right. Wow. So just at the halfway point in this heat, Gav, right now, the northern region is out to a pretty commanding lead. Although
It's looking like the North Central has 3 surfers surfed.
yeah, there's still some scores to drop maybe, or are
They're
they all
quite
locked
they're-
in?
They're quite a bit ahead.
Oh. So Autumn Haze Wave was a 4.97, which equaled a 9.94. Okay, so scores are in. And, I mean, look at the North Central. Opened up with the 4.5, backed it up with a double whammy 7.5, which turned into 15 points. And their third surfer, Lisa Bowes, dropped the 8.67. Like,
yeah,
they're on firing on all cylinders. Coach
They're way out.
Coach Simpa is a happy man.
Bit of a shocker for the South Central for the whammy situation.
Yeah, and I mean that it comes down to 1, the coaching, 2, the athlete, and 3, the decision making of which one to whammy. So I mean, Sam didn't really have much to her name as far as any of the 3 waves, correct?
Yeah, unfortunately, that was her last wave that she fell on. But it's still early. There's 2 surfers to go. You never know.
Well, I mean, her club, she's coming off a big win, double wins down at the Wheat Cup and the U.S. Championships, the U.S. Board Riders Championships. I believe it was the National Championships. So if you're tuning in, welcome. This is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack's Surfboards. I am Chad Wells. Next to me, Mr. Gavin Hoey. Gavin hails from the Dana Point area and surfs for the Dana Point Club, the DP Surf Club.
Yes, sirree.
And he's going to sit with me for the next 31 minutes and talk women's surfing. And this All-Stars composed of 1 East Coast team and 3 separate West Coast teams. And a big shout out and thank you to the supporters of the West Coast Board Riders and U.S. Board Riders. Jack Surfboards, of course, our presenting sponsor, Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, Caliente Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach, A New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy. If you haven't had one of those, get one in you. They're really good.
I tried one of those just recently.
Yeah, they're
First time.
nice.
They're not bad.
So, yeah, you know what, Gavin? Couple glassy faces, sort of. I mean, it's not super ribbed out like it could be. I think you're right. At sunup, it was a bit gustier.
Yeah, it was gustier, a little morning sickness. It was bigger. It's chopped up. You got a little combo swell, so you got some rights, you got some lefts, a little bit of choices. I like how the wind is held off a little bit. I thought it was going to be white capping.
Well, let me pull up the old Surfline app. Let's see what it says here. For Southside, well, it says it's going to increase at 12 p.m. to 10 miles an hour. Stays at the 10-mile-an-hour mark till 3 and then starts dropping off. So we'll see. I mean, so far so good. Coastal Eddy, wow. How was that snap? This is Brooke Steffens. Just railed that thing.
Yeah, she dropped the hammer, put her foot on that tail block, and really pushed.
So just one quick turn. She's obviously back out there, and she is the 4th surfer for the North Central team with, I mean, look at that, Gavin. How's the handiwork that Coach Simpo did? He's got his 4th surfer in the water with basically 30 minutes left, just under 30. So here we go. Kylie Pulsini, East Coast All-Star. Nailed that one. All right, trying to look. Are the coaches bringing her in? And now red, this is the Northern Division. Ava Hoffman up and out.
That wave just kind of twizzled out on her. I think wave selection right now is going to be really key to some of the sets just kind of fade off, some of them wall up.
You know, and that's it with this combo. It's really like when you're making that quick decision, you just got to make sure that you see more than 2 turns in it, or at least 2, you know, like that one. I mean, that was a great wave. Coming right out, you get the first turn and get the finish.
Like she was looking to see if she should paddle back out or come back in.
So, yeah, that wave only gave her a 2.5, so not enough to really, you know, she can go out there and, you know, try to find it. She's not the double whammy surfer, so just trying to put a good score on the board. And, I mean, you know as well as anybody, every single point in these matters.
Yeah, it doesn't. You could be down by 10 and then up by 20.
In the span of an hour, you're like, wait a minute. Oh! That was epic. We love it.
We had a little go down right there, a little digger.
The thrills and spills.
Yep. We have comedy. She's laughing. See, if she can laugh you can laugh at yourself. You know you have a good time.
For sure.
It seems like the waves that are scoring the highest are the ones with the 3-turn combo. Have all gone excellent.
Yeah, well, anything with that much scoring potential, and
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be a high score. So, yeah, 26 minutes remaining, and, wow, the women have not disappointed. North Central Region, 32-30. That is a great heat. Anything over, 25 is a good heat. Anything in the 30s and above is incredible.
Yeah. Everyone's chasing down the North Central right now on this one.
Yep, and the East Coast, they've made some headway in this one, and now they're on 20.76. North Region, they've kind of climbed their way out of 4th. They're at 19.54, and now it's, I'll tell you what, Gavin, your team, that double whammy error is going to hurt you guys.
Yep. We have 2 surfers, but the whammy is going to hurt us a little bit. Here we go.
So this is the North Region's, I believe this is Ava Hoffman. So, yeah, I imagine her coach will be bringing her in, and they've got Esme Brigham, the last surfer for the North. So she's got to try to stamp some good scores on the board for her team.
I think we got my brother, Jason Hoey, listening live at work.
Oh, nice.
Just told me to tell you what's up.
Yeah, Jay. Jason, you two, the brother combo in the Board Riders platform, we've got second generations, we've got brothers. It's the Board Riders is amazing. Your brother, former pro surfer, as well as you.
Yeah.
It's good to see the old boys putting the jersey back on.
I like to see, my favorite is just seeing the young kids, the 14 and unders. It's incredible how good these kids surf these days. They're really, really putting in work, and these kids are launching ramps 10 feet in the air and landing it. It's amazing. You didn't see that when I was 14.
Well, let's be real. When I started surfing, I just turned 53. It was single fins going into twin fins and then thrusters.
Yeah.
So imagine
you've seen it all.
Imagine the equipment that these kids have at their disposal now. They didn't have to go through all of those plugs to get to such a refined blade that they're learning on now.
Yeah, I think when I was 14, I was riding a 6'1", 18.25 wide, and that was the normal board to ride when you were that size.
And that was like your one board quiver for the year.
Yeah, long, skinny, narrow boards. Now I ride a 5'8".
Yeah, I want to say my first of many single board quivers were 6.3s. And I rode 6.3s, and then I went to 6.1s, and those were like my shorties. Now my daily drivers are 5.10s.
Yeah, my 510 is when the waves get big. Me and my brother went to Hawaii right before COVID, and I think I brought a 6.0, a 510, and a 5.8, and I rode the 510 when it was 12-foot faces.
Which back in the day you'd be on like a 7.2.
When I was 14, I took a 7.2 and a 6.4, broke both of them. My first time to Hawaii.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's you see guys riding a lot smaller boards and a lot bigger surf over there these days.
The equipment, the fins have changed. The quality of the board. You can get a board that can last forever now with the technology that they have.
Yeah, it's crazy how just much design has changed. It's insane, and happy to see these kids benefit from it. They didn't have to do the hard yards like you and me. Here we go. 20 minutes remaining, 22 to be exact. The North Central way out in front. Just like a little under a 12-point lead. 32.30, and then on their heels at a 20.76 is the East Coasters. And I'm going out on a limb. I'm going to say East Coast wins this thing.
Oh. So I was doing numbers before I came in the booth, and they were winning by 4.3 points going into this division. We were in second for the South Central, and now things have changed.
Well, it's in Granite.
Yeah.
Anything can go.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing a random
guess
out there.
I haven't seen the whole lineup for the East Coast for the rest of the day.
I saw Shea Lopez rolling in.
I did. I just talked to him. I hadn't seen him in 20 years.
And I know they've got their coach, C.T. Taylor, also surfing for them.
Oh, yeah, that's solid.
Okay, here we go. East Coaster. This looks like, I'm going to say Rachel, or is this Kylie Polzini? Cracks it off the top. Can she hang on?
She got a lot of time.
A lot of time, kinda.
Yeah. So what surfer is she? The fourth surfer?
I think it's Kylie, but I'm not sure if it's Rachel or not. Let's see. Based on waves ridden. 1, 2, 3, up.
She is their fourth surfer.
So she is the fourth. So this is Rachel Wilson.
Looks like the...
And that was North Central in black. Brooke Steffens.
I see her out here every morning. Surfs really good.
Well, the other thing too, right? Like you've got, in Huntington it's been going strong for a long time, but you've got surf class.
Yeah.
You know, how completely awesome is that? And to put it into perspective, way back in the day, I used to manage this little clothing brand surf team that's called Mindless Reaction. It was a rad little company, local, boys in Huntington, Rudy Centeno kind of founded it, and I had sponsored this kid who was the younger brother of Ashton Goggins, the Stab roving editor at large. His name's Jack. Jack now just had a beautiful little baby, lives up in Ocean Beach, San Francisco. They grew up in the Gulf Coast of Florida, Nokomis, Florida. And he came to stay with me for a week. So I was, at the time, also coaching the Marina High School surf team. So he would come to surf class with me, and we'd surf every day, and then he'd literally come home. We'd surf then, go eat, surf again, come home, whatever. I'd go to work, he'd hang out at my house, whatever, play video games. He'd be out by after dinner every single day. And by day 4, he was fried, crispy, and he was just like, I do not know how you do this every day, because in the Gulf Coast of Florida, you don't get surf every day.
Yeah.
So he was so surfed out. But I mean, it puts it into perspective how fortunate these kids are to be able to wake up and come surf the pier every single day.
Yep.
4 days a week, they're out here with Coach Verdone. And I know you guys have a ton of schools down in Salt Creek.
Dana Hills, we're right across from Salt Creek. Remember when we had surf class when I was a freshman. I remember when I was a freshman, Pat O'Connell was a senior, Casey Curtis, Vinny De La Pena, Matt. The team was, and I remember making the surf team, and I'm like, I'm looking up to these guys like, wow, this is incredible. It's insane. And to be able to have that count as your PE class and not have to go do
weightlifting or general ed or whatever it was.
Wear those little outfits they got to wear and run around.
Oh, I remember.
That's what I love about surfing, dude. You're out there. Luckily I get to surf every single day still. I surf at dawn right out here. I come out here and I work. Me and my brother work together. Like 20 minutes from here in Long Beach, we surf, jump in our cars, drive up to work.
Unreal.
Then on the way home, we get to watch the waves on the way. It's like, I don't think I could ever live away from the beach, unless I was the manager of one of the best wave pools, and I got to surf it every day. That would be the only way.
Well, it'd be the most consistent spot, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, going back to my train of thought of just surf class, all of these kids in these clubs are almost all of them part of their high school and middle school surf teams.
Yeah.
Out here on the West Coast. I don't know if the East Coast has adopted it as heavily as we have, but
that's right. The middle schools have the surf teams too. They didn't have that when I was younger, but a lot of them do now.
Yeah, up the street here, Dwyer's like the feeder system for Huntington. So you get all these great kids that come out of Dwyer into HB, and I know Newport Harbor High's got a team. I don't know who the middle school is there in Newport, but all these kids are growing up in these systems, which is delivering great talent up and down the coast. But going back to your point about being psyched and watching the kids, like, it's just these kids have so much access.
Yeah, I like to see them getting coached down here too. A lot of them have private coaches too. You see Simpo down here with all the kids. Christian Signs, he's got a whole group of kids that he trains down here that, super solid bunch. I train with him on Thursday mornings. And even me, I'm 48 years old. I still like someone to tell me, hey, that doesn't look good. This looks good.
Do this.
Yeah. Hey, I think your board looks too small, even though to me it felt great.
Isn't that surfing as a whole? The first time you see yourself, you're mortified.
Yeah. Just like when you hear your voice on a recording, you're like, I sound like that?
Yeah. True story. All right, here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Gavin's all-star team right here. Wow, how was that hack?
That was a good turn. Short wave, but that was a solid turn.
I think that is Marlo Harris, the fourth surfer. That's beautiful style right there. Great turn. Watch this. Here's the replay. Just right up in the pocket.
That was really nice.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, wave selection is everything. So, the one great turn, one single nice wrap. Wow. She gave her a 6, huh?
Looks like it's averaging in at one judge gave her a 7.
Ooh, and white.
That was White's fourth surfer and Yellow's third.
Oh, that was only the third.
Yeah.
Ouch. So they've got to get somebody in and out really quick. Yeah, beautiful turn. Great style. Getting the rails wet, as we call it. Just wetting the rail right there. And then White had a solid one.
I wonder if she paddled back out after that one-turn wave to get another one. Yeah, it looks like she's still out there.
And now Black. So here's Brooke for the North Central. Oh, is she going to get the finish?
Oh.
Can she find the green water? There it is. This might be Brooke's last. What's it look like? Second or last?
That would be her last wave.
Yep.
She's going to milk that thing all the way to shore.
All right, Coach Simpo getting his girls in and out of the water pretty quickly. How much time do we have remaining?
12 minutes.
12 minutes. So yeah, I mean they're done. So who's feeling the burn right now?
Who's
got the pressure?
South Central, we still have a fourth surfer to surf with, coming up on 11 minutes almost.
Have you ever been the fourth surfer?
I am today. Actually in Newport, I was sent out with 6 minutes, but it was breaking really close, and I ended up getting a wave. Try to manufacture something quick, and then I can't run as fast as these kids are running, and when they're running from the pier all the way to get back over the line, we had one kid that had the 1 minute left in the 14s, and he was running, and it was making me tired just watching him.
So this is yellow. Ooh, ouch.
That was her third wave. She's going to need to come in on that one. Give a little bit of time for the last surfer. You could see it on her face. She looked a little disappointed in that.
Yeah, she's going to have to bring it in. So
she dropped a good score, 6.53 on her second wave, which is
that's
a keeper.
Is that Lisley Kubler? Then if she's the third surfer, then she'll be tagging up Marlo Harris.
Yes.
And here's our north surfer. This is Esme Brigham.
So yeah, it was the whammy that we did miss would have.
Yeah, it would have helped.
It would have helped us. It would put it into third maybe.
Sam is a fantastic surfer, so her dropping anything underneath a 5 is uncharacteristic.
Yeah, we all have those shockers. Oh, this wave keeps on giving.
Yeah, the north region.
Really nice ending turn.
Yeah, Esme just took it to town right there. So, I mean, I'm going to lay my money that Coach Simpo is not going to be topped in this women's division. 32.50 points is going to take it out. And the only way I could see that happening, where are we at with the East Coast?
It's even if they got a 10, it would only better him by 4 points. So Simpo's happy right now.
Yeah, his girls went out and did some good work. He'll be joining me next, actually.
There's Marlo Harris is paddling out right now. She's got about 9.5 minutes. As long as the set doesn't come, when the sets come, I timed it about 3.5 minutes for some of the younger kids to get out. That really takes a toll on the energy. Marlo's been racking up some wins lately in the NSSAs I've seen. She's coached by Lucas Taub, who's helping coach out for our team today.
And currently, outstanding. Black, third place, 32.50. Second place, White East Coast, 26.89. Red is coming up. Trying to close that gap with a 24.97. Yellow even bringing it up to 19.3, so 8 minutes remaining in the third heat of the day. The women's up next. Their men, 50 to 59-year-olds.
Handling a little business right there. This is 8.5 minutes remaining. And I don't think we're going to see much change. Maybe some incremental point scores down here in the bottom 3, but other than that, it looks like good old Brady Simpson's team has done the good work here. All right. Up next, the 50s division. The old boys who are getting long in the tooth, which would be my division, are going to be up next. And you just watch how good these guys are. Okay, let's see. We have a swap. Bear with me while I make the change on the board. We have Lyndon Cabellion, Late Night with Chalky coming in. Place of, if you ever need a good podcast, Late Night with Chalky. I believe they're on maybe Spotify? I'll have to look, but great podcast.
They have some great guys on there. East Coast, where they're representing.
Oh, beautiful. So, yeah, we got all the clubs because it's a mishmash of surfers thrown together. Talk about a super team, by the way, is this East Coast team.
Oh, wow. Let's hear it.
Who, mind you, I said is going to win.
Yeah, I know. I heard you.
So in this women's, Aspen Lawler was from New Jersey. Zoe Benedetto, she's from the Treasure Coast of Florida. Kylie Pulsini's from the Space Coast. And Rachel Wilson, who I believe is in the water now, is from Virginia Beach. So talk about
yeah, the whole entire East Coast represented.
Yeah, that's jambalaya of East Coast surfers right there. So coming up next in the 50s, only going to be 3 surfers. Evan McGee from New Smyrna. John Hubbard will be the whammy from Jacks Beach, Florida. And Bruce Beach from Virginia Beach. So there you go. Oh, that's great. Oh, we have Damian Hobgood surfing in the 40s. Philip
What?
Waters, C.T. Taylor, Shea Lopez. They're all ex-pro surfers, those guys.
Well, I'll be in the water with one of those guys.
And then same thing for the 30s. Tommy O'Brien, Jeremy Johnson, Ryan Briggs, Jake Kirschenbaum. All these guys rip. Look out.
And then they get to their 20s. Cam Richards, Luke Gordon, Noah Schweitzer, Josh Berg.
Yeah, more pro surfers. It's deep. Talent's deep.
It's really, really deep.
Although they're pulling Burke out of Barbados. That's kind of sus.
Yeah.
Oh, too good. Okay, down just to 5 minutes. And if you guys are just tuning in with us, thank you. We're here live on Fuel TV Plus and Fuel TV. And that is around the world. Global home of action sports. And this is the U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack's Surfboards Pro, which will be kicking off tomorrow through Sunday. And I'll be doing that live webcast along with Brett Simpson, who I believe is also surfing in the event.
It's going to be some talent down here all week long.
Yeah. I've heard the piers just been blowing up every day,
Yeah.
people warming up. This event is comprised of 3 all-star teams from the West Coast Board Riders, the North region, the North Central region, and the South Central region. And then, as we said earlier, the East Coast Board Riders is just a mishmash of teams from various places in Florida, Virginia Beach, New Jersey. Yeah. Oh, wait. Do we have any Jersey? We do not have any Jersey. But Jersey was... Oh, sorry. So, yeah, this is just a lot of the Florida teams. Wait. Luke Gordon, South Carolina. There we go. So, yeah. Virginia Beach. It's all happening on the East Coast. Talk about a coast with vast coastline. East Coast is from the bottom panhandle of Florida all the way to Alabama, all the way up to, New Hampshire, Maine, Rhode Island. It's crazy. I mean, hundreds and thousands of miles.
Yeah, I've never got a chance to surf a lot of the East Coast. Oh, here we go. Oh, she kept her off. I don't. Oh, and she went down. She's got 2 minutes to maybe catch an insider. And it takes about a minute to get to the beach.
So yeah, these are the last surfers in this division. Like I said, so just incremental point increases down here in the bottom 3 teams. I'd say unofficially it's Brett Simpson, my team, the North Central region with the win, the East Coast team in second. The North region jumped into third, and the South region, well, Gavin, looks like you and your crew got some work to do.
We are still have a surfer in the water. Here she comes. I didn't see the beginning of this wave, but at least she's going to make it in on time.
She's got 2 minutes, so yeah, she'll wrap it up, and that's going to be a wrap.
Wonder if we can get a replay on that last wave, if it was anything before that. She had only had a 1.4. Oh, I think everyone made it in. Well, with no whammy and only a 1.4 on the last wave, we still had over 20 points. All came on that first wave of Gilcrest was really nice.
Oh, yeah. That was a hammer of a score. All right, that's it. Done and dusted. Looks like the women's division is in the can. Up next, the 50s. Kicking off the 50s for the North region. Well, when we come back, we'll tell you.
Okay, guys, we are ready to come.
On the outside, looking in, I really wasn't sure what I was getting. But you act like gravity, and you are perfect. 'Cause you know what I want, babe. You know everything that gets me going. You know what I want, babe. All the little things that I'm not showing.
Subscribe now to Fuel TV Plus. It's where you catch the very best of Fuel TV on demand. Scan the QR code on your screen and cut 50% off your annual subscription.
I think for me, training, ultimately, it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body. You got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and like as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
Mauricio. Are we live, boys?
Yeah, we are live.
We are live. Hey, check that out. So this is our 50s getting ready to paddle out. These are the elder statesmen of all of these teams and some all-stars. And joining me in the box, two-time U.S. Open champion, United States Olympic coach, and an all-around great human being, Mr. Huntington Beach himself, Mr. Brett Simpson.
Am I on?
You're on
I'm
now.
on now. I got to figure this thing out.
Hey, great women's division.
Dude, we had a good run right there. The first one was a little bit shaky, 15 to 19s, made a few bad calls. Then I made another bad call in the U14s. Petey got a wave at the start, did a big hit. We didn't whammy it. He ended up getting a better score. But you know this situation, when you're dealing with time, is almost more important than a .4. And looking back, he ended up getting a 7, and we made do, but we put everyone else was under pressure after that. There was maybe 15 minutes for two guys, and the wheels, they didn't get a great chance, but they got a couple waves. So we haven't made too many big of errors, but you know, this is the name of the board riders game.
Right. Well, look at Sam Sibley in that last heat. Kind of the same thing, you know. Put it up to fate, and fate didn't deliver, you know. And
yeah,
it's crazy. And she's an amazing surfer.
She was the whammy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're whammy, the mindset of like 3 waves, I think, needs to go out the window, and you kind of just got to be solely confident on. All right, I'm gonna pick. You know, within that 5-10 minutes, I'm gonna pick the next best ride. You almost want to be thinking 6 and not 8. Because the 8s it'll come, but the 6 is like a really good score, and you're not leaving points on the board. So every day is different. When the waves, you're at trestles or wherever you're at, if people are whamming 8s, you feel like, oh, we gotta get 8s, we gotta whammy an 8, and sometimes you can surf your way out of it easy that way. I feel like you got to take the 6s, whammies all day, and I'm learning that. I think we're all kind of learning that.
This is the game of consistency. Wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Simo figured that one out early.
Well, and I don't even think it's like sometimes I don't think it's like egotistical, but it's like you always feel like you can do better, and everyone comes in like feeling like they can do better. But if you make it in under 10 minutes with a 5+ ride, everyone else is like has time to do their thing, and you're averaging 5s or plus. You're going to sit at 25, 30 points, and that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, anything over 25 is a great score.
Yeah.
I mean, 30 is awesome.
I think that's what happened to us at the finale down at Trestles. We started to try to play catch-up for the win, and there was no way we were necessarily going to get there, and we left points on the board, and at the end of the day, you go, oh, we lost by 2.6, and you're like, oh, this, and this, but it's really hard to look at it like that. But you do learn, and you go, hey, if a guy's a whammy and he gets a pretty good score and we think it's 5 or above, let's take that instead of putting all the pressure. Here we go, looking like the North region. Who do we got up right now?
So the North region, that was Ronan Castorino.
Castorino, okay.
And and here's our East Coast team of the different cities.
Okay, I
or
like that.
Different clubs. Sorry.
I saw Damian Hobb get down there. We were having a fun little chat. It's so good to see him. Shay, that division's stacked.
No, I look at from 40s, 30s, and 20s.
Wow.
All of the East Coast. I called them for the W.
Holy
no,
moly.
no offense.
No, that is a really good team. Wow. They go strong from here on out. But there it is, 0.83, just an up and down. He's got 2 more rides. That was Ronan Castorino. Who always tell you? No. This is the
wait.
14th.
Where'd the 50s go?
Okay.
There we go.
Here we go. My bad. That was Greg Venable. Out there in black, we got Lyndon. No, we got Chaz Wickwire out there in black, I'm pretty sure. This is a little bit off. We got Matt Archibald, the Archie, whammying for the South Central Division. And we have Evan McGee for the East Coast. So It's consistent out there, but
how's the 50s
it's
for the South
stacked.
Central?
I know they're making their push right here. They're making their push. Yeah, it's a good. That's a G-Land special. Archie Pato, Jeff Booth, Mike Estrada. Here comes a peek. Anyone in the position. Looks like Chaz holding the deep spot. We were talking about kind of holding that pier bowl right. It's getting lower tide. Here goes Archie. Yellow off the bottom. Hammers it late.
He got that so late.
That could have been. Those are the ones you get the nose of the board to you, and you're like, hopefully I get my hands in front. Looks like he did. He's copped a couple lickings, though. He looks like a little jersey all wrapped around his chest. So 1.2, plenty of time, 58 minutes. There's waves out there, Wellesley, but it isn't as easy. I always feel like these days when it's fairly peaky, like they're the funnest days to surf. The south wind isn't helping a ton, but you can be on each side of the peak and you're just like heads kind of spinning like, where do I go? You know, and you see guys getting waves. You really got to just kind of ride waves into waves. This format makes it a little trickier because you're only taking one score out of your three. No priority today, so White having a look. Might just want to get something on the board.
Well, I was going to say, when you're looking at it.
Hands never left the rail.
Right. From the beach, you see 200 yards of peaks.
Yeah, you got to really narrow it down.
Yeah, when you surf, you've literally got to look at a 25-yard,
That's all you can
stretch.
cover, right?
Exactly.
You can be like, oh, my gosh, look at Tower 3, and then look at the pier, but you can't. You're just in three minds. It just does your head in.
Yeah, no, Huntington Cliffs is a prime example. When you look at the waves off the cliffs, you see, or off the cliff, you see so much surf, but you can only stare at it like, okay, I'm going to paddle out there. What's going on right there?
Yeah, your peripheral gives you like a mile. Your head's just spinning.
It's a sensory overload because you see angles.
Pete, I'm going to go get that one.
wedges.
You get out there, and it's just straight handers.
Oh, it's
So that was, who was that? That was Greg. Got a little two-turner. I don't think he pulled that second one. Get a replay right here. Kind of speed lines over those humps. South wind climbs it. Nice turn right there.
Yeah, he did good there.
That got a little squirrely foam climb finner. Chaz had a sniff right there.
Well, Chaz is part of my club, the Seal Beach Board Riders.
Let's go. I might jump
Fly
ship.
cautiously.
Yeah, you did ride your first waves in Seal.
I did. I sure did. I love Seal Beach.
I think Dane Reynolds might have ridden one of his first
Dane.
waves. So that's our claim to fame.
He did.
And Coach Simo.
Coach Simo. Is he coming down?
And Travis Potter.
Is Simo in this? He is, right? Yeah, his name's in here. I hope he shows up.
Yeah, he's surfing today.
Simo's going to twist town. He might be pissed. I didn't whammy him. Put Burelko. I don't know.
He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Just go out and get his.
I want somebody. He can get a couple waves.
Get a 6 or 7.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Chaz. I mean, I want to say Chaz is 59 this year, 58, 59.
Is he gonna go? Oh, good idea.
And he's improved at surfing.
Yeah, dude, he surfs. It's so cool to see watching him. Like he's always he's improving. He's right. He's always obviously equipment. He's a big time shaper. I think. Here we go. Maybe he wants the backhand.
Oh, let's not voodoo him.
Backhand right here. Bang. Oh, those lefts. He's kind of over by the pier, and those lefts are fakers. They kind of run into the deep water. It's okay.
You know what? He took that wave just to ride it.
Yeah.
For sure.
He just wanted to get to the feet, feel the board. It's a nice turn, 3.5. He gets 2 of those. Throw those 2 hands up.
Right?
Yeah. Yes, now.
So, yeah, the Elder Statesman out in the water now. This is the 50 and up division. Just welcoming Brett Simpson to the box with me. This is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. Brett and I are actually doing the live webcast for the Jax Pro coming up. Are you surfing in the event?
We're in it, baby. I am. I got in. I got in as I was waitlisted for a week. I was like, dude, am I going to get in? I can't even get in the comps anymore. But I didn't do any. I don't really compete, obviously. But last year, I didn't surf any events. And obviously, you got to have points to carry over. And I'm at the bottom of the barrel. But I'm excited. Dude, I surf out here all the time. Here we go. I mean, I like competing at home. It's giving me some. Oh! Hands never left the rail. Still 2 rides left.
Right?
What are they going to deem it?
Wow.
Well, he took the risk on that big left. Like I said, those lefts, if you look, I don't know.
Okay, here's White. Evan McGee.
Up and over the hammer. He went up and over the woods. He kept all the speed, but was a little late to that oncoming right.
Fly
That's a tough
cautiously.
deal. Is that his third? Hopefully it's not his third ride.
Greg's?
Yeah.
I think it's
Greg he's had a couple waves.
Where's the details?
Greg's had a couple waves.
Oh yeah. That was
Yeah, he had the right. He had the right snap. That's his 383.
Okay, so that one they didn't count it because his hands. Well, they shouldn't. His hands never left the rail.
He's done.
Donezo.
0.17.
So you haven't seen it yet. You have the sickest A-Shot commercial on here.
I heard they took care of me. Dude, I'm training. I've been in the gym for this event. I've been in the gym, hitting the ice bath, if anything, in the sauna.
Didn't happen if you don't Instagram it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Dude, what have you been doing? Check my Instagram.
Yeah, I sit in ice baths, do all that stuff.
Just for a video, man.
When you don't have the dad hat on.
Yeah, the daddy daycare.
Or the sports marketing hat on.
True. But I'm actually excited. Like I said, I surf out here a lot, so I just was like, I'm going to enter. Hopefully I can whip up on some groms. If not, laugh it off. Talk with you. We're going to have a fun week.
Oh, it's going to be great.
The waves look something like this, maybe better on a few of the days, so fingers crossed. We're stoked. It's going to be a fun week. Well, the QS event is actually the first event for the 23 qualifiers. So all of our athletes that are going to Australia are already solidified. And then this event will be the jump start. Because I think some of those guys, it looks like, have made their way over there to Snapper to get ready, prep. So not the whole gamut in this event, but, it's still nonetheless. There's going to be some of those, younger kids trying to make some points at the start of we're obviously in the middle of 22, but this event will fall into the 23 season.
Well, one of my club kids from Seal Beach board riders, Nolan, he's making his way to Snapper.
Yep. There's a crew. Levi I saw is there. I think Cade. Who else we got? We got most of them going over. So I think it's a good call. Look, they've worked their butt off to get on that thing, to go over there last second and not be prepared at the wave. Obviously, you got to go surf Snapper for a couple weeks. Not too shabby. Not too shabby of a gig.
Here's our North American qualifiers.
Yeah, so Kay, I'm pretty sure Mike's around town, but I think he's not in this event. Evan's in. Cole, Nolan's gone, Levi's gone, Cade's gone, Cam's gone, Allen's gone. I think Cole might be doing it just to get, contest jersey. Jet. Did Jet get the call up?
I'm not sure.
But yeah, so there's a couple guys that hung around to stay, and there's the beautiful Main Street, Jack Surfboards, thanks to them putting on these events. Such a cool atmosphere down here. You got all the sponsors. The weekend gets super fun. Giveaways for the kids. Yeah, we need these. We need these for the athletes and also just community-wise.
Oh yeah, no. If you come down, and you'll see the probably the drone shot of the event. There's little activations happening with all the brands that support the Jax Pro, and it's just a super fun one. Come down. I don't know who's giving away what, whether it's Quicksilver giving away some koozies and
I'm
frisbees.
sure there'll be some grand prizes, maybe a wetsuit, maybe here and there. You never know. But I think this weekend, usually we get a fun turnout, and the weather looks pretty good. I would, if you have the week available or the weekend, come down, check it out. There's going to be a lot of good surfing. Someone's going to win men and women grand finale, start the 23 season off in the lead.
North American QS Tour, correct?
North American QS, yes.
Yeah.
This is a qualifier 1,000. Then we got right now, we're live. We got board riders. Look at the setup. Cool little setup. Waves, tide went.
It's going flat, 0.0, like 2.
So
It's going to be out there.
It is out there. Here's Archie. Speed lining. Speed float right there. So there's a lot of chop on the face. When you go on these rights, where you usually think you can turn, you almost have to be like a little bit farther out. It just the wind gets under your board. You got chatter coming up. It feels like sometimes it's hard to work your way around it, where if the wind's west, you can kind of go with the wind and make it around the corner.
I'm telling you, the key to Huntington is just when you bottom turn.
Exactly.
It's all about how you release the rail and when you do it.
Yeah.
And when it gets sucky and low, you've got to get out in front of it before you can get up in the lip. And when it's a bit fatter, sometimes you got to fade. And it's such an acquired taste, and it changes throughout that
100%. Yeah, because
tide.
Then you got like the tides, obviously. Yeah, you got high tide is kind of more rolly, slopey. Low tide can get, Huntington can get a little bit dumpy. So, yeah, you got to angles.
Angles.
All about the angle.
Totally. Yeah, you wait too far out. You wait too long off the bottom when it's low, you're late.
Especially south swell when you think, oh, I have time. Then all of a sudden it's jumped up on you and you're climbing it or you're running into it. Yeah, it can be tricky.
Yeah, this tide's going to be interesting. It's going to make it a lot longer run for those
the old dogs.
40s, 30s,
start,
and 20s.
Well, that was part of our decision making in throwing Chaz out there with Whammy and early was he's like, dude, second I got to paddle out there 5 minutes, then who knows. So we're he's anchored up on the pier bowl. You can see him right there in black. That's red behind him. I think that's their second surfer. So.
That's Peter Mell.
Oh, the Condor. This is scary. Scary times to have Pete Mell on your shoulder right there. Chaz looking at him. Well.
He's looking at him going, that's Pete Mell.
That's Pete Mell about to do a couple big swoops.
He's going to get up under me.
And here's second surfer John Hubbard heading out for the East Coast team. Nice little swallowtail. Is that a 20? What do you think he's got? No, it's a quad. It's a quad. I see a couple back fins there.
No, I'm telling you, East Coast guys have everything in the tool bag.
They have it all.
They've got all the wrenches.
He might pop a couple of those out when he gets out there. He might have just popped a couple out throwing his board.
Oh, seriously, you got to have all the wrenches, and they're not so much for the big days. It's the multitude of small surf. You just got to pick your poison, whether it's a log, a mid-length, a fish,
Especially back east, too. You're like, even out here, you get stuck in these ruts of chest, shoulder, waist, chest-high waves.
As you dubbed it last year, 3 to 4 nevermore.
3 to 4 nevermore. But it's, sometimes you got to spark it up and throw in a 20, throw in something. I don't know. I haven't done the single fin Simo deal, but that's more of a style. Learn how to ride the board.
That's a body calm.
Body, exactly.
You got to calm the body.
Yeah.
You need a correlation of legs, arms, head, back.
Well, it looks like Pete chased Chaz out of there.
I was going to say, we share a shaper in Tim Stamps, and
Yes,
he makes
sir.
a phenomenal Kaizen 20.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm still just hanging on to this performance thing, but sometimes I got on the 20s, and I was like, you have to adjust. And I wasn't adjusting.
They're very, again, how you come off the bottom. You drive too hard, you're
going to spin out or
you do weird
boom.
stuff. Pete.
That was a nice turn for the Condor. So he's on that left into the channel bar. Got one nice turn. That's probably the turn of the heat. Should probably be in the 4 range.
I want to say there's moments of nursing.
Yes. Well,
in the turn you can push really hard.
The part that got me is I was riding in OK waves. I was going fast, and I was like, maybe wanted to pin it, and I was kind of losing control. And I was like, dude,
You're going too fast.
Yeah, I was going too fast for these certain sections, but that's why I'm saying you have to adjust, like you said, kind of maybe where you stand on the board, how you turn.
It's a fun wave for 20 is lowers.
Lowers is good, yeah.
It's got good tempo.
Softer.
Yeah, you don't have to come back around too much, so you can kind
What'd they give that? 483.
Oh, they liked it.
Yeah, it's a nice turn in the pocket. Pulled the board back tight. You get a couple of those. That's the part today. It's finding that wave that does allow that. I don't think the lefts are the call. Chaz.
Come on, Chaz.
Baby. Bang. All right. Give him one more. He's getting the speed. Little late there. Come around the corner.
Oh, he's just salmon upstream against the
Bang.
grain on the south.
Throw
wind.
the hands up.
Do
You
it.
got to do it.
Do
You
it.
got to do
Call
it.
Call it. Come on.
Someone help him.
Where's the coaching?
Someone help him. Yes. I mean, even if it's in the 4-5-5 range, like he's been out there for 17 minutes. We got to get moving.
Yeah.
We got to get moving.
Exactly.
We got Linden coming out on a Stampsy Chocalupo.
Late night with Chalky.
Late night with Chalky. If you haven't ever logged on there, you have to. Here's Pete's 483, the Condor. No, this was a split peak soup.
Oh.
Swooping. He likes these little lefts. Oh, the thing trenched out on him. It just disappeared. But that's still 2-turn combo.
Well, Pete, we were reminiscing. I want to say I think I was doing
7 points.
I might have been doing the web or the beach at the event almost 10 years ago. He made the final here at 42 against kids half his age.
Wow.
He was keeping the blade sharp.
North Central. I think we got a little 3-7.
Brady, I got to step out and make a phone
Dude,
call.
I'm here. I got you covered.
The contest director,
Again,
Mr.
there's
Darren.
Brillo.
Yep.
Bring in the Brillo dog. Later, Wellesley. We'll be here all weekend, or week and weekend. Here goes Chocalupo. Huntington Beach native, late night with Chalky making his way out there. Chaz whammies at 3.7. He got lowballed. That wave was just a bit horizontal. I don't know if you saw it, Brillo, but Chaz got a little 3.7 whammy. He had to do it. Time is winding down.
What do we have? 42 minutes, and we're on.
We're on our
the first surfer. Some of the guys?
Second's making his way out. We got Linden, late night with Chalky, making his way out. Pete Mel just dropped a 6.67, didn't whammy it. So, and he's on his final wave. He, the bar is, he sets the bar high for himself, and I think he's gone 2 lefts, which obviously Pete's forehand, could be looking a little double up right. But he probably wants to go right and do a couple big slashes.
Well, I mean, a 6.67 is a pretty solid score. I'd say anything over a 5 to a 6 is safe whammy.
You got a backside.
If you want to say a safe whammy, but leaving it up to your third wave, that gives a chance to maybe if you fall on your third wave, and then that's a mistake right there. But
or somehow you select, like the selection becomes such a big part as like you don't want to close out,
right?
It's like it puts a lot of pressure on you. The pressure, definitely, you feel it. You just at that stage. I always tell the kids and the guys like, look for those 6s, like 5s or 6s, and the 8 will come.
Right.
If you go out there looking for an 8, time runs by, the wave never comes. It just makes life really hard.
And also, it's always good to try to nail your whammy on your first wave.
Yes.
That does take the pressure off. Sometimes you get that first wave and you don't feel like it would be a whammy wave, and then you ride your second, and then those.
It doesn't pan out. Yeah, I agree. That's the same thing. Like, look, if you're the whammy guy, you're not going out there. People go, I get 3 waves, right? It's like, no, you shouldn't even look at it like that. You should focus on that one wave. If it doesn't work out there, then okay, let's make sure number 2, especially with priority, that's time.
Right.
And you know how much time is more, in my eyes, after doing this for a while, time's almost more important.
Right.
If you're coming in with 4s and 5s, that leaves rhythm for everyone else, and we're on a good pace, where if you're sitting out there and 23 minutes goes by, like we had happen multiple times at the championships, and we missed out on a whammy, the wheels start to fall off, and playing catch up in this game, this is not the way to play it.
Yeah, and usually the club that makes the fewer mistakes or doesn't mistake free. Obviously you got to perform, you got to get the scores, but if you don't make those mistakes, you're going to put up the numbers and you're going to be right there in contention to take a win. Your mistakes would be the 5-point deduction at the end, and that's basically
for sure
time issue. You gotta use the clock wisely. Secondly is what we were talking about, the whammy. Leaving it up to the third wave and potentially, falling on that third wave and, maybe getting a 1 or 2 on your score line. Those are simple mistakes that that can cost you. Here we go.
Wow, it's a late takeoff. I think that was his first or second wave, so he's got plenty of time. Took the risk. I don't know if is that the whammy surfer. They don't have a whammy surfer.
Well, it's not
East
listed
Coast.
on our sheet here.
But Johnny
I'm sure there is
Hubbard.
somebody. So yeah, so Pete Mel not whammying that 6.67. Probably in his eyes, you know, he probably felt it wasn't going to be that high. But you know, the judges, you know, they adjust their scale when we go into a new division. You know, as you can see on screen here, the wind's
Surf's
picked up.
getting lower tide, a bit choppier.
It's challenging.
Yeah.
It's harder to surf. They're, you know, the judges are going to adjust their score line. And maybe Pete just didn't feel that was going to be that high of a score, and that's probably the reason why he didn't whammy that. But you know, we'll see what happens here. He still has another wave on the score line that he can get and probably better it.
Yeah. But that's the point of, like, now we're at 37 minutes. That's 23 minutes in. I guess it's feasible, reasonable. There's still time, but you want, in, you know, the best case scenario, the next 5-7 minutes would be right on cue.
Right.
I mean, our last one, the girls did really well, but we were done. We still had like 12 minutes, and our girls were done. But look, we had a 32 point.
Right.
Like that. Usually, when you're coming in early, it's like you did good.
Right.
No stress, no. You know, you're in the high 20s, 30s plus. Like, yeah. I noticed that any time we've ever had people in for, you know, early, it's like we're in the 30 points.
Right.
You know? But that's the way this thing goes. Every little round, every sequence is a little bit different.
Yeah,
but
and the thing is too is there's 7 divisions. You know, there's really 28 scores. You know, combined together with the whammy scores. And you can't let a bad, like if you have a bad go in one of the divisions, you can't let that
ruin the whole deal.
Bring your club down and the morale down.
Think that that happens, and then everyone you tend to you want to catch up. So like, oh, we need 8 whammy, we need an 8-point whammy, or we need this, and it's like then you end up sacrificing points. And the whole scheme, like you said, there's 28 surfers, there's 7 divisions, and there's room to make ground through those rounds rather than trying to do it all on one wave, which will most likely never happen. Even if you got a 10, you got a 20 point, but it's just about not leaving point. Like I felt like at Trestles, we should have had the mindset of, like, let's not beat ourselves. And then San Clemente obviously always gets out to a good jump, and you're trying to play like, oh, and it just got away from us.
Right.
You know, and we clawed back late, but the situation was, I don't know. We left points on the board for sure.
Yeah.
And that's just.
I think everybody did on that
For
on that
sure.
final
Everyone's
day.
playing catch up. Here we go. Condor. Hack. Here it is. He found the little right. He's probably going to better. If he gets an inside here, he's bettering.
Yeah, I didn't see the 667, but this seems like a really good wave.
Wow, he's moving.
He is.
Swivel
keeping that board speed
hips,
up.
huh? That was cool. Put your hands up, brother. There you go. So whammy wave. Peter. Uh-oh. Hubbard's whammy, and it looked like.
Yeah, we didn't. I'm sure we'll catch the replay on White's wave there.
Really.
But Pete, though, he you know, the
Couple
pressure was
hacks.
on him. And I mean, he really loves this club surfing and
Yeah.
this format and just the whole aspect of you know, the community and he's, I mean, look at him, look at this guy. He was at Lowers and he drove back and he drove all the way back here from Santa Cruz. So went back all the way to
I
Santa
know, it's
Cruz
crazy.
and then drove back here just to compete and support.
Yeah.
this.
Archie's still out there. He needs a big score right here. Bang, there it is. Throw those hands up. It's a score. That was his final wave, too.
Yep, and that's another surfer that just really loves this format and
What
the
do you-
community aspect of it. So
7.5, 7.25. What do you get?
All right. So Pete Mel got a 7.33, and you double that up, it's a 14.66. And right there, he improved on that 6.67.
But was it in the scheme of it, like a point? Is it worth it?
The extra
7
time?
minutes, 8 minutes?
Well,
you know what I mean? That's the part where it becomes like it's just an interesting, like we had Petey today get a big hit, got a 6.67, waited probably another 8-10 minutes, ended up getting a 7, but you're bettering it by 0.8 and you sacrifice 10 minutes. I rather have the time. But
well,
that was kind of my fault.
Time is good, but if you do look at the time, there's over 30 minutes.
Yeah,
just hair over 30 minutes.
That leaves
remaining.
two. Is there 2 guys left?
There's
yeah,
two guys left. And then same goes for Archie.
Look at Happy Pat.
Yep.
Twinkle toeing. Watch the stingrays, brother.
So I was just talking to Jeff Booth and Pato before I came in here, and we were kind of eyeing down. There's a little
little
nice,
gully, huh?
There's a nice peak over on the kind of
southern
the south
end.
Yeah, you got your
cleaner.
eyes on that. It's
cleaner,
and it's just kind of inside the buoy, so it's in the competition zone, as you can see the scores there. But Pat was kind of he wanted to use the pier
to paddle out.
A little bit easier.
Yeah.
But it's a lot longer of a run though, because where everyone's sitting or where all the clubs are.
We went back and forth all morning at high tide. At high tide, you can kind of paddle out anywhere.
Right.
Low tide came, and right where this view is, if you're on the left side, the current pulls you south. If you're over by the pier, you're going north.
Right.
And like you said, you have to run all the way over there.
Right.
You spend a minute going that way, another minute or couple minutes going out, where low tide, you can almost just shoot right out the guts here. You get past that whitewash, you're out there.
Right.
It's like a Newquay, England sandbar right now. The thing just keeps going and going.
Well, look how low tide it is right now, and you can skip out there. When
You're
I
there.
Say skip, Pat loves to
happy
skip.
skipper, I know.
And he could have skipped right out to halfway out in the lineup, but
exactly.
But
I do feel too, like being from here, a lot of times the wind swell will focus kind of more to the south peak, and then you have south swell in the water as well, and those peaks are always kind of popping up. So.
All right, good vibes down here.
Everyone's fired up.
Yep, this is the U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack Surfboards. And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Brett Simpson. My name is Darren Brillhart, and we are kind of breaking it down. We're in the fourth division already?
Yep.
So we're in the fourth division, the 50 and up. This morning we started off with the 15 and 19s. We did the Groms, the 14 and under. The women's took the water afterwards, and then now we're about halfway through on this 50 and up. What's left is we have the 40 to 49s, the 30 to 39s, and the 20 to 29s.
Yep. Good stuff. Stacked divisions. The East Coast roster is looking tapped. Look at this. 40s, Damian Hobgood, Philip Water, C.T. Taylor, Shea Lopez.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
That's a solid lineup right there, and it's good to see. That's C.T. Taylor there in the middle. He's coaching the squad.
All right, Lyndon. We need you to catch a wave, brother.
Yeah. So
that's
Lyndon
my
out
coach
there.
coming out of me. Well, there's dolphins around him. Follow the dolphins. Hopefully it's a dolphin. But, yeah, where is he? He wants to go backhand. He's a little bit late. Positioning's so key.
Right.
Find the corner. The guy's just posted up.
Looks like a dolphin right there, just kind of hanging out there.
Here we go. Lindo surfs out here all the time. Just don't be late. Here we go. Whoa, that was beautiful. Beautiful, Lyndon. Here we go. On his way. Bring it in.
That was
good surfing.
That was great. Yeah, that was
That
good
was
surfing.
Linden right there. That's Chocolupo.
Yep.
Looked like Aki.
I mean,
we call him Chalky.
He was cruising into it. He was doing the highline pump, just going, all right, where's the turn?
That's
And then it
sometimes
was,
Linden does that, and
And
I'm
I was like, where is
hack
it?
it.
And then he hacked it, kind of like down carve turn.
Yeah.
And then he squeezed 2 more in there. I think that's going to be a decent score.
777
Their
maybe.
jackpot score.
Is it?
Yeah, it is because, yeah. And then he went in, and where you see those zeros there, that means that the surfer decided to call it and come in and leave, possibly the second or third wave there, and then the judges will just put zeros there to benchmark a score.
It breaks it, yeah. Look at Pops. Pops is coaching for me right now.
Now, how's this run up with
Best
that low
mascot.
tide?
Come on, Chalky. That was so sick. Here we go. Looks like white. We got Bruce Beach. Yeah, Bruce. Oh, a little shampoo. Head and Shoulders sponsoring the day.
Barrel of the day so far? What do you
I'm
think?
giving it to him. All right, now we got Greg. Greg coming out. I think Greg is North LA.
He is.
We were having a fun talk. He's fired up. The format, breaking it down, figuring it out. I think he'll get the gist right there. We're like, look, Linden went out there. He caught 1 wave. Crushed it. Come in. We had a girl in our last heat get a 8-8 or 8-6, and we had 30-something minutes there was only one person. I just brought her in for a second and said, let's hear the score.
Yeah.
And there's no rush.
Yeah.
You're going to go back out. You're just going to waste time.
Yeah.
If it's above an 8, you're done. She gets an 8-6. We bring her in and leaves the brook 30-odd minutes with. She probably could have been even a little more. The boys are fired up.
That's Rick Gannon right there.
Yeah. So.
From the north. So, I see this when a surfer gets a wave and they get their score, and where they haven't got their score yet, and they're coming in to get ready to tag,
yeah.
but they still have a couple of waves left.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good to kind of just wait
Is
for a
it?
sec and listen to your score.
Yeah.
And then if it's the score that maybe the coaches and what you feel comfortable on, and then come in.
Yeah,
Or
'cause-
potentially go back out and try to better that score
And
if
she
you have
was
the
in
time.
this area, too, of the break where it's like, look, you rode it all the way in. Chill. Let's hear it. Wait a minute.
Right.
We're good on time. It's different when you're maybe stressing.
Of
and
course.
like, okay, bring him in. But this was like, hey, we wait, and you got an 8-6. You're probably not going to do better on today. You're going to go back out there, waste 10 minutes, get a 5. You'd be bummed. So we bring her in, gave Brooke a ton of time, almost too much time, for 3 waves. Yeah. So it's cool to see how all these things pan out. So who we got? Pado's out there now, second surfer out there for the North Central, Greg Strugach. Greg Strugach. Brett Jordan for the North, and we got Bruce Beach for East Coast. So here we go. Mike Estrada up next. Newport surfer. Shaper.
Yeah, Estrada, he still rips.
Strada's got a 6 style, yeah.
Incredible shaper.
Yeah.
Shapes a lot of the boards for the local club and team riders. And you got Dave Post right there, and then Grant Collins.
Post, man.
So Post will be coming up in the 40 division. Everyone's getting older.
Here we go, Bruce. Late takeoff. He headbutted the lip this time. He wasn't sure if he's pulling in or kicking out.
That would have been a closeout pull in right there if he would have tried for that. But he just did a little head.
There's the arch, man. Benjamin Button aging backwards. Look at this guy. He's looking ripped.
Yeah. And he still rips, man. He surfs so well.
It was so cool at the one down at Trestles on Friday. He paddled out with like 30 seconds, drops an 8. Dino wasn't even ready. He's like waxing his board, and you were supposed to be kind of out there ready.
Right. Yeah.
But they were on good time, wasn't stressed too hard, but it was pretty funny. Dino's like, what?
You got to be ready.
Dragging. I know. That's why I was like, guys, if the surfer's paddling across, like you're going out. Yeah, there's a chance you could be out there for 10, 15 minutes or plus, and you get a little cold, but you got to be ready.
Yep.
Like, don't be tiptoeing over the rocks, like cutting your feet. Yeah.
Well, just looking at the standings there, here in this division, we got North Region out on top with the 18-4-9. Going into this, though, they were sitting in third, so they're going to make up a little ground here. Still, we haven't seen the last Surfers. And also, looking at the South Central, we still got 3 more Surfers yet hitting the lineup. So Pat needs to be busy right now with 24 minutes, right?
Patman needs to just kind of make it one wave, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, in his mind, hopefully. It's weird. You gotta, I feel like freaking sometimes brains fall out of people's ears. They don't go through strategies and understand the whole, like, gist of kind of, you got to know the moment. You got to know where you guys are sitting, what number of position you're in.
Right.
Hey, we're behind in time. I got to make it quick.
Exactly.
You know, we got 2 more guys after me. So you can't get greedy. You can't get selfish. It really is a team effort. And I think sometimes that can get in the way of not of a good time, but that's the fun part of it.
Right.
And you have to understand, hey, if you get a 3 or 4, sometimes you're sacrificed, but homeboy gets an 8, it looks good.
Right.
You know? Oh, they're splashing.
Yeah, I did. That's the thing is that you don't want to just sit out there and drop anchor and just waste the time.
And especially if you're not whammy. I tell everyone that is like, dude, when you get out there, if you see a wave you think you can get a score on, go quick. Get something on the board. Greg, that would have been a score.
Yeah.
Nice backside vertical.
That was a real good connection with the lip there, but going down, not sure if he had a turn before that, but probably just the one maneuver there.
But it's expectations, and it's expectations on each surfer and knowing what they can do. But like I said, it's knowing the situation.
Right.
You know, it's very important. This is so different than a selfish heat where you go out there, can catch as many waves as you want. You know you get 2 scores. It's just night and day.
And if you
know?
understand
there
it,
he is. Oh.
Yeah, that was a solid.
Fresh off I think he got a little knee recovery, but he knows the situation at hand, and that's just being smart. Really nice turn. Probably going to be in the 5 range. Did his job.
Yeah, and he did it quickly, too. I mean,
yeah.
You know, he spent a few minutes out there searching for that wave, but, you know, you still got to get a wave and perform. And I think the score is coming in now.
There it is. Those are really nice pocket jams.
Yeah, so just really the one turn there. That was incomplete, that second.
High 4, 4, 5,
no,
5.
It comes in at a 5 point, so straight 5.
Straight 5,
well,
yeah, that's fair.
Well, the judges...
figuring it, looking at it, they're doing a replay.
Yeah, it's moving around a little bit. So 5.2 is the actual score that comes in. So it's not too bad.
I mean, nice, great bottom turn, great rail, drove through the whole turn. Who we got? Brett Jordan?
Yeah, that's Brett.
Brady Jordan.
Representing the North.
So he's going to get out of that one. That's their 3rd surfer, so they got some time. What are we sitting on, Brillo?
On the time,
oh, there it is, 21:30.
21. So still time on the clock.
Yeah.
You know, you can get your waves pretty quickly. We do have that 5-point deduction at the end to get down in the box. We haven't seen one yet.
Close.
It was super close.
I was on the shore. Our kid was in pretty good time. Here's Greg.
Right.
Oh, no. So he's on his 3rd wave. He's got to get something. Our guy was on his 3rd wave. He had time. There was about a minute, but the North Region kid, he was like waist deep water with maybe 30, and it was kind of going slow motion, but he had wheels.
Yeah.
He'd had some wheels.
Well, they did a good job at the very end. I mean, they ate up way too much time on the clock, but there was only, I think, 4 minutes left, and 2 surfers still
to go, huh?
To go, right.
Yeah.
And they were able to get, you know, it was just a couple of ones, really.
Yeah, but that's 2 or 3 points. I mean,
without the 5-point deduction.
Yeah.
So that could have been a huge swing there.
There's P. Diddy. Just cruising HB.
Well, so South Central needs to get that 3rd surfer in the lineup, which is Jeff Booth. And
that's trouble.
Get a score.
That's trouble.
Oh, you know, Jeff is He's making his way out there right now. He's probably using the pier to get out.
Greg, don't get sucked into anything. Oh, no.
This might be a pretty good wave
Bang.
here.
Nice, Greg. Wow. That's what we needed, though. Two-banger.
Yep.
We'll take that all day. Take that all day, brother.
So the winning team will be awarded $1,000. So winner take all. The defending champs from last year was the South Central.
Yep.
And
yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and we actually donated that money to a charity.
That's awesome.
And Jack's Jamal over at Jack Surfboards matched that.
That's sick. Those guys, man, this event is so fun. I love the community basis of it, all the sponsors, they, reaching out to, it's just, I don't know. I love it for all reasons. Obviously, it's in our backyard, but it's just a good event. Jax always does an amazing job. We're Surf City, man. It's cool. It's good to have these events back.
Yeah, without a doubt. And so the last score for Greg Strugach was a 5.27.
That's beautiful.
And
did his job.
Yes. So that does put the North Central right now in the lead in this division.
Yep.
That 20.44 point total.
We got out there now. Chris Wells. Wellsy's a hammer. Chrissy Wells, he rips.
Well, another cool thing about this club surfing and everyone gathering is it's kind of almost like a reunion.
For
it's
sure.
Almost like a high school reunion.
Well, it's cool for me, too, is like you get to meet, obviously, some of the new kids from the region, and I get to meet some of the legends that come from those areas, too. It's a lot of fun, I think. And then there's this competitiveness too with it. You want to rip, everyone wants to surf well, everyone's like strategizing, and it keeps guys in the water consistently, and if they're not, they're thinking about it, so Bruce isn't too little bummed right there. He left a little meat on the bone right there at the end, but
yeah,
he got some speed on that wave.
Well, I mean, it happens. You can't always put in good scores.
Yeah. It's a tricky one, man. This thing will do people's heads in, dude. People never want to surf again. They're done. They don't like it's just.
It can be rewarding.
You got it.
And everybody is just like applauding your performance, or you can just eat up the clock and come through with a 1 or a 2.
And I mean, I had it was a funny moment, and it was more internal, but Hoey is really good with this, so into it. Jason Hoey, Huntington Beach Board Riders, but we had an issue where it was he sat out there, he started, and he's usually locked in. Right. 10 minutes, get a score on the board. Here's Boothie. Bang. And he, 23 minutes go by at Trestles, and it's dude, we're waving the red flag. You got to come in. Get away. Got to ride a wave. And he comes in, and he was all bummed. You guys waved the red flag at me.
Right.
And I was like, dude, you know better.
Right.
And he totally, I'm sure he, gets it. Time is so important. We got to get moving and put a 3, a 4. Like I said, if the 6 comes, great. But it was more just that stuff, the pressure, stuff mounts. And I think people don't think about the moving parts that are going on quick.
Right.
And it's not just you get your 3 waves 15 minutes. That's it's pie in the sky. It adjusts, and as we go, you got to adjust and say, hey, Hoey's sole object was to get out there and get that first wave and get a score on the board and set the bar for us. And 23 minutes go by, and it happened to us multiple times. So it's just how it cookie crumbles sometimes. But we were just kind of, I was giving him crap the next day. He said, I paddled out at the pier. It was fun. I'm like, did you catch a wave? He's like, I got to camp out. I got my 5. I'm like, well, dude. No, it's all good fun. And that's what I tell everyone. Everyone's going to have a shocker. I don't care if you have a shocker. It's just you have to use your brain and know wasting 23 minutes is more than a shocker. That's not a surfing shocker. That's just a mental breakdown shocker. So, Yeah.
Oh, it happens to everybody.
It does.
I've seen it happen,
It's-
to the best of the best.
Yeah.
To where they just,
Yeah.
unfortunately, walk
It's just-
away with a 2, just falling on
For sure.
all 3 waves, or just not,
Yeah.
or
waiting,
spending too much time.
Yeah, waiting, and then all of a sudden it's like that just builds pressure.
And then, when the team throws that red flag, because, I think all the teams pretty
We
much
have a red
this
flag
very,
means
very similar.
we
Our
gotta get you in.
Yeah, so we have, when I say we, it's Newport Club.
Yeah.
So, we have our green flag, which is, if they catch a wave, we want them to send them back out. We just
go
show the
back
green,
out,
go
yeah.
back out. We have a yellow flag that, like, hey, you can get a wave, but there's urgency.
Urgent, like get moving.
Get moving.
3 to 5 minutes, no
Yeah,
more.
You don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
You like hurry up.
Yeah.
Get that wave.
Yeah.
But when you see that red flag, and we tell our surfers, look, when that red flag goes up, you might be sitting in the lineup.
And
see
you
that
have to
red flag,
paddle in.
You paddle straight in.
We've
You
had to do it
don't
multiple.
don't catch a wave.
Don't go out or like sit there and go. We don't know. Like that means just ride in.
Paddle, like we're happy with the score that you got.
Save us time.
And we need the time.
Yeah,
and
me
come
and
in.
Deba had some fun ones at Malibu, where we missed an opportunity on a decent whammy. Send the kid back out. Time goes by. We're like, man, we can't waste any more time. We got to bring him in. And we were bringing people in,
right,
from the break, close to priority, and we had to bring him in.
Right.
And it's a decision where you got to make it now or never.
This is Brett Jordan.
That was a nice combo.
That's his best wave, his third and final wave there, and he left his best one yet. So he'll come in, and he's going to tag up to Rick Gannon to close up the north.
Ricky with a shut it down, baby. Chris Wells out there now for North Central. South Central. Boothie's first wave comes in 3.2. So that backside little jammer. Here he is right here. He did get a laugh swooping.
He'll probably bring it in.
Looks like he is, yeah. Milk duds.
Well, we didn't see
the
happened.
start. He probably got a couple swoops. Here we
Yep.
go. Nice little clean face. There it is. Nice swoop.
There we go.
He's going to connect the dots here. So, I don't know. What do you think, Brillo? Somewhere in the 4 range?
Yeah, I'd say that. If we're given the 5 to
Pat's one nice turn. Or what did Gannon get right there? Or Brett?
So, let's see. Let's see what Brett got, and then we can
5.57. Is that right? 5.57.
That is right.
Yeah. So
probably
here
a
we
little
go.
under that.
What we got here? We got Tom Matthews from the East Coast. Nice swoop. He's going to stay with this one. Looks like he's got one of those Mayhem black. What are they called? Those little smaller wave boards. He's got all kinds of designs. Matty B.
I know.
There's a beautiful Main Street. Jack Surfboards right there.
Yep.
One of the top surf shops in the nation, maybe in the world. Yeah, so
I actually got my very first surfboard right here at Jack's.
That's rad.
Yeah, it was a Peter Schroff.
What's up, buddy? Got Mr. Matt Archibald coming in soon.
Yep. So is let's see what the time is. We're at 11 minutes 24 seconds. So time isn't really an issue in this heat because pretty much everyone's on their fourth surfer.
Kind of on time, huh? Is this Wellesley? Wellesley's looking at that one. He's a little inside. So he's got 11 minutes. No waves just yet. Everyone is. We got Mikey Estrada heading out. Tommy Matthews just got his first ride. Rick Gannon, has he got a wave yet?
No, he hasn't. Yeah, we're still waiting for Rick to get a score on the board.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a lot of surfers in the water. There are 4 surfers that haven't had a score on the board yet. So just Tom Matthews with the 4.05.
Okay.
And then still waiting for the opening
Manned
scores
aircraft
for everyone
approaching.
else.
Fly at a safe altitude.
But time is winding down, and it's going to start to be a factor here. So looking forward to next season. We're going to kick things off in October.
I love that. The fall. I was saying we need more events in the fall.
Yeah, the fall's good. So, we have, as far as our venues go, you know, we'll be kicking things off in Santa Cruz to the north at Steamer Lane.
Yep. Always a great venue for a contest, man.
We have this location here for Huntington for that North Central Division.
Yep.
Seaside Reef for the South.
I like that.
And then Churches for that South Central. So those will be the kickoffs. But
here we go, Wellesley. A backhand slash right there. Wrap down. This thing's going into deep water. Maybe he gets reform right here. Oh, yeah.
He's got it.
Look at this thing. Building. Gonna get a big inside. Slashed it. Yeah, Wellesley. Bang, get the finish. Oh, nice job.
Yeah, that's
solid.
A completion right there.
Get back out there. You got time. Get over by the pier. Get a little conveyor belt.
So a little replay here.
Slash right there. Couple little slashes kind of over the flats. Did a good job. Had the right equipment, it looks like, for that, because that can get a little bit tricky if you keep that board speed.
Right.
And right here, nice little patience slice. That's a tough wave to serve.
That was, I mean.
Yeah, he did well for what it was.
So we'll wait.
But look at the awareness, like the awareness there, looking in, like, should I come in? Should I not? Uh-oh. Ricky Gannon. Little slice. Kind of got, that thing just died. He jammed it off the bottom, and it just went flat. That's where that 3/4 bottom turn, try to carry that speed through it.
Well, right from the start of that wave, I mean, on that bottom turn, the wave looked like it was
going
to
go nuts, yeah. Right here. Looked like it had the double up.
And then, boom,
it just went double, like disconnected. Well, Brillo, I might go get ready, get the 40s ready, 30s coming up.
Got it. Yep, I know that we got Chad Wells coming, and I think Archie's going to come.
Archie's coming in, baby.
Aircraft too close.
Thank you guys.
Fly at a safe altitude.
I'll be back.
All right. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Brillo. Right on, Brett. Thank you. Good luck with the team today. I'm pulling for you guys, even though I'm calling the East Coast are going to take it. That's my
That's your prediction?
That's my educated guess based on the names on paper from the 40s through the 20s.
So we're gonna bring Archie in here.
Manned aircraft approaching. Fly at a safe altitude.
So I'm gonna step away, or maybe I'll stay here. Yeah,
Fly
I'm gonna step
cautiously.
away. We'll bring in Archie.
All right, so joining me here today in the box, Mr. Matt Archibald, former World Tour surfer, incredible free surfer all through, the 90s and 2000s. And Matt, I know, how weird is that? Hear yourself talk.
Yeah, it is weird. And breathe. Cool.
Yeah, so how'd you go today?
Well,
I stepped out. I had to take a phone call.
the conditions weren't. They were just rough. It was hard. I think everybody's having a hard time. But I was hoping for that one good wave that I usually get, but it didn't really come through. But when you're on the beach looking at it, you're like, oh, there's one, because you're visualizing what you want to do on every little wave you see.
And it doesn't help you see 200 yards of wedges and angles.
Yeah.
And your sensory overload starts popping. You're like, oh, it's on today.
Yeah, and then you would get out there, and it's like, every time I come here, it's like,
yeah. Welcome to Huntington.
Yeah, I want to surf next to the pier or down the beach. Then someone tells you something different and whatever. You just do what you can when you're out there.
So we're in the back. Wow, this is the pointy end of the 50s. So as you can see on the screen, your team, the South Central, is in the lead with a 28.03. The North right here, Rick Gannon. Let's see where Rick is in the grand scheme of surfers. He's their last surfer.
Yeah, and I think we have who's our guy? Estrada. Yeah, he's our last guy too. He's out there too, I think.
And Mike Estrada, great shaper.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, wow, Bretty's team fell down to the bottom, but you know what? It's tight.
Yeah.
Super tight.
Yeah,
and I want to say it looks like everybody's just almost on their last guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody's they used the time pretty well. I was out there, and I think I used up most of our clock. I think I was out there for like 25 minutes.
Oops.
Yeah, I know. Right? I thought it was going to be mad at me, but I got in there like, it's okay.
Were you the whammy?
Yeah.
See, you got to do that. It's kind of the name of the game. You got to give your whammy guy the luxury of going out and trying to pick the eyes out of it. Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Board riders as a whole for you and your town and you being Matt Archibald and seeing these kids come up, I mean, what do you think what do you think about it?
I think it's really cool. The concept, everything about this is really neat. I like it. I like the vibe that when we're here and surfing in this contest, not a lot of stress. It still has that little contest vibe where you're like, oh God, you know, you
3 waves.
Yeah, you want to do good, of course.
You just lived it.
You don't want to blow it, yeah. But it's. I love how it's. You know, you bring your family down. You
ready for the camera, guys?
Yeah, and the kids, and you know, you see kids running around the beach, and you know, it's not so, you know, stressful. Everybody's laughing, everybody's joking together. There's Mike right there.
Yeah, friendly banter.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, and like in Australia, they've been doing this for a long time, and I'm glad that we caught on, and I think it's taken off, and it's a good vibe all around, and the young kids need to, you know, they can kind of see their elders, and we can help them, they can help us, and
totally,
and yeah, it's fun, all around fun.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm the president for Seal Beach Board Riders, and everything you just said, it's such a connector.
Yeah.
For all of these generations, it's amazing.
And I think that's what we need, and surfing needs. You know, it's been missing. Like the younger kids and the older guys that have been doing it for a long time. There's something missing in between. You know, kind of the respect and their upbringings, and kind of, you know, maybe we can help that.
Yeah. Well, along. And you just touched on it. That doesn't exist in Australia. That gap is the board riders completely. Bypasses that situation where you're right. Before the board riders, it was a big disconnect with generations, and for me in Seal Beach, it kind of stopped breaking. So we didn't have eyes on who all the kids were beneath, like the 20-year-olds.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, and once we formed the club, like all of a sudden, all these kids came out of the woodwork. And we were like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, like, oh, you're from here? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, which is cool now, because when, you know, our Rivermouth is kind of the only game in town, and, you know, when that breaks, we're actually, hey, like, all right, we know these kids.
Yeah.
You know, before I couldn't even tell you, kick water at them.
Yeah. We go home. I am.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, I live here. You're like, come on, don't lie to me.
Yeah, that's really cool, and it's cool because we're at these events, and I haven't seen, you know, it brings us together from people from Santa Cruz to San Diego, like the people I haven't seen in years, you know, and it's, when we first started doing it, I'm like, whoa, I haven't seen you in forever, and you know, we're just a little older looking. We kind of
guys you've traveled with, competed with. I mean, it's you're like, we're doing it again. Here we go. Let's go.
But a little bit, you know, we're more smiles. I see more smiles on the beach and less hair and.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of the best. It's one of the best, funnest events in town because you know, you bring your kids and then they're seeing it, and eventually, you know, they're going to be entrenched in it. And there you go. Looks like unofficially.
Unless they scored Mike's last wave.
I would say you guys might have taken the cake on that one for the 50s.
We'll see.
I'm going to pull it up on my phone on the web. Where's my live feeds? Let's see here. 50 and up, and
commercial break.
The North Region.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Gannon.
Yep. That last wave he got. Wow.
Only by a hair. So we're gonna take a quick break and come back with more Board Riders All-Stars action.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind. California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
I think for me, training, ultimately, it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body, you got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and like as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
We are live, back in the box with me, Mr. Matt Archibald, arguably one of the greatest free surfers of our time. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
So you got the family here?
Well, I just took my I took my daughter out of school to come up with me today. My little partner,
Nice.
little Poppy.
Partner in crime.
Yep, she's my little.
How old is she?
She's 12 years old.
You got her surfing yet?
Yeah,
There you go.
She surfs when she wants to, and she'll let me know when she wants to and when she doesn't. And but she's pretty much a natural. She can just jump on and go, you know. And but I leave it up to her when she wants to and when she doesn't.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
My daughter's the same. She's sprung up on a board before my son, and she's a year younger. And I was just like, really? And then my son was just like, I got to stand up on the board, Dad. I'm like, your sister's a gamer.
Yeah.
It's pretty classic.
Yeah.
So we are at the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by Jack Surfboards Pro, which the WQS event will kick off tomorrow through Sunday. And we have the 40 through 49s in the water. The heat hasn't started. They're on the beach paddle out. In red, we're going to see Pete Muzio kick it off for the North region for the West Coast Board Riders. Black, we're going to see Mike Yount for the West Coast Board Riders North Central region. In yellow for the South Central, Archie's team. For the West Coast Board Riders, Mr. Joe Alani, who's also part of your San Clemente team, isn't he?
Yep.
And is he? Which I'm surprised. I thought
Wait.
it'd be Newport. He's Newport, isn't he?
Yeah, Post is Newport.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for the East Coast, which is a mishmash of surfers, we're going to see Damian Hobgood
This
kick
one's
it off.
stacked right here. Hobgood, Shea, this
Yeah.
guy CT Taylor. Wow, this.
Yeah, Philip Waters,
Philip
ex-pro
Waters.
surfer.
Yeah,
CT Taylor, ex-pro surfer, now shaper, now coach of this team. And Shea Lopez,
Yeah.
former World Tour surfer. So, I mean, you've got, 2 World Tour surfers and 2 gnarly ex-East Coast pro. Like this,
Yeah.
forget about it. I'm calling the East Coast on the win.
You are?
I called it like 3 heats ago. I bet these guys take it.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty be hard to beat. But you never know.
So conditions today, I'd say, it was 3 to 5 feet earlier. It's kind of whittled itself down to more of a, 2 to 4 feet with this low tide that's going out till 2 o'clock. It's a flat 0.0.
Yeah.
It's going to be out there.
Yeah, it's just getting harder and harder, but it's all right. I mean, at least there's swell, Could be worse.
Yes. And if you're tuning in, thank you for watching on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus. And these teams are comprised of 3 West Coast board riders, all-star teams, and 1 East Coast team. So it's, this is the cream of the crop here. These are everybody's club picks. And Don Meek, the chairman of the board for the U.S. Board Riders, was with me this morning, Matt, and he said 8 teams have joined in the last 24 hours.
18, really?
So I believe he may have said Half Moon Bay wants in on the party. Maine. I didn't get all the names, but it was just like crazy.
Wow. Yeah, it's taken off. I think the contest we had at Lowers, the Wheat Cup and the national one on Friday, Saturday was maybe I think it went really well. I don't know what you think, but
oh yeah,
I think it went really well, and I think it's just kind of getting a lot of exposure, and I think it's just people are kind of going, "Wow, I went in on this." I went in on this fun.
Well, congratulations, your team won 2
Yeah.
back-to-back winners, Wheat Cup and U.S. National Final.
Mm-hmm.
So San Clemente took out 2 wins in a span of 3 days, which you guys are surfing Lowers. That's kind of like one of your local spots there in San Clemente.
Yeah, it is.
So I know you guys know every wrinkle that comes across those cobblestones.
Yeah, that's right. We better.
But you're right.
Close enough.
It was such a good event, and I think that the platform and the civic duty that us surfers have to our cities and our zones, the love for your town, kind of comes out, and they're super fun. They're competitive, friendly competitive, and super fun.
Yeah. But so I think, that exposure, I think that's when we were saying about more teams have joined, they're probably going, what? Are they going to have that every year? I want to go to surf the championships there.
Yeah.
Right.
Or just get in the mix in the regions,
Yeah.
Why not? We're all here in beach towns, and, it's kind of like a reunion, like you said. Every event, you get to see crew that you don't see all the time.
Yeah, and any excuse to surf more,
And that.
When you get older, you got to get, I got to go do this. Surf contest.
And there is that. That's like the guaranteed hall pass.
Yeah. So that's always great.
So also a huge thank you to Jack Surfboards for putting on this event and hosting us. Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, who's been with the West Coast Board Riders since day one, Caliente, Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach, a New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy, who Brett Simpson, if you saw on the screen, A-Shock's got one of the best Bretty Simpson commercials going right now. Mr. HP himself. So here we go, Brillo delivering the hot off the press news. It looks like this. The North Central in the lead over the East Coast by roughly under a point.
Whoa.
Or a point and some change. So this is tight, 106.46 to 105.64. The North region, 90.71 points. And South Central.
Jeez, we're in last.
Team Yellow, what happened?
I don't know, man.
88.47.
We better
wake up. It's going to be a battle here.
We need some coffee and get some coffee.
Well, but hey, to your credit, again, you guys have a pretty good, solid run of names in this back draw. You got Patty G.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, Eli Vizole, Victor Doan. Like, these are all hammer names from all these clubs. Brad Ettinger, Chris Manser.
What is this? 30 to 39. Okay, and then let me see what the rest is. I gotta look at this stuff.
Schultz, Gunter, Booth, Lucas. I think Lucas is doing some coaching duties. Great surfer from Dana Point.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we got a good strong.
Yeah, so it's going to be a battle.
It is.
But you do have some ground to make up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's all right. We need a challenge. Just kidding.
All right, here we go. The heat is on. This looks like Chuckalupo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just talking to him.
This is Chucky Regano. So Chucky kicking it off for the North Central team.
Fellow ball guy.
Got to cover that dome.
We were just talking about that. He was just standing over here, and we were just talking about what kind of sunscreen you use. We don't.
Oh, Chaz Wickwire signed on to a Simba surf helmet.
Oh.
He was like, it covers my head, it covers my ears, and I surf. I mean, he surfs once or twice a day. He's like,
wow.
He's like, the money I paid for this, I'm saving money in sunscreen.
Yeah, that's true. I can't get myself to do that, but that's a good idea.
He's just like, it's just easy. Snap it on. I forget it's on. It's all happening.
Yeah, that works.
And I'm like, hey, and if your board happens to hit you in the head, then you're doing pretty good, Chaz.
Yeah, you're out of the game. You'll stay in the water.
Yeah, but I mean, just in that one aspect of just protection, he's like, this thing just does it all.
Yeah, it protects you all around the whole board there.
Yeah, wind, sun, you name it.
The board, the wind, the sun.
Yeah.
And whatever else that someone throws at you.
Little accident prevention. But, yeah, there you go. I mean,
you get on your bike and then ride home with your helmet on, too.
There's workarounds.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
But, so there we go. 5.5 for the surfer from the North region, Pete Muzio, the People's Champ. And Chucky Regano with a 3.67.
Wow.
So, yeah, this heat's just kicking off. I mean, it's kind of warmed up a little bit. And usually when we get south wind mornings, if it heats up and gets nice and hot,
who's this?
Then we get a chance for it to glass off.
That looks pretty good. Oh, what?
That looks like Pete Muzio.
Wow, that guy's killing it. Wow, that was a good little wave.
Oh, Pete rips.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara board riders.
Okay.
So the fact he even went left is a miracle.
I was just going to say, he go left? Just kidding. Tom Kern? He was down there for the lowers contest, right?
Yeah, Tom is on the Santa Barbara board riders.
Yeah, he was there Thursday, I guess. I didn't know he was going to be there. I would have went down there just to watch him on Thursday.
I mean, and that is the beauty of these board riders clubs. So the Space Coast Board Riders won the Florida Cup just like a month ago.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, wow, when Kelly retires, he'll be surfing for the 50s.
Yeah, right? I know.
I'm like, look out.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Damian Hobgood, bang, right there.
What?
Damo.
Yeah.
Kicking it off. He's the double whammy for the
did.
East Coast team.
He didn't whammy that one. He wants more.
Yeah, he's got more in the tank.
Jeez, he's got a thick suit on. He's ready.
How cold's the water? Is it still in the 50s?
Yeah, it's probably 58, 59, probably. Not like the other day. Saturday was 53. I haven't even heard it get that cold in Southern California.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, that's freezing. I mean, it's cold, and like, I can't be. I jumped in and what? And then I heard somebody say they saw the actual numbers, and it was 53.
So the day was cold here. I'd talked to Bud Freitas up in Santa Cruz, and he jumped in the water, and he said it was 48.
That's another level.
That's a whole new realm of cold.
Oh my God, that's just too much for me. It's like the East Coast or something.
What? So they like Damo's wave 683. Didn't whammy it. That was a keeper, kind of.
Who's this?
All right, Regano. He's a local boy here in
Chucky
Huntington.
again. Yeah. Oh, that was a good one.
Nickname's Chuckalupo.
Really? Nice. God, he's got the local knowledge for sure.
Yeah, he
knows.
knows.
Two.
He
I
knows.
Couldn't get one in 20 minutes. Jeez.
Happens.
He's coming in.
That sounds like my free surfs out here.
You know, especially all the people. I didn't have all the crowd either, and I was like, still couldn't get away. That's all right.
All right, Chucky's coming in. He is going to tag it up with Sean Burrell, and Sean hails from the South Bay Board Riders Club.
Oh, here we go. Yellow. Oh, never mind. We won't mention that one. Kick out.
Come on, Joe.
So warm up. See, you guys are doing good. Looks like it almost smoothed out a little bit.
Yeah, either that or it's
the camera.
It's the sun.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I think the wind it said it was going to do like weird coastal eddies, so there'd be moments where it sits down and then puffs.
Okay.
So we've kind of seen that happen already, but it's calmed down from the early morning where I guess it was super, super ribbed out.
Yeah.
So the high today is 68 is what I saw on my phone, which tells me everything. It's a smartphone. Yeah. And
it knows.
It knows everything. Just type it in.
Yeah, before you even know it.
And
this guy's got a sick one.
Museo's gnarly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, if it goes into the 70s, I bet the south wind dies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bet you're right.
Happens. Does that a lot up here in Huntington.
Really?
So Pete, all right, he's going to wrap it up. He's going to tag.
He just got three waves?
He got 3. He did that backside air and didn't ride
So
out of it, but the
quick.
2 rides were good.
He did that in
7 minutes.
Oh, my God. What the heck?
40s.
Jeez. I mean,
So
the waves have gotten it's getting better. It's a no-brainer. You can just see it compared to an hour ago.
Yeah, an hour ago went through a weird doldrum.
Hey, does everybody on the Santa Barbara surf team get an Al Merritt?
I don't know about everybody.
Seems like he'd
I'd say the majority is a safe bet.
Yeah. Ooh, look at this. Yeah, Joe.
That is a wave ridden to save time.
Yeah.
I know those well.
Yeah.
They're going to send him back out.
Yep.
All right. Still got time. He's done handiwork, 2 waves.
Just get one more good one. He's got plenty of time. He hasn't even been out there 10 minutes.
So that was only a 3-3. So, I mean, Joe's got far more in the tank. Joe Alani.
They already scored him a 3-3 on that?
Yeah. Incredible surfer. So let's see if Joe can. He's got the pressure on him now.
Oh, now it's a 4. Oh, that's because they judged it 2?
There you go. So now it's a 4.
Okay.
Maybe nobody had finished typing.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's a 4. I was going to say, like, anything over a 4 or 5 is kind of a keeper.
Yeah.
I mean, where you guys are at, you need 5s and 6s.
Or more.
Or more.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be leaving 2s and 3s on the board.
Uh-oh.
Hobgood.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Wrap.
Whoa.
Finish.
Swap it.
Is he gonna whammy this one?
He can't whammy.
He's looking. He's gonna watch.
He's gonna do it. Don't do it. Oh,
and there it is.
He did. Look at him. He doesn't want to claim it. It's so hard sometimes. You know?
Well, he was like, "Oh, the first one was better."
Yeah.
And then, well, you guys are gonna call it on that one. And I mean, there only 8 minutes as a lap, so you had plenty of time.
You get 3 and you whammy your best one, but if you whammy your first one, that's the only thing that sucks, and you had to come in.
But how many times have you seen? I mean, even your club where the whammy falls short.
Yeah, I know.
And those are brutal.
Yeah.
I've done that.
I know. You know that.
I've worn that hat.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Well,
Boom. Solid finish.
Yeah. That was good.
Former World Championship Tour surfer right here, Damien Hobgood.
He's laughing.
All right. He's like, come on, yes.
I love the smile. See, told you. Brings smiles out.
So now, where are the judges going to go with that one?
Oh, is that where it's at?
Nah, that's still on the last heat. So.
What is he? Oh, he's white. Yeah, that's right.
Let's see. Here it goes. East Coast. First surfer. Would they throw that one? A 7.
Whoa.
What is that?
Won't say it up there. Where?
727. Damien Hobgood.
Oh, right here. That's it up there.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
And then it's doubled.
Jeez. Oh, yeah. 14.54. Wow. They really liked that one.
Yeah, they loved it.
I thought his first wave was better, but hey, I'm not a judge.
No, me neither, fortunately.
I don't want that. No way.
Need welding goggles after 2 o'clock just to look into the horizon.
You can't look away, right?
Yeah.
Well, now they have replay. I guess you can. Wait, I missed that. Rewind.
Which helps.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, Damo, big score. U.S. board riders, I'm telling you, I've felt this one.
Oh, here we go. Joe.
Alani's 3rd.
Come on, buddy. Roundhouse. Uh-oh.
He chose the right. This thing's got
Here
more wrinkles and ribs than the Rib Factory.
There you go. That's better than a 4. That's just hard. It's hard. I think the lefts have a little bit better.
Yeah, it's got more wrap.
Yeah.
Kind of comes at you, and that's that wind swell.
And then the right's a little bit more out there because I can see. I did the same thing where it's, ooh, you dig, on the chop. Ooh, right there. All of a sudden just disappeared. But he made the best of it, that's for sure. Wham! Hit it with the little backwash.
Well, he's coming in. I mean, that's his best, so.
Yeah.
Good call for Joe.
There are 30.
I'm going to go like 5.8.
You get a 5.10, 5.10.
5.1.
Oh, I think. That was his 3rd wave, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh.
They
Oh
throwing
no,
it down
maybe
here?
I'm in the wrong one. It's down here. Oh, 5.40. Is that it? Where am I? I'm lost.
It's not scrolling
Oh,
for us.
Hold on. Wait. Yeah, why don't we have that?
Yeah, I don't know. It won't scroll for us.
Technical difficulties, please.
Yeah, it's all
We
happening.
need help.
Here we go. South Central, Joe Alani. Oh, it said, was he the whammy?
No. The whammy's post.
Because they've doubled that.
They did?
It says
What the-
12 too.
What? Oh.
Wait, no. I'm in the
5.40.
50s. I'm in the wrong division.
5.40.
There you go, 5'4". I said 5'8".
Yeah.
Yeah, it's close.
You should be judged.
Used to. Did a couple years on the domestic tour back when it was the ASP.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Stared at the horizon many events. Sometimes I think I know what I'm doing.
I got to see some good surfing there.
Yes, fun stuff.
Don't miss a thing.
I don't mind watching surfing.
No. Oh, who's this?
Okay, who's this? Sean Burrell.
Whoa.
South Central.
Oh, this is sick. Well, that's a good little right. Oh, bummer.
Didn't get there. Representing the South Bay Board Riders Club. And those guys, let me tell you, those guys have a program there. They've got
Really?
a whole, they're pulling from like 5 cities for one. 'Cause
Really?
They've got Torrance,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Manhattan, Hermosa. Then you've got weird little offshoots, Holly Glen. Like,
whoa.
It's crazy. So they've got this massive populace for that tiny little stretch. I mean, the South Bay is just however
Yeah.
long. I mean, it's from like Burnout all the way to, El Porto.
Yeah, that would be hard. I mean, how many surfers do they have to choose from? Everybody needs it.
But on the flip side, at Malibu in our last event, we beat the Seal Beach. Beat them. We got 3rd. They got 4th, and they had trouble filled. A lot of good charitable stuff along with fundraising, and they've got a really, really strong program. Hats off to the South Bay Board Riders.
Good for you.
Even though I give them a hard time because they have so many cities they get to pull from. but-
Yeah. Oh, who's healthy this week?
I'm like, Seal Beach is like this big.
All right.
So North Region, Sean Burrell's opener of 5.8. Judges liked it.
Wait, what?
Is this an updated?
Yeah. 95, 98.
No, it's not so bad.
Hey,
then.
we're not in last anymore. We're in 3rd, I think.
What was that one? Is it incorrect?
So we are in.
We had some champagne numbers on that first one.
3rd now. We got this.
Oh, it's tight.
Way
Look at these
closer.
scores.
Yeah.
So on the updated, which Darren just dropped,
that's way better.
out in front is North Central, 98.97.
No.
East Coast,
Oh, yeah.
98.32. In 3rd is South Central, your team, 95.97 over the North Region, 95.23.
Yeah.
So we're
What's this?
talking.
Oh, look, there's Post.
It's just, it's.
Oh, what? Oh, no.
It's a
Sorry,
matchstick
sound
of a difference with all these scores.
Yeah.
So maybe my my hedge on the East Coast is might not come true.
Well, we don't. You got a long ways to go.
Still some event left.
Yep. Here's the replay. Bam. Dave Post.
Posty.
That would have been a good one. It just kind of, the wave just kind of petered out right there. So. Oh, who's this?
Philip Waters.
Philip Waters. How's
East
that
Coast.
name? That's a good name.
And his son is competing as well.
Oh, yeah?
2 generations.
All right, that's good.
So, yeah, Philip was a kind of a Sebastian Inlet Zone guy. Rips. Absolutely rips.
Oh, what's his son's name?
I'd have to.
Dillo Grom?
I think so, yeah.
I think I met him.
I'd have to dig into the
that's all right.
draw here. He's not in the 30s and 40s, that's for sure. Cash Waters.
Cash, okay.
So, yeah, great to see just the father-son combos,
Yeah, that's
brothers
really
and sisters. Pete and his son do these events. Like Pete Mel, I'm talking about.
Yep.
Just super, super, it's healthy.
Yeah, it is.
Healthy competition.
Yep.
The Little League parents get left at home.
Yeah, hockey dads and everybody yelling. Oh, man, that's gnarly.
Yeah, definitely. So let me ask you a question. Do you still get royalties off of Point Break?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they're not very big, but it's just funny that I still get them.
That's great. Somebody plays it and check shows up.
Yeah, it's on all the time. And it's like a cult kind of movie. I mean, they have
the lines in it are
they're funny.
They're priceless.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it was fun. It's a fun experience. Definitely.
And who knew it would be such I can't even describe the word I'm looking for is escaping me, but a cultural kind of type of movie.
Yeah, it's people have parties, like Point Break parties and stuff. I actually went and talked at one time, and they asked me to come and just do a Q&A, you know, and it was fun. But it was like they really love that movie.
Yeah, they geek out on it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Hey, surfing's great. I feel bad for Derek Dorner. He had to go over the falls.
Yeah, that was gnarly. I watched it. They asked me to do that, and I'm like, no way. If I'm going to charge the bay at like 25, 30 feet, I'm going to make it. I'm going to try to, but I'm not going to eat it on purpose.
Yeah, right.
I don't think I could do that. I'm going to make it, but I'm just going to fall.
An intentional donut on a 20-footer at Waimea?
No way. I watched him. He blew his eardrum out, too. That sucked. But, he got paid, and he's alive.
Well, he's the guy to do it.
Yeah.
Double D. I'm sure he eats bricks for breakfast and chases them down with a couple nails.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, East Coasters out front by 10 points. How's that? So out to a commanding lead, 20.01 points is the East Coast All-Stars. In second at 10.90 points, the North Central. That's my club, or my team. In third, Mr. Matt Archibald's club, South Central region. They're right on the heels, 9.4, and then the North region, 7.76. So that's how it stands right now with 40 and a half minutes remaining. It's kind of crazy, hour-long heats.
Yeah, they are. But, when you're the guy out in the water waiting for a wave, it doesn't seem like it's that long.
Oh, it goes like
that.
Blink of an eye.
God.
It's crazy.
I think it's just smoothed out so much except for right here.
I think it's just the drone shot.
Really?
Yeah, it's anything from above with chop it flattens it.
Yeah, okay.
So it looks easier than it probably rides.
Yeah.
How's that rip?
I know, that's a gnarly rip right there. Opa.
So yeah, the conditions look good for the whole week for the QS event. Brett was touching on that it kicks off the beginning of the 2023 season for the North American WSL region.
Huh.
So I was like, well, okay. And I think you've got guys on your club that are already off and running to go to Snapper for the Challenger Series.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Cole Hauschman, Cade Madsen. I'd have to pull it up and look, but yeah, it's that event's going to kick off pretty soon.
What about Crosby? Is he on that one too?
I don't know if Crosby made the cut. Or I'll
really?
dig it up and look. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. Yeah, I was just looking. I have to find it, but it listed everybody. A kid from my club made it. Nolan Raposa.
It is. That's what is it? The QS
Challenger Series.
Well, I don't know what that means.
So the QS events are kind of the low-level stars. The Challenger Series are the bigger ones.
Okay.
You might get a CT guy or two.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
So
and what do you have to do to qualify to get on that one?
Just finishing high in your region.
Oh, okay.
So out of all the competitors in the North American region, Michael Dunphy, amazing surfer from Virginia Beach.
Whoa.
Now, for the most part, residing in New Smyrna. He surfs for the New Smyrna Board Riders Club. Won the North American series. Philip Waters got himself a dinger, huh?
Yeah, that was a good wave.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Too bad he didn't get the reform. It's all right. I think the better reform by the pier, maybe. I don't even know where he's at, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, the reform might just go bye-bye with this dropping tide.
There's post. Come on. Oh, no. That was like one of my waves.
The postman didn't get to ring twice on that one.
The postman didn't deliver on that.
He'd be.
That's all right. He's got one more.
Yeah, I was gonna
and he's
say.
a double whammy guy. Oh boy.
He'd be fishing out another one.
Yeah. We better get it on the express mail.
Man, I'm just digging. I'm digging.
The postman.
I went down the rabbit hole on Instagram here.
Uh-oh. Well, I better check in with you in about a day or two.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Michael Dunphy
got a
took
runner.
out the title. Kei Kobayashi, another one of your, your guys on
Who
your
took
club.
the title?
Mike Dunphy won the North American qualifiers.
Oh, wow.
These are all the guys that made it. So Cole Hauschman, he'd be in transit. Cade Madsen also.
Nice, Cade.
And then I think Jet's just outside the cut line. So he finished 10th.
So he didn't make it.
Yeah.
We might as well go just because he's close.
Maybe. Hopefully he got the call up.
Yeah.
Love to see those kids do
Here
good.
goes Post.
Oh, look how good it looks. You're right.
Dude,
it does look good.
It does. It looks smoother.
Looks cuppy, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Do you have to dig
I
out?
have to dig. I have to get back to some responsibilities.
Go put the dad hat on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Matt Archibald, for joining me in the box here for this to call the end of the 50s and the 40 to 49s. And look forward to doing battle with you guys at some stage, even though I think we're in a different region.
Yeah,
we're north central, Huntington to South Bay.
You guys got some good waves up there where you're at.
Yeah, it gets fun. This winter was atrocious.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. La Nina's not friendly to North Orange County.
Okay.
It's pretty rough. And
Come
we
down.
have a beach that kind of stopped breaking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a a sand thing where there's so much sand on the beach and it's so steep that it looks like
They're dredging?
No, they're not dredging, but the way they push the sand out, the beach is really steep, so it either has to be real short period or over like 5 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, so lately spring is our new winter because all of a sudden we've had surfable days, so it's been kind of nice.
Well, that is. Yeah, come on, Post.
You guys don't get that at
you gotta
Trestles.
you got to come down and surf our neck of the woods. Yeah, and get some. We always have something to surf, But
true, very true.
There's so many little spots.
South County, San Diego, reveled this winter.
God, it was pumping. Seen Black some days were just so good.
Not necessarily big, but consistent and a lot of the same size, but just a lot of it.
Yeah, there was a lot. Look at this. Okay, here we got.
All right, on the forehand, the North Region, Jeremy Ryan.
Jeremy.
Ventura Board Riders.
That has got a good one.
This guy smashes it.
Yeah, he does. That was a good wave. Is he the whammy dude?
Indeed he is, and he's going to go out and get another one.
He's like, that's nothing.
That was the warm-up.
Yeah, I was warming this up. Wait till my next one. I hope I didn't jinx him.
Got 34 minutes remaining.
Right here. Schwab.
So Jeremy, he runs a high-performance surf camp.
Oh, he does? Okay.
So he's good at practicing what he preaches.
Yeah. Better.
Calls it SPF.
Oh, yeah?
I'll tell you what it means.
Okay, I was going to say. Should I know what that means?
I know.
I think that's sunscreen, right? The SPF?
Pretty sure it's SPF. I know this because I follow him. SPF Surf School. Surf Progression Factor.
Okay. Got it.
Yep. The motto, speed, power, and flow. And I'd say he's exuding that in his surfing right now.
Yep.
And I would say, Jeremy, he was my co-commentator last year at the Jacks Pro. He'll be surfing the event undoubtedly tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And he's always good to hammer out a few rounds.
It looks like he should be.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp. Judges liked it. 693.
Yep. Who's this?
All right, the East Coaster. So this is C.T. Taylor.
Oh, he just kicked out of that thing.
C.T.'s the head coach for this team.
Okay.
Also an accomplished shaper. So he's riding his own stuff.
All right, I got to dig out. It was good. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
right.
Matt Archibald.
All
Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll see you next time.
Yep.
See ya.
Go put the dad hat on.
That's right.
All right, so 33 minutes remaining, and right now it is the East Coasters with a 10-point lead, 10 and change.
Fly cautiously.
With the Northern Region, you got a little ground to make up, 13.26 points in second. The North Central region, 10.90 points in third, and in fourth, the South Central. That was Archie's team. They've got the shovel out. They've got to do some digging. And woof, look at this. Dave Post, Newport Board Riders here for the South Central team. And that's a whammy. So Dave's going to come in, and he will be tagging in Movon DeWall, who will be the third surfer for the South Central. All right, Jeremy Ryan. Zah! Nice snap, little slide right there for Jeremy. Not the biggest wave, but definitely taking it to it. And that is the double whammy. Ah, all right, well, I love it when I get people visiting me. What's up, brother? And joining me here in the tent today, Mr. Mike Estrada.
What's up, brother?
Estrats, how are you? You just got out of the water, huh?
Yeah, if I'm breathing a little hard, I apologize. That's a workout, dude.
That's a lot of sand. It's going out to a negative, like a 0.0 flat low.
Yeah.
And their surf.
Dude, it's so rippable.
Oh, look at this. Burrell. Wow. So, yeah, Mike Estrada represents, or he surfs for the Newport Board Riders Club. Just represented the South Central team. And that was Sean Burrell with the double whammy. That was a well-ridden wave.
Yeah, that was epic.
And he just surfed the 50s division.
Old guys.
Old guys
drool.
The elder
rule.
The elder statesman, let's call it.
Okay.
I'm in that division.
Yeah, you are. You're still ripping.
I'm in denial. How did we get here so fast?
Oh, in the blink of an eye, right?
Oh, here's the replay. Look at Posty.
Yeah, Davey. Postman.
And on a right, so he got kind of the combo wedge.
Yep. Whack. The lefts are so fun.
And then Jeremy Ryan
He
from the
kills
North
it.
region. Sharp.
Yeah.
Very sharp. Great surfer,
really
Jeremy
like
Ryan.
his surfing.
So it's going to be interesting where the judges go with these scores. Post nailed one. Jeremy Ryan nailed one.
I got to find my live
And then
feeds.
Burrell nailed one.
Bam.
I'll tell you what, when these guys turn 50, we're not going to have spots anymore.
I'm retiring.
All right, let's see if some scores are hitting the board yet. This is going to possibly change some things up.
Look at that.
So Chris Keat will be getting the tag from Jeremy Ryan for the North region. The surfers in the red jerseys. In the black jerseys, our coach from the Seal Beach Board Riders, Mr. Ryan Simmons. Simo. Gold medal winning junior coach.
Nice.
And let's see here. Dave Post for the South Central is going to be tagging Movon DeWall. And then C.T. Taylor right here on your screen. Wrap right there.
Another ripper.
And cracks it again with the finish. Wow, the 40s division's just on fire.
Lethal.
So, yeah, so CT isn't the whammy, but he rifled this one.
Dude. You know, it's nice when you got a good group of guys, you get your whammy going, and then you just get some beautiful backup scores just to, you know, see.
Trying to get there. Let's see here. South Central, where's my East Coast team? Third surfer, 8.10. Rifled that one.
Wow.
That always helps the cause, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, North
Solid.
region, surfer in red. That was Jeremy Ryan. 7.93. Doubled that up, a 15.86.
Yeah.
Now they're gaming. North Central, 7.37. Sean Burrell, 14.74 points. And then the South Central, Dave Post, 6.10, 12.20. So as it stands on your screen, you're seeing it. East Coast out in front, West Coast, North region in second. Wow, that tightened up.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're closing that 10-point deficit that existed previously. Then North Central region, 19.84, and South Central at 17.6. So at least, hey, your crew is in the hunt now.
Yeah, yeah.
That Posty wave helped out exponentially. So now CT, so CT is tagging up with Shea Lopez, another former World Tour surfer.
Wow, look at that roster, man.
And then here is Movald Wall trying to get to that open face.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, this is, I'll tell you, this format never disappoints.
Yeah.
So here we go, Red.
Fun.
Nice wrap, Chris Keat.
Bam.
Santa Barbara board riders. Surfing for the North region.
Yeah, these events are so fun.
And I'm pretty sure Keto here is one of the coaches for the North region. There's
Jeremy Ryan.
Yep, Jeremy. So, Mike, talk to me. What's the latest and greatest at Estrada Surfboards?
You know, just busting out the custom orders, doing some retro stuff, airbrushes. It's been fun. It's been fun. Staying steady through this whole sort of mess, but yeah, it's good.
I love it. There's CT Taylor on the screen. Yeah, he knifed that one. So Newport, have you been terrible winter, by the way, for you guys too, right?
Oh, one of the worst, I think. I mean, we didn't really. I mean, the best waves I got was in Hawaii in December. Came back to a couple, you know, long period west swells, but nothing like we're used to.
Right.
How'd your home break get anything?
No, it was horrendous.
Yeah, yeah. And our sandbars are a little messed up right now because they've been doing some sand replenishment from river jetties. So we've been actually moseying on up to Huntington and little missed those spots in between Huntington and Newport.
Well, you guys could take some of our sand. We've got cubic tons that we...
They pile it up right there, huh, to keep from the winter storms washing the houses away? Is that
Yeah, they build the berm.
Yep.
And then they knock it down and push it to the water. But the top of the sand is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Roughly, 12, 15, 10 to 15 feet above the water line.
Yeah, wow.
It's crazy.
And when you don't have those winter storms to come and take it all away, then we're stuck with a bunch of sand and some weird, even at low, like a medium tide, it's like a high tide and it's all warbling.
Right. Well, we run our city event, so that was one of the upticks of taking the board riders being formed was the city. The lifeguards used to run the city event, and they just didn't have the bandwidth to do it. And they're like, they came to us and said, "It's your guys' event. We'll help you run it, but we don't have the bandwidth to continue, and we know you have the passion, because it's all your people anyways."
Yeah.
So we took over the event, and then COVID hit, but honestly, we never had a swell. One, it can't break through high tide, and two, we never had in that whole time 2 days of surfing that you could run an event and through the tide. So we're now that we're able to kind of operate, we're going to push our event down to the river mouth.
Oh, cool.
Which is fun. It'll stay good all day, but it's not optimal. It's not kind of the winter event that we're used to having. But we just we're just making do up there.
I saw your boy Wickwire got a couple waves at the fun spot on the north side.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But to your point, it was a very bad winter, and now spring's kicked in, and spring's been our new winter.
Yeah, yeah. And, obviously don't like the south winds too much, but, the bonus on that is sometimes you get some good afternoons on these combo swells. The wind dies down a little bit. Actually, today even it got a little bit cleaner than from the morning, I think.
Yeah, no, it did. You're right. Archie was touching on that it's cleaned up, and I know that Gavin Hoey said he was out here basically at sunup. And there's Coach Simo.
Yeah.
And he said it was pretty ribbed out and pretty windy. And traditionally in Huntington, you know, from a million events being down here over the years, if you get south wind mornings, if it gets hot enough, it'll kind of kill the wind.
Yep.
For whatever reason, who knows?
Yep.
Ooh, there's Simo. Nice
Simo.
backhander.
Look at him go.
Jammed it up and out. So, yeah, I'll probably fire back out there and try and get another one on the board.
Yep.
Ryan is he represents the Seal Beach Board Riders. He's the third surfer from the West Coast Board Riders Northern region.
Right on.
It's also pretty
Legend.
much the voice of California surfing.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, even our events, you know, he's down at our events, local events in Newport on the mic. You've been on the mic. Yep.
Well, he's just been named the U.S. Junior coach once again.
Nice.
For the junior team. So he brought home gold a few years ago and then had taken a hiatus, and then now they've asked him to come back. Love it.
Yep.
So down to 21 minutes remaining. Looks like Simo's still out there. His last a 5:13. So I mean, we still have fourth surfers that need to get it done. East Coast looks like they're maybe on their fourth now, but the North regions needs a fourth.
Is there an overall?
North Central needs their fourth, and South Central.
Yeah. Not South Central LA.
South Central region, which is made up of Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, San Clemente,
Dana Point.
and Dana Point. And talk about, I mean, Laguna to Dana is like, it's like they're right next to each other.
Yep, yep, exactly. So where are we at as far as overall totals? Do we know where we're at?
So the totals prior to the 40s kicking off is right here. It's tight.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
We had an incorrect printout, and Archie was like, oh, man, my team. And then Brillo brought the right one. He's like, okay, that looks good.
Yeah, we were in the tent going, wait a minute, I don't know if they got our total right.
No, they read it on the beach commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all wacky.
Cool. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, man, that is, I mean, talk about tight heats, right?
It's matchsticks.
Yeah.
It's just, 98 to basically 95.
And those are exciting because it comes down to the wire. Kind of like what happened at the qualifier for the West Coast Board Riders, and then even going into the West Coast Championships. Everybody was definitely, San Clemente obviously super strong. Oh, that was nice.
Chris Keat. North region. All right, so look at the names from the 40s down for the East Coast.
Dude,
I was calling them for the win. I'm calling these guys for the W.
Wow.
Grant,
yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I was in this event last year, and the East Coast was on fire. I mean, those guys, they're definitely solid. Look at that.
I felt like they had more guys from Jersey last time.
Whoa.
I don't think we have anybody from Jersey.
Yeah.
But we have a South Carolina. We've got Virginia. And we've got a kid from Barbados. So
right on. Yeah, and I remember last year, someone, it was Cam Richards, really stuck out to me last year. He was killing it.
Yeah.
Guy's amazing.
He's incredible.
And that pipe as well.
Yeah. His dad's a shaper like you,
Awesome.
Surfing runs in the family.
Yep. Yeah, and it definitely shows.
All right, 1850 remaining. I mean, if your fourth guy's in the water now, they're on cruise control.
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny about these heats, too, is like it's going to be different every time. It's like I've been out there, I've been the anchor guy, 20 minutes, 25 minutes to surf, and I'm just like relaxed and everything. And then this time around, it was like, oh, I got like 11 minutes or whatever, and but I guess you just go out there and you get it done and just make sure you get over the line.
Yeah.
And not get that penalty.
And I mean, the key is to not leave anything.
Yeah,
exactly. Brett really emphasized, like, you just cannot leave anything on the board.
Yep.
Like, you gotta get it all.
Yep.
And we saw that scenario earlier in the U14s where the kids just paddled out, rode whitewaters to get their like 0.2, to not be deducted the 5 points. Here goes Simo.
Wrap it.
Ryan Simmons, nice
Damn.
forehand wrap with a finish.
Good job.
Yeah, so there you go. He's our fearless leader from the
Wow.
Seal Beach Board Riders Club. And that was, who was that? South Central Nate Kaplinger? No, wait, whoa, that's an old sheet. Oh, they've taken my sheets. So you see the replay of Ryan Simmons. Gavin Hoey would be the last surfer for the South Central.
Yeah, Gavin. So speaking of Seal Beach board riders, I saw Waring in our neck of the woods with his kid down at Blackie's, and he was getting him out in the water, catching waves and stuff. It was cool to see him. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he came down and did the free surf session we got gifted at Lowers on Saturday.
Cool.
So I haven't seen him in a while.
Is he a paramedic now? Or
I'm not sure what he's doing, and then I hit him up for this one. He said he had to work, but yeah, I mean, Chris is he and Nolan are our biggest weapons.
Yeah.
And Chaz.
Yep. And I've always loved working with Chris. He's been riding my boards for years, and what a good surfer.
Okay, here we go. 16 minutes, and it's Chris Keat. Last wave right here. Bang.
Nice.
Yeah. Good finish.
Yep.
I mean, why this? There we go. So Keat.
Here we go. Look at this. Boom. That was nice.
Who was that?
White.
Shea Lopez.
Yeah. Legend.
Full
He's
ledge.
shaping boards now, too.
Yeah, he's got a Zoe Benedetto riding his boards.
Nice.
And she pretty much wins everything on the East Coast.
That's good representation right there.
It's always good when your shaper rips.
Oh, for sure. But you know, it's nice too because in the feedback department, the translation's a little better. You know, that comes across and you understand it better.
Yes.
You know how to
True
put
story.
it on rail.
True story. Wow, Shea, all right, making an appearance. Trying to find that score of Yellow's last. Was it DeWall?
Yeah, I think that would have been his third wave, right? Or maybe did he came in?
Or
Or
no,
maybe
no,
he
it
came
was,
in after?
it was Keats. Sorry, red.
Oh, okay.
My bad. There's just so many scores on the board. 5-1-0.
Okay.
So interesting. Keats coming in to tag Tyson Armstrong. And I'm not familiar with Tyson. But he is from one of four clubs.
Yep.
Ventura, San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, or Santa Barbara Board Riders.
Those are solid crews for sure.
So yeah, I believe
Well,
there's
that was ours, huh? Right there.
pretty sure there's some
so
time remaining.
We actually clawed our way back, but still fell a little short there.
So yeah, as this tide continually drops to till 2, I mean it's almost pretty much on the low now. But I mean that's
It's not a super minus though, right?
No, it's just a flat 0.0.
Okay, all right.
But look how much more beach there is to traverse.
Exactly.
To get to the water. Here we go. Looks like black. Zah.
Yeah.
That looks
is that
like Brady.
Yeah, he rips.
So Brady
Good
Shemke, the
surfer.
fourth surfer for would be my team, the North Central. Another great surfer.
Oh yeah. You know, and speaking of more beach to traverse, there's been a lot of stingrays out here lately.
Oh really?
And I got tagged by one a couple years ago, very first time in all my years of surfing, but that was no fun. So when I'm always a little leery, you know, putting my feet on the ground in Huntington. I like to treat it as like a sharp coral reef.
Oh, I was gonna say I treat it like reef everywhere. Seals, Stingrayville.
Yeah.
Our other little local spots, Stingrayville.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm able, I'm on that thing paddling.
Exactly, with your fins upside, right side up.
I've seen someone get zapped on the way out, turn around, walk in, get zapped.
Totally.
Both feet.
Benny Benson's in the house.
All right, Mike, thank you for joining me.
Thank you
Mike
very much
Estrada,
for having me.
Newport Beach Board Riders Club. Well, it's just a whole Newport affair because we're going to bring in one of their power groms, Mr. Ben Benson. And
All right, boys.
Ben has been an absolute standout for his club and just competitively in general. But, yeah, we're going to get some youth in here. It's been old guys. Right on, Ben. Right. Thank you, Mike. So, Mr. Ben Benson, welcome to the tent.
Hey there. Good to be here.
How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So, are you surfing today?
I did surf this morning straight off the bat.
Oh, you guys are first heat.
Yeah. 15 to 19 was first heat. Straight off the bat, I was the first surfer for South Central. And it was definitely way harder than it looked out there. Like, I didn't free surf before I went out just because I wanted to stay warm. And, like, I figured my first couple waves I'm usually do pretty fine. I didn't really need much of a warm-up. But I definitely wish I would have had that warm-up because it was like...
It looked fun, but it was harder to surf than you thought, huh?
Yeah, I was just like, when I got out there, I was so lost at sea.
Well, you know what? Archie kind of said the same thing, was you just see you're like, oh, it's on today. But then when you get out there, and the reality is when you look at a beach break that's as wide as Huntington and you see all these angles, your brain starts kind of going, but you really just need to focus on the slice of the picture because that's where you're going to be sitting is in that slice, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a weird one to try to explain to someone, but it's true. And it's, you're not covering 200 yards in 5 strokes. Like, you're basically working a tight little area of 15 yards at a time.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then you also have to remember that it's not just like a regular heat. You have to, because there's only 60 minutes for surfers, and so generally that's like 15 minutes each. And
in a perfect world.
Yeah, in a perfect world it is, for sure. And so you don't want to, like, take up too much time for the other guys, and then you also can only catch 3 waves, and so you will try to want to, like, make those 3 waves the best 3 waves possible. And usually in a heat, like in a regular QS heat or something, I just start grinding, and I'm that guy that just, like, catches a ton of waves and gets in, like, good rhythm and all. And so I kind of got in this little funk of just sitting out there waiting, like, dropping anchor.
Your selective meter goes way up there.
Yeah, way too high. Passed up way too many good waves.
Well, and you're right. I mean, the format's completely different than what you're used to, You train for one thing and then you hop in this format and the pressure's a lot greater. The amount of waves you can ride is very small. It's a full thing.
Exactly.
Brady Shemke.
Oh, that last turn was pretty good. I'm glad he was able to fit that one in.
So North Central region, and Brady's the 4th surfer, so when he's done, that's a wrap. He's got about 940 remaining. Looks like he'll go out for one more. And if you are just tuning in, I'm sitting here with Mr. Ben Benson, who hails from the Newport Board Riders Club, and he was picked for the All-Stars. Surfed already this morning.
Yes, sir. It was pretty challenging, but pretty fun for sure.
So, Ben, let me ask you, this is kind of a question I kind of throw at everybody. The board riders kind of movement, what's your take on it?
I personally love it because sometimes, especially I've noticed this in Newport, that everybody kind of just surfs more individually, and that in other places like Huntington or like Santa Cruz or even San Clemente, there's guys, like, they're really community-based, but like Newport and like some other clubs I noticed, they kind of just like beat to their own drum, and everybody kind of surfs more individually. But the contest brings everybody back together, and like, whoa, we're friends with all these guys that we almost like forgot about in a way.
Right, it connected a lot of dots, right?
Yeah, exactly. It definitely brings, whoa, how's that little like head dip and then full slash? That was sick.
East Coast, Shea Lopez.
Yeah, okay, there we go. And
former World Tour surfer.
They also have the Hobgoods too, right?
Yeah, one of them, Damien, he kicked it off.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, the East Coast from the 40s down is just a hammer team.
Oh, geez, yeah, they got a lot of good guys for sure.
I'm pretty sure every single person from the 40s down was a pro surfer.
Yeah. reminds me of the San Clemente team.
Right? You get 3 Gudauskases in the same heat.
Yeah, exactly.
Or same division. You're like, wait, weren't you? What?
I know, it's so classic. And then, what is the Space Coast actually? Where in Florida is that?
I believe it would be like Cocoa Beach, and I'm trying to think of that whole zone. I'm not super tuned in. Cocoa, gosh, what is the beach just south of it?
There's New Smyrna, but they have their own.
They're further north.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not
an East Coast guy.
No, but I've been to the Ron John Pro for many years in a row.
Right,
and I know
right.
that's a Space Coast because Cape Canaveral's right there.
Oh, okay.
Just to the north of it. So you basically can see rockets taking off. And
no
just
way.
the neighboring beach to the south is what I'm drawing a blank on, but that is considered the Space Coast. So
Oh,
Kelly
okay, gotcha.
Slater would be a Space Coast surfer.
Oh, okay. So like Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Yep.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, that whole zone. And let's see, Space Coast, CT, Space Coast. Let's see, Phillip Waters is Phillip Waters Space Coast? Yeah, so it would be like Melbourne Beach, Sebastian Inlet.
Oh, okay, right.
That
right.
whole zone.
A lot of good surfers from there, actually.
Talk about a hotbed of talent.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the Grand Poobah, Matt Keckley, like you're go way back. You know, the Jeff Crawfords, the Klugels, you name it. I mean, there's so many. The talent that's come out of that area is unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure. And then there's also a couple of new guys on the QS that are from that area, because I'm pretty sure Owen Moss is from there, right?
I'm not too familiar with Owen. Is he competing this week?
He'll be competing in the Jacks, yeah. He's an East Coast guy, and he's sponsored by Salty Crew. He's pretty good for sure.
Yeah, like I think Chauncey Robinson might be from that zone.
Yeah, I
as
think
well.
so. Somewhere around that area.
You know, Gordon Lawson. Like, there's just like so many guys, and I mean, it's obviously a great surf town.
Yeah, exactly. Whoa, here we go. Who's this?
This is Brady Shemke. He's represents the
Wow, that was a good hit.
North Central, and he rides for the HB Board Riders.
Yeah.
A lot of time spent out here. So he's wrapping it up with 540 remaining. So he was the last surfer for the North Central, and I want to say, I think he might be Shea is the last, Gavin Hoey is the last, Brady's wrapping it up. Tyson Armstrong would be in the water wearing red for the North region.
Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, I know Tyson and I know Brady. You know, just obviously because Brady's from Huntington, I see him a lot. And then I surf with Tyson Armstrong a lot up in the Morro Bay area.
So he's San Luis Obispo.
He's San Luis Obispo.
There
yeah,
you go.
He's from Cayucas.
Awesome. So Ben, talk to me. What's on the schedule this summer for you?
Pretty much right after the Jacks Pro, I'm gonna head back to Bali, try and get some surf over there, visit the family for maybe like 2 months.
So
2 months.
Is that a second home for you?
Pretty much, yeah.
First home, second home?
I guess I would consider it my first home just because I was born there, and I spent most of my like younger years growing up there. But I would definitely, especially now, consider both California and Bali my home.
Global citizen.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love it.
And then, so go back to Bali and then come back over here for that Virginia Beach and Outer Banks contest. Super psyched for that one because Virginia Beach is going to be a 3,000 and we don't got to travel super far to get to it.
Yeah, just pray for surf.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is that August?
Yeah, it's going to be late August. And then it's pretty cool because the Outer Banks is directly after that. And so we just pretty much have to drive up the coast to get there.
OBX Pro, I believe, something like that.
Yeah.
Which traditionally always has fun surf.
Mm-hmm. It's the WRV Wave Riding Vehicles Pro. And last year it was super fun, but it was my first time going there. And I was tripping out on the fact that the water was so warm that it was almost uncomfortable. And then that there was, like, the jellyfish was crazy. We're all just getting lit up.
Yeah, well, that warm water brings in all kinds of sea life.
Yeah.
And WRV, shout out to LG and all the boys.
Yeah, for sure. I like that crew.
Solid crew over there, the wave riding vehicles. All right. Single banger right there.
Yeah, speaking of solid crew, Tyson just banged out a solid hit on that one. Here we go, the replay.
Yep, did good. Got up there just in time. Nice big late hit for Tyson.
Yeah.
And looks like he's going to wrap it up.
Came down with some pretty good control there.
So just after this, we are going to drop into the 30s. And that is just the 30s and the 20s. This is where it just keeps heating up.
For sure.
So I hedged a victory for the East Coast at this event.
You did?
I had calling an East Coast win. Only based on names on paper.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's for me right now, the South Central isn't doing quite as good as I would hope, just because we didn't have like a lot of the correct whammies that we should have had. But East Coast is definitely right now doing pretty good. And I think we're overall are in third place, right?
Right here in this division is where it stands, and this is, we'll get an updated sheet, but that's where they're at. So you guys are, you're all in the hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, this might set you guys back.
Yeah,
this division.
So we are in third right now. We got North Central in first, and then we got East Coast in second, and then
No. Yeah, North. There you go. So I mean, this is, you guys are just points away.
Yeah, we're all pretty close there.
There might be a little bit of a spread now with that 22.5.
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like East Coast definitely might take this one.
They're grinders.
Yeah, they're all grinders. They love this kind of
They're
surf.
grinders. This is like head high and ripping for them.
They're like, oh no, yeah, back home they'd be like, bro, it's so firing out there.
Yeah, they're like, their froth levels are way higher.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Their fun levels are way higher because they're just used to, they have flat spells for crazy amounts of time.
Yeah. And so when they get that opportunity, they're super stoked.
Well, we're going to cut to a break, and we'll come back with the 30s. Stay tuned.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
Subscribe now to Fuel TV Plus. It's where you catch the very best of Fuel TV on demand. Scan the QR code on your screen and cut 50% off your annual subscription.
On the outside looking in, I really wasn't sure what I was getting. But you act like gravity and you are pulling me. 'Cause you know what I want, babe. You know everything that gets me going. You know what I want, babe. All the little things that I'm not showing.
And welcome back. This is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jax Surfboards Pro. I am Chad Wells. Next to me, Mr. Ben Benson,
How's
who
it?
hails from the Newport Board Riders Club, surfing for the South Central
Yes, sir.
Division.
The 15 to 19 division was first thing this morning, and I think everybody definitely put in their hard work and did what they could with the surf. It was pretty fun, but definitely pretty challenging.
So Ben, how many hours do you think you clock in here in Huntington?
Oh, geez.
Just on the norm.
Well, pretty much on average, I pretty much surf here every other day to every day. It's either here in Newport, and then I mix it up with a bit of lowers. But on average, I probably surf Huntington, if you really average it out, probably like 4 or 5 hours a day at least.
And there you go. You're quite familiar with the banks out here.
Yeah, for sure. And it definitely is something that you can really get used to. And you can, for example, like get to know it really well, but then it changes up on you, but you've kind of seen that before, and so you know how to adapt.
I got one for you. So I was sitting with Brett, and I said it's all about when you pull the trigger when you bottom turn out here.
Yeah.
That is like the main factor.
Exactly.
When the tide gets low, you wait too long, you're late.
Yeah,
and
for
then when
sure.
it gets a bit mushy, it's a matter of like fading and not going too far, but just maintaining a little bit of speed to be able to kind of wrap off the top. And then it's funny how you have to adapt when those tides, like right now, it's a big swing.
Exactly. I've definitely noticed that with both Huntington and Newport, that setup bottom turn and like whether you choose to pump or bottom turn is a crucial key in setting up your wave.
I mean, I'm sure it goes with everywhere, but Huntington, it's like in the span of a few hours, it changes so much.
Yeah, definitely.
Where like Newport, you got to kind of be in front of it all the time.
Oh, yeah, it's more just like way more down the line, fast surfing, fast beach break style.
Yeah, Seal Beach, you don't hit the lip. You just hide underneath it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't surf out there too much.
And if you're doing turns, it's normally pretty bad.
Right.
If you're getting
yeah.
spit out on the beach, it's pretty good.
Exactly, and that's when all the photo guys are out too.
Well, everybody shoots a photo there now because they all know that someone's going to DM them something.
Exactly, yeah.
There's no escaping it now. My little spot's done.
It's exposed.
But the good thing for us, it doesn't break anymore, so it's an afterthought.
Right on. Well, thanks for having me, Chad.
Yeah.
We're going to put on Matty P for the 30 to 39 division.
I love it. Thank you, Ben, for hanging out. And I wish your team the best, even
sure.
though I've pegged the East Coasters for the win.
Yeah, for sure. East Coast definitely has a good shot, but our 20s is going to have to make up for it, that's for sure.
Right on, brother.
For
have
sure.
a good one.
Yeah, for sure. You too. Yeah, it's just audio.
Yeah, it is. It's heating up. The sun's come out, and now joining me in the tent, Mr. Matt Passaquindici.
Yes, sir.
Whom I've seen come up, local Huntington Beach surfer, come up through the ranks as a wily, gamey little 12-year-old, and to then go on to winning your first pro junior down the street in Newport, and now the prophecy of the way the world has turned. You're now the pit boss for the Quicksilver team here in North America.
That's right. We've gone full 360, taking over the old laddie role. But
I mean, I did 16 years in that role, so I
might have a few things to say.
No, I well for sure there, but I did my time, and the torch needed to be handed off,
Ran
and
its
then
course.
The pandemic thingy kind of changed everything, and it just was, that role was kind of weird, and then your name came up, and I'm just super glad that it all worked out.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have a heat, the last heat of the day, the 20s.
20s, yeah. So I'm surfing with who we got? Jack Boys, Sage Winaldo, and is our list here?
Yep, right here. And Salad Bar.
Salad Bar.
My Seal
From
Beach
Seal.
board rider,
Awesome.
Ryan Salazar.
He made a transfer from HB to Seal.
It's because we're cooler.
Yeah.
Check this out.
We're too corporate.
Look at the 40s down for the East Coast.
They are really, really gnarly. That 20s team is like an Olympic team right there.
Gnarly team on
That's
paper.
super gnarly.
I'm
I
calling
had no
them for the
idea.
win.
Wow. I didn't know they were all out here, so that's a
I think
blessing for
it's a
them.
lot of rollover minutes from the U.S. Board Riders final.
And then a lot of these kids are competing in the Jacks.
Yep.
Wow.
It's all
looking
happening.
Good. It's going to be fireworks for the 20s like it always is.
But it's tight. I mean, before we're going to wait for the updated point total, but this was it going into the 40s. So enough about that. Let's talk about this. Surfer in the water, Eli Vizole. He surfs for the Laguna Board Riders, representing the South Central in yellow. He's kicking it off for them. We've got, wait a minute. There's no way Eli Vizole is 30.
Yeah. You think he's older?
Oh, he's younger.
Man, I haven't seen that name in years.
Maybe he is 30.
I think he's 30.
I'm just that old, mate. Brady Simpson kicking it off for the Surfers in Black, the North Central. That's your squad. In red, Anthony Circosta for the North region, and then another East Coast hammer for the Surfers in white, Mr. Tommy O'Brien.
Tommy O'Brien, okay.
So, yeah, there's a lot of talent in the water right now, and Mr. HB himself, Mr. Brett Simpson, he knows this place better than anyone.
So South Central's on the board with a 4-3. Looks like he's looking to back it up right here.
If you stick around long enough, you'll see Brett's A-Shock commercial, which is
I want to see that.
It makes Huntington look like a dreamy surf spot. which for the most part,
HB Tour Guide.
If you want to give the 365 days a year Huntington surfable, arguably 340 of those days, unless it's flat, and then maybe nuke off maybe 10 days, and then it gets good to epic. Oh,
about 10 days.
10, but good, probably another 25.
I just found myself a barrel the other day.
See?
Which is probably the first barrel of the year here for me.
Which is quite odd for the time of year.
Yeah, no, totally. Usually we're looking at this every day in the spring, so we got a beautiful little weekend after that little rain squall. Had some northeasters and combo swell. It was a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to stare down the eyes of a decent week of surf for the Jacks Pro.
It does. It does look really good.
This
Manser. He's a New Jersey, now HB transplant.
And surfing for the North region.
Surfing for the North region. He's finding himself out there.
Oh, Simpo's in trunks.
Looking silky. Whoa, he's going cryotherapy session out there. His back must be flaring up.
It's 55. Well,
I'm sitting here in a 4-3 in the booth.
But you know what? When you get hot, the last thing you want to do is put on a full suit.
Oh my gosh, this sweaty, salty full suit. There we go. South Central. This is our Vizole.
Eli.
Hope I got that name right.
Yep. Yeah, Eli Vizole, great surfer, just from down the road.
I've always been critical of pronunciations of last names because I've got the hardest one. So now the pressure's on. I got to get these names right, Wellesley.
Oh, there's a.
But it looks pretty easy. Kirschenbaum. That's East Coast guy.
Yeah. So
solid surfer.
Way back when, traveling with Leo Fioravanti and Kanoe Igarashi, talking about last names that you can't pronounce. We were in Newcastle at pretty sure it was a junior event, and we were down to the final day. There's not many people around. It's raining. You know, we're all kind of huddled in cars and under tents, and the commentator was like, check in for the next heat. Leonardo Fiatini and Kiona Ishigari.
Kiona
Ishigari. I was like, well, that guy just stitched those names up. He just jumbled those things up and threw them in a blender, and it was over. But,
wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, Passaguindici's not an easy one.
Yeah, I need to go to Oz because that's comedy. Watching the Australians
good
have
stuff.
A go at our names.
Well, speaking of Oz, we're being broadcast over out to, I believe it's over 100 countries.
100 countries.
Yes,
amazing.
On Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus.
Wow.
So thanks for tuning in, you guys. And if you just jumped on, this is the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars event presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. And this is comprised of 4 teams, 3 from the West Coast, the North region in red, the North Central region in black, and the South Central region in yellow. And then the East Coast is combined of 3 or 4, 5 different clubs. But there's nobody from Jersey, which there's a whole Jersey contingency from the board riders. They must have all went home, but it's a great culmination of talent here. How is that?
Wow.
Tommy O'Brien.
Looking really comfortable out there, which is hard to do.
But again, like I said, all these guys in that East Coast from 40s down to the 20s, they've all been pro surfers.
Yeah, totally.
So they're not
coming from the East Coast. These waves are all time for them. So,
and they're not. I mean, they've had a great winter.
Yeah.
La Nina was really good to them.
Yeah, they're tuned in. This guy's board looks amazing.
I'd be curious to know what he's on, actually.
We'll invite him into the booth, Wellesley.
Well, I can.
You
He's
might have
in the
your
water.
next guest.
I know. I need to get him in there. He's in the water right now, unfortunately. But ripping Tommy O'Brien, he's going to come in when he decides to and tag up Jeremy Johnston, who is the double whammy. And there's Manser.
Throwing it up. So he's on the second wave.
That's not Manser, is it?
That's Manser.
That's Anthony Circosta.
I believe that's Manser. We might have the wrong order here on our page.
Huh.
But, yeah, I know Manser when I see him.
Oh, guys, you know what? They just donated guys to surf.
Okay. Oh,
So-
Danny Nichols is in the mix.
Yeah,
now.
one of your head coaches for the HB board riders and Chris Manser are surfing for the North region.
Yeah. Danny Nichols. Let's see if he makes. He just got the call to fill in, so we'll see if he makes it down in time. Always lays it down on rail.
Yeah,
So-
and one of Courtney Conlog's main coaches.
That's right.
As well. He's coached Herd of Victory out here, I believe. Whatever year that was.
Let's say 2016.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it was really big that year.
Simpo.
Wow.
Here you go. The eights or lates.
Jeez.
He just does this in his sleep.
He's-
Brett literally rips Huntington in his sleep.
Oh, a little tube.
He didn't even try on that one.
That's just going through the motions.
So
And the
I'm
trunks, too.
going to guess Manser's riding a little Spider twin fin. He rides Dennis Jarvis's boards from up in the
Yeah.
South Bay. He's always on something small and spicy.
He's always on a little Taco Bell tray shaped surfboard. But they look fun. I got to give it to him.
So good.
So we've got all 4 teams. Their whammy surfer is the second surfer. So it looks like a couple of the whammies are paddling out right now for North, following Manser.
I'm surprised Brett wasn't the
Brett was
whammy.
not the whammy.
So
I
here's the
think-
replay. Walk us through it.
Oof, huge fan. Simpo just clicking it off. It sounds like he got a 9. And bringing it back to the pocket. Just so good at finding speed where most people just tend to dig rail and have to kick out. Manser.
You know, it's
with a
funny.
little
These
hook to
last
barrel.
couple waves, Matty, is both waves were super frothy.
Yeah.
Like both
the
waves.
The sets have all the bump on the face. You might want to find the frothy one. huh?
Yeah, all in the foam, those 2 waves.
Yeah. There you go, Manser. It's a clean ride for Manser. He competed for us in Malibu in our most recent regional event, and he did well. He started off the heat with a 4, and Simpo backed him up with an 8.5. There's Silky Smooth Man in white.
Tommy O'Brien.
Yeah,
he's a big boy.
Looks like he's coming in.
All right, so, yep, he'll tag in Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy's the double whammy. Vizele tags up for South Central in yellow. Pat Godowskis, who's the double whammy. And Brett came in and tagged Brad Ettinger, who is the double whammy for the North Central team. And I'm a bit confused if Manser surfed first. It says he surfs third.
We'll see.
Who's actually in the water.
So Pierce Finn should be about to paddle out.
I think Pierce Flynn, that's a typo, but Pierce Flynn is Ventura Board Riders.
Okay.
And I'm not too familiar with Anthony. So there's Tommy making his way to the sand. It's a long trot. A lot of sand to traverse right now with this 0.0 tide.
That's right.
It's not negative, but it's might as well be.
What's that, Wellesley? A Proctor, huh?
Is that what that is?
I think it is.
Yeah, those boards work pretty
Saw
good.
the man in the suit.
All right, here we go. Jeremy Johnson, New Smyrna's finest. New Smyrna board riders. He's got a younger brother, Caleb, who absolutely rips also.
Oh, okay. Surprised we're not seeing Dunphy.
Yeah, you know, I would
just
imagine.
Flew in this morning. I caught him in a free surf, so.
He's getting ready to fly to Australia?
Yeah. He's got a
Snapper.
big event coming up, so. Challenger Series and Snapper, and following that up the coast in New South Wales, so.
What's the second event?
I think it's in Newcastle.
Okay, 49 minutes. So lots happened, actually. A lot of waves in this first opening 11 minutes, which is good to see. I mean, Brett threw down a 9. Brett went 9. Here's the replay. All froth on the face.
So all the reward coming from about 1-2 turns with the carve to back it up.
Yeah, this was just some sprinkles on top right here. Just solidifying the score, as they do say.
Riding out with confidence.
But again, it's kind of luck, you know. You can watch the conditions forever, and you just got to get out there and hope they kind of come to you.
Yeah. Here we go, Patty G on a set.
How's this one?
Going for the punt. Oh, huge straight air.
Wow. I was like, oh, do the double grab. Don't let the wind take it away. Just do the truck driver.
Wow.
So this is Pierce Flynn here. He is the second surfer.
All right, so Pierce Flynn is the double whammy. Looks like he's looking for something a little better there. Although that was a nice turn. Probably come in around a 5.
Pretty sure that is, but let me double check.
Okay, we got Instagram verification over here.
Yeah, you
Chad
got to do your research, you know. But the order's a bit wacky. How's this? He had it.
Oh, I just missed the grab. Sent it a little too far out into the flats. It's really hard to pull off a punt on the rights right now with the air going away from your board.
Yeah, that's.
But if anyone can do it,
that's Pierce.
Patty G is your guy.
Oh, for sure. These guys are machines.
Yeah.
He and his brothers, they're just shred machines.
Machines.
They're like paper shredder. There's decimating waves everywhere. You know, everywhere you look, lowers, rights, lefts, friggin' Oceanside. These guys are like
They're all over the globe.
They're all over the place, and they're just taking waves apart with a nice big smile on their face, and we love them for it.
Absolutely.
So Patty G is the double whammy for the South Central. Gosh.
So North Region putting up 11 points on the board.
So that was Pierce's last, the 5.57. And then South Central, they need some love here. They only went 22 points in that last division, so they're going to have a little bit of a gap to make up at the back end. And then you guys, North Central and the North is all matchsticks here.
We're all
really tight. And even in that last one, I think the East Coast may jump ahead.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see as soon as Brillo brings down the printout.
So we're still waiting on the results from the 30s, correct? So we're looking at 40s here. Okay. Well,
it looks
regardless,
like Looks like Nichols isn't going to make it.
Oh, Nichols is 40.
Oops.
Well, Nichols, if you're listening, we still think you're 30, so you're doing something right.
So, Matty P, you're in your nice, lovely Quicksilver 4.3 full suit. Are you going for a free surf prior? Is that what's happening?
Yes, I'm souping in my Highline Quicksilver 4.3.
I was like, you came
Itching to go surf.
You came in with it. I'm like, oh, we could be having a kook of the day moment here.
Well, I got it on right, so, and we're at the beach.
Tick that box.
But
time spent outside the water in the full suit is where I was headed with it. All right, 44 and a half minutes remaining. Just a moment to throw a massive thank you to Jack Surfboards, Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, Caliente Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach, a New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy. They've come together to support this event, and some of those sponsors also support a lot of the West Coast board riders events. And it's just good to see the support for the movement, we'll call it, and the movement has grown. So I don't know if you know, but Don Meek, the chair of the U.S. Board Riders and West Coast Board Riders, he said he had 8 teams join in 24 hours in the post-mortem of the finale down there at Trestles.
Wow, okay.
8 new
that's
teams.
news to me. I'm assuming most of those teams are from the East Coast.
Yeah, the majority.
And a couple from here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
really cool. Super inspiring.
I thought I heard Half Moon Bay and or San Francisco, which would be great.
Right. There's a big surfing community in
And
San Fran.
I heard Maine. I don't
Maine.
remember all of them. There are so many, but some really great surf towns, you know?
Definitely. I know South Beach, Miami was in the middle of forming their team leading up to the U.S. Board Riders Championship. We could see a Virginia Beach.
Yeah. I mean, how
Outer Banks?
would Half Moon's Bay team be? It's a comp at Mavericks. All right, U14s are out there.
Followed up by the girls.
We have full bodysuit inflation for you.
We've got a jet ski on the right and the left.
They'd be like, Wellesley, check in for your heat. Like, where is he? Oh, he's at
Still
the
at the hotel.
He's at the landing.
He's throwing up at the hotel.
All right, here we go. Jeremy Johnson. Wait, no, who is that? Oh, was that Brad Edinger?
No.
So Brad is coming off a shocker from Malibu.
He is.
So this is a
And
dicey roll.
We might have a whammy surfer.
And
He
that's
decides
Pierce.
not to whammy.
So Pierce didn't take it. He's putting the pressure on himself for the third wave.
Wow.
And he had a decent first one.
I mean, if he had any bit of a first turn, that looks like it would have been a really strong wave. But it looks like it was just one. Okay.
Ooh, knifed it. I would have claimed it.
I would have claimed
It would have
that.
been easy at 5.5 or a 6, I bet.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to take those 5s and 6s. You can't be too greedy and always expect an 8 to get a whammy.
Well, I lost what his first one was, but I know the first one was decent and would have been double digits as well.
Okay, his first one
So
was
he
a
did,
5.5.
and he did.
So
He improved.
Okay.
But
so if we're going off the trend, his next wave's a 7.
And
If he can back it up.
Hopefully. But Brett mentioned, hey, you've got to take your 5s and 6s sometimes.
Definitely. That's where Team Huntington Beach
And that's
slacked.
what he said. Said you guys
At
got
lowers.
caught up chasing the tail.
Yeah, and you know what? It just, the pressure compounds when you start making little mistakes and whammying small scores, and I think that's what got us. It killed our energy because we had a lot of tiny blunders that probably shouldn't have happened. So.
And then put together, they equal one big blunder.
Yeah.
It's how these comps work, people out there in Fuel TV land. It's very time critical and very point critical, as in any sport with points. But these, you've got 4 players within an hour and 50 points are on offer. If the world was perfect, you're highly unlikely to get 4 10s. But anything over, 25 points is a good heat.
Mm-hmm.
Anything in the 30s is a great heat. and anything above that is phenomenal. So, you know, if you do the math, you're talking, I mean, your whammy guy does what he's supposed to do and gets possibly 14 or 15 points, and everybody else drops a 5.
Totally.
You know, like, yeah, there's your 25 right there.
Absolutely.
So it's not crazy points. It's not crazy surfing, but the consistency in order to do that, it's a lot harder than it seems. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the pressure is a different beast, and
Well,
a lot of guys have high expectations for themselves. But
are you doing the comp this week?
Tomorrow morning. Yep.
All right. So the luxury of 20 minutes and being able to ride as many waves as you want, compared to this format where you only get 3, and you're crunched to have to leave someone else time, is a whole different animal.
100%. You ride one wave, you don't whammy it, or you don't come in, then you're thinking, I only have 2 more chances. Oh, I fell on my first wave. I might not get the best wave to let me perform. It gets really, really dicey to be a competitor out there. So, and that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it so heated.
Yeah.
You know, on the beach, and the screams get loud when someone hammers a score, because it is hard to do.
And a lot of it, right, and you'll know, because you guys have a really good coaching structure, is being able to make sure that your coaching staff is communicating to the surfer once they finish that wave. They're looking at them like, what do I do? You know, we've seen it plenty of times in this event, and the hard part is when you're so far away.
Yeah. Yeah, at lowers, you catch a right, you're down the beach, everyone's set up on the left, and you look in, and the camp's split. Everyone's telling you to come in, and then another 10 guys are telling you to go back out. So
yeah, you got to designate 2 people.
It's got to be 2.
And those 2 people have to decide.
Yeah. We had a big peanut gallery in front of our box.
Oh, no.
Brad, looking at a right.
All right, Brad Edinger.
Looks like a good one.
Double whammy surfer for the North Central.
Wow, that was great. 2 clean turns. There it is. Throw those arms up, Brad.
And Brad surfs for the HB Board Riders Club.
So that gets us.
That'll
That'll get us up into the 20s, 20 points.
Where are you going to go with that score?
I'm going 8.5.
8.5. I like it.
So we're looking at 7. So we could have 27 points after this score.
All right, here's the replay. Is there an 8 in this wave? What are the judges? 7. No, that's South Central. North region. Did they go 6, 5, 7?
Go 8.3. Close enough.
Oh, I'm looking at the North region. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call. Solid surfing, and that is going to extend the lead right there. North Central. Maybe I called it wrong.
$20 for that one, Wellesley.
I didn't bet you. It's going to be interesting when Brillo brings down the printout from the 40s.
Right. So what was the gap in?
I mean, I know South Central had it like a 22 points. So they were at the bottom. And I'm pretty sure the East Coast was at the top.
Okay. By roughly 5
Yeah, something
points.
like that. Nothing crazy. So it's still going to be pretty tight.
Yeah. So we're closing the gap here in the 30s division. These guys always do really well for us. So.
See, I want to say that was Jeremy Johnston who went for it in the white jersey.
The big floater, yeah.
Came undone.
Got lit up. There's a lot of cross chop on these waves. You have wind coming out of the west and south swell, and
oh, it's all over the place. You've got
not
wind
easy.
swell, south swell, combination of swells with a nice little south cross breeze. The good thing is it hasn't white capped today.
Yeah.
Which is a massive thing here.
Totally.
At the beach breaks. White caps are evil. It looks like it's getting ready to.
Just in time for the 20s.
Just in time for you guys. But you guys call that air wind.
We do.
I call that not making it to my feet.
Oh, no.
And that was it.
The third wave.
That was it.
Is he whamming that wave?
Pierce Flynn, he's the whammy.
So Jeremy's got to whammy that wave.
Yeah, that's going to hurt the campaign.
That'll you know, you hope that's over a 3 so he can replace his 6.
And then arguably,
But I don't know if he whammied it. We didn't get a visual there.
And I don't think Pierce's wave was as good. Here's the replay. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh no.
He didn't get the pizzazz that he had in the first 2.
Wow. See, that's what happens way too often in these board riders event. You know, you get greedy, you throw away your 5s and 6s, and
then there it is. You're whammying a 4-2.
You got to come in. You have to give time to the other guy, and you get a 2. Or it was a 4-2.
The North region, I don't think that's a 6.94, is it? So yeah, Pierce Flynn wrapping it up.
Wow, they're generous. 6.94.
Wow.
For
Okay.
a foam climb.
Huh. And there you go. All right. So
did we miss the takeoff?
I believe Pierce is tagging up Anthony Circosta, who's paddling out or trotting out on your screen now.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Patty
And now
G.
Patty G.
Wave
Bang.
number 2.
Wow. How was that?
Oh, he's looking for the low road. Oof.
So
Is that
now,
wave number 2.
is he
And
going to
now
hang it
here-
out to the up?
Oh, he's
Call
okay.
it. Call it. There's a whammy. So Pakadauskas comes in and tags up Dan Johnson.
So that was, you know, that's strategy. It wasn't the best wave, but
He knows
let's
he's
say
got to
it's a
give
5, and
he's got to give people time.
He's used up about 15 minutes, so he's being a selfless competitor for the South Central.
Dan Johnson will get the tag from Pat, and then Jeremy Johnston from the East Coast in white tags up Ryan Briggs, also a former professional surfer. So
East Coast.
But they kind of botched the whammy. That's going to hurt.
So they've got to put up some big scores to make up for that. So this looks like Jeremy.
Oh, wait, did he have another wave? He did?
Oh, okay, this is third wave.
Okay, we were confused. Here we go. He's whammying that then.
You have to whammy that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's more like it.
So that'll be a good, that's a good whammy.
So
Maybe
he-
a 6, 6.5.
So he comes in and tags up with Briggs. So there's Broman. He's from the South Bay Board Riders Club, surfing for the North Central region, which the North Central is HB, Seal Beach, South Bay, and North LA Board Riders.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeremy did good on this one. I'm going to say he's going double digits. That
He's
wasn't
going-
as bad as we thought.
Okay, let's bet on this one, Wilsey.
5-4-3.
6-1-7.
5-4-3.
Okay. The judges can hear us, so.
No, they can't.
Well, I can hear my echo, so. You nailed it.
5-7-3.
5-7-3.
That was
All right.
0.3 or whatever. Point 3 or whatever off.
So, Edinger was the third surfer for North Central Division. Eddie Ellis should be out there, and he's always
No, Broman.
strong.
Broman's out in the water now.
Broman.
Yep. South
Okay.
Bay Board Riders surfing for the North Central. Then Eddie's the anchor man. Right now, this is Ryan Briggs running out. Ryan Briggs is from the Jacks Beach Board Riders Club.
Jacks Beach.
So Jacksonville,
Florida.
Great place.
It is a great place.
Love that place.
They've hosted some amazing UFC events lately.
You know, great surfers. The Thompson brothers are from there. The home of Sunrise Surf Shop. Just great crew.
Super clean beach, really clean area. Consistent. You know, they get fun waves. I'm surprised there's not as many QS events there, or regional events, that is.
Yeah, they do get actually quite a bit of surf. I've had some fun surfs there.
Yeah.
Saw a shark there.
As you do in Florida.
It's not abnormal.
Yeah. Saw a shark in New Smyrna surfing with Daniel Glenn, and I went in, and
He
him and
stayed
his
out.
brother laughed at me because I went in.
That's like a regular occurrence at that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've surfed there handful of times, and I did the same thing.
Yeah, I see a shark.
And people look at you like you're crazy. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's like 2 saws with a jaw pressure of a few thousand pounds. Is there a level of stupidity for me to stay out here and I could lose a limb?
Yeah.
Obviously, the chances are low, but it's happened.
Yeah, I don't need to build my cred out there in New Smyrna Beach.
No, whatever
I'll
macho
hold on.
is
Yeah.
the opposite of macho.
We're not playing with that.
No, which I will say I've had a great white shark swim across the front of my board when we had the full Sharknado here in North Orange County for a while. We had 15 great white sharks up in our zone.
And Surfside.
13 of them were tagged.
Mm-hmm.
So the shark research people were there every day and sitting out in the water with my friend, and the thing literally swam across the front of my board, like not over it, but literally in front of my surfboard. I'm like, that's a great white shark, and I'm going in.
Wow.
And he laughed at me.
That's really bizarre.
It's something to be
10-footer?
seen. Probably about a 5 or 6 footer. They're not looking at me, but
Yeah.
you don't want to be out there when they decide to take a test bite.
For sure. And those young ones, they're
Yeah, they're
they're frantic, and
they're just looking.
They might get nervous if they see you, and
they
nab
love
you.
stingrays.
They love the stingrays.
And
Surfside is infamous.
There's no shortage of stingrays in my hood. Okay, here we go. 28 minutes, and looks like took a look, didn't go. That was Broman.
So what did that score come in at for the East Coast?
11.46.
Okay, so it was a 5.73.
Not a bad score.
That puts them in striking distance.
I mean, they're up in second. We just need that updated sheet so we could see where the 40s took it and what that's going to look like now shaping up for the 30s here.
Right.
And then it'll tell you what you guys need to do.
It's always going to be close coming down to the end here, so. But we may be in the lead going into the 20s. If we hold this,
Yeah, if this point total, kind of the gap stays the same.
Right now. Yeah.
That's a solid effort at 29.56.
Very cool.
Edinger did good on that wave, and Brett's 9. Anytime you throw any wave in the above average into the excellent range is such a good boost for your team point wise, and it's like carrying 2s and 3s is so detrimental to the point totals.
Yeah.
And the scary thing is with this format, you could dissect exactly where you lost, which is scary. That was one of the reasons I left team sports as a kid. They'd start telling us in our teams, like, you lied, like, whatever. I never was the guy, but
coach was putting it on you.
But they would point out where we lost the game, and I'm like, would feel so bad for those kids. I'm just like, man, this is not cool.
Yeah. But hey, hopefully it toughens you up and can inspire you.
Well, it tells you where you need work, right?
Yeah.
For Seal Beach, all of a sudden we've got this great U14s team, and our teens team's done really well. Ooh, Broman finally got another second. He got a second, and okay. Is he going to paddle back out is the question. That was the replay of it. Looks like he's going back out. Yeah, there's plenty of time. Yeah, there's 26 minutes. So he's going to try to get a better score, and he'll leave Eddie Ellis, hopefully plenty of time. And Eddie is the anchor man for the North Central. But, yeah, our girls need some work. And our 20s are great, but everybody's always gone. And our 30s are semi-non-existent. It's because they're just, they're starting their lives out. They're getting married, they're having kids, and
right.
It's really tough to lock in our 30s. Excuse me, but wow, yellow. Dan Johnson. It's funny how many frothy waves you see ridden in this, and in like in a Q event, you barely ever see that.
Right.
Ooh, here we go, Briggs.
Clean.
Big roundhouse. He's back out there. He's not the whammy, so he's the last guy. He's just going to take his time, try and put himself on a good one in the next 24 minutes.
He knows what he's looking for, so we'll find a good one. Bang.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Opened up really nice.
Something I've noticed in this contest is a lot of clear surfboards. Not a lot of sponsor people out there. I'd say less than a decade ago, there was a million sponsor people.
Mm-hmm.
And very few logos on quite a bit of surfboards out here.
Yep.
Which is a bit of a bummer. Kind of want to see, when you see a lot of sponsorship, those companies are thriving.
Mm-hmm.
And that's scary. How's that rip? Look at that thing.
That's Pure Bowl right there. That was
right.
Look at this northwest.
So the funny thing is this drone view. It almost makes it look smooth.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. You can kind of like peek out the crack here in the tent, and you're like, it's not quite that smooth.
Yeah, it always makes every wave look better.
But it flattens it, and you fail to see all the ribs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 23 and a half minutes remaining. Let's talk work. Matty P, what's new at Quicksilver? What's the latest and greatest in the quickie world?
Latest and greatest is we've got a few projects that we've been working on that we can't speak of just yet. A lot of focus on G-Land coming up.
Oh, yeah.
The CT event we're sponsoring, stop number 6 on the championship tour. And yeah, just focusing on the youth, getting some kids picked up on the team and bringing everyone together and planning trips for the summer. It's going to be a lot of fun stuff. The brand moved from France. We got Black looking at a wave here. So all
it's a big shift change.
Big shift change, and everyone's coming back. Huntington Beach will be the mecca again for Quicksilver, so that's super exciting. And it's exciting for, just for surfing because Quicksilver is such a strong brand, and to have it back here in the States is really positive. So we should see the changes of that. Should see the effect of those changes pretty soon, I hope.
Oh, that's great. That's good news over there up in the Board Riders tall tower up on Industry Way in Graham.
Yeah.
Argosy.
Awesome
stuff. And one of your newest recruits, Al Cleland, took out the Xander junior event.
Al Cleland took out the junior, and Michael Dunphy took out the QS. So that was a huge event for us, and we're doing something right.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that is some exciting stuff. Well, and now Al would be heading over to Australia to compete in the Challengers.
Yep, he secured his spot. Dunphy won the series rankings, and Cade Matson's going to be competing out there as well. And we'll have a lot of global guys, some Brazilians and Europeans. So
a bit of everything on that series, right?
So that'll be an exciting series. What do you think about the mid-year cutoff, Wellesley? I know you're a strongly opinionated man. So.
I'm not really opposed to it. I'm not a fan of it. It's just it is what it is, and I kind of understand the business philosophy behind it. Arguably, I would like to see if you're going to take 10 guys off, or however many they take off, to replace them with the guys coming up in the Challenger Series of that next tier and continue to run a full format instead of just nuking that group. At least if you're going to take them out, give us new faces. But and part of me does think, hey, if you qualify, you should get the full season to prove yourself. So I'm kind of a mixed bag on it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a hater.
Yeah.
I think it is what it is, and we just have to let it see it play out. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not our association to run. It's a business. I think if they can keep producing great, and obviously nobody's got the crystal ball for surf, but just to deliver a great package of surfing, us fans we're the benefactors. You know, we don't pay for that,
Absolutely.
which is amazing. So I'm a fan either way. It just I think the bummer is that you don't get to see people potentially fulfill their effort that
Totally.
they've possibly spent years
Yeah.
to get to. That part's a bit of a bummer, but
spending thousands of dollars, to climb through the ranks of the QS to only get 5 events on the CT is obviously, that's got to be heart-wrenching. But
yeah, I mean,
but
well,
they do get the Challenger Series events, and that's a pretty cool format now with.
It's a great
Snapper
format.
And
So I mean,
just
that's
really good events.
And that's kind of the yin to the yang, and you fall off, you're seeded into those events, so your chances are still great to requalify.
Mm-hmm.
From 52,000 feet, massive bummer. Carlos Munoz injured first event. Right. What his future looks like, I don't know. I don't deliver injury wild cards. I know he's getting ready to have his first surf any day.
Mm-hmm. He's probably thinking Challenger Series.
So I mean, stuff like that's kind of a bummer, but
Right.
whatever. It's neither here nor there. It's all about right now the U.S. Board Riders All Stars, and we are 1856 remaining, and I'm gonna say we're probably on our third and fourth surfers on every team. Anthony Sercosta in the water. For the Northern Division, here goes yellow. This looks like Dan Johnson. I would imagine he's getting ready to finish it up to come in to tag Victor Doan. And then Broman, I don't know if he got his last, but the anchor man for the Team Black is Eddie Ellis. And then we saw Briggs out there, and he's going to come up and tag Jake Kirschenbaum. So, I mean, this heat's, getting near the pointy end. And Matty P, this is what you're going to get right here. Some 2 to 4 foot little mushy little combo.
Crumbly combo. Done this before, so.
You've done this your whole life.
My whole life.
These
hey, these are the best sessions.
These are
no
like they're like Wheaties for you.
Yeah.
Just been eating the stuff for breakfast for decades.
Yeah, this is it's a walk in the park for us HB kids, but it's a tricky lineup, but we know our little takeoff zones, but hey, we have our days, and I'm excited. It looks fun. There's air sections. There's tons of little chips you can find and rip into it. So it looks super fun.
Yeah, I just got to luck into them. I mean, arguably Huntington surfable the majority of the calendar year. It just gets a bit odd when anything comes in straight.
Mm-hmm.
Anything straight out of the south or straight out of the west, it kind of gets strange because there's nothing to mix it up to give it corners.
Right.
So then everything gets kind of bunched up into the pier where that natural channel will kind of help cut a little bit and give you possibly some rights and lefts on the north side and south side. But other than that, I mean, other than just anything straight, Huntington for the most part, unless it goes completely dead flat, is rideable.
Mm-hmm. Always. Even on the most flat days, you can take out a longboard and at least ride a wave if you're really itching to. So it's a blessing to live here, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's plenty of surf on offer and 10 miles of open beach.
Yeah.
More actually if you want to open the lens up all the way, to river jetties to Bolsa Chica, which Bolsa Chica is just the softer version of HB.
It is. It has its days, though. Main
I've
power
been-
Bolsa's.
I've been surfing it a bunch.
Really good. Yeah.
Sneak out, nobody around, couple seagulls, couple pelicans.
Talk about sharks.
Surf with my neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, back in the shark days, I saw a really big one at Bolsa Chica.
I saw one there, too, when I was about 14.
Oh, that's right.
With Derek Peters, actually. Derek and Mike, his little brother. Well, that's where I learned how to surf, Bolsa Chica. A lot of memories there.
You want to know what's funny? It reminds me of Ocean Beach, the poor man's version of Ocean Beach. And it resembles it on a really big northwest because for whatever reason it gets in right there and it kind of corners out. But just the vastness of it.
Right.
And, my experience saw dolphins go and a little gap of time, 15, 20 minutes, and then a wave stood up and there was just this black thing and it wasn't moving and it was long. But Dan Johnson right there. Well, that was the replay. So he comes in. He'll tag Eddie Ellis. And we're getting down to the pointy end here, Matty P. Down to 15 minutes. I mean, this is a NSSA heat right here.
This is it, yeah. So 15 minutes, it's Dan Johnson's going to be tagging in Victor Doan. So that's what you go for as the team. You know, you want to give each guy 15 minutes with a 60-minute heat. So great work there, Dan Johnson, Victor Doan, goofy footer out of Newport Beach.
Yeah, solid surfer.
Always puts up some big scores.
Matt, I've asked everybody that sat with me today, your take. Well, let's call this wave and I'll ask you. Who was that?
Throws it up.
I think that was Anthony. There might only be three
north
surfers in this 40s team for the North region.
Okay. I don't know if Danny Nichols.
And there's Briggs.
So we didn't get a replacement.
Danny's 40.
Wow. Huge score for the East Coast. Hey, and that's what they needed, huh, Wilsey?
Well,
they've got a pretty big gap to make up. But he's going to put at least an 8 up for that wave.
Yeah, that should scrape the excellent range or go into the excellent range. That was some good surfing. Navigated that wave really, really well. But going back to my question.
Okay.
Ooh, look at the replay.
Connects with that first turn and then just throws it up.
Board riders movement. What is your take?
Board riders movement. Well, I've never seen, just from our club and my experience, the lineup is more connected. Everyone knows each other from the Groms through every generation up to the 50-year-olds. And our meetings are full of energy, and coming down to these events are the most fun surf events you can watch. So to me, it's the greatest, the best new contest series that I've ever seen. So I can't wait to see what it turns into, and hopefully we get it up to the scale that Australia has over there, and you know, they have the whole attention of their country on their board riders clubs, which is ultimately our goal. So I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to surfing in America.
Oh, hands down. The board riders movement has been, I want to say, embraced literally by every club that's joined.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes one event for you to understand it.
Right.
And then, like you said, the connectivity from that bottom generation all the way to the elder statesmen, it kind of helps the lineups make sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where somebody that, you know, I said earlier, like, doesn't have access to Brett might get a head nod and be all stoked. Now that kid's picking Brett's ear about contest surfing.
Right. Yeah,
and that goes to every club, you know, from San Clemente with all these legends like Dino and the Godowskises, and I mean, you name it. I mean, their talent is so deep. And Newport, there's just so much. Like for us, like we get Coach Simo, and he's won gold medals, you know, at the on the world stage. So it's been nothing but incredible.
Yeah.
So it warms my heart that to hear that, you know, because Ben's younger than you, and then having you come in the 20s and getting that same affirmation.
Right. Yeah, and it's cool to have a little, you know, competitive rivalry with Seal and Newport and your neighboring cities, and it's friendly, but it can get heated, and that's super fun. It's what competition is all about, but we see each other in the lineup in our free surfs, and it's all fun, and we're all pretty encouraging to each other. So it puts everyone on the map and gives everyone a chance, and it's just nothing but good stuff.
Right, and it connects the dots in understanding who's who, right? For Seal, because it kind of stopped breaking, we didn't know who those kids were.
Right.
You know, so then once this thing popped, all of a sudden we have eyes on all these rad kids where I was telling Archie I would have kicked water at that kid. Get away from me. You know, but they're all local kids, but, you know, because the pier doesn't break, you never see them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's our own issues up in my town, but all in all, it's been such a godsend for the communities. Now old guys can get waves again.
Yeah, now the Groms know who you guys are too, which is
right.
Those kids always have their blinders up, so
Trust me, they do. Their heads are buried in phones, school books, and not looking to their left or right.
No.
They just go.
They just go. It's hilarious.
So 10 minutes remaining, and Matty P's team right now, the West Coast Board Riders North Central Region, with a a little under a 4-point deficit over the East Coast team, 30.16 to that 26.92. Then it gets pretty gappy down there with South Central at 20.94 points, and then the North region with a 15.38.
It's going to be close.
Tough. But we need the printout. That's going to give us the story. Let's see if we can see that on live heats.
All right, Wellesley, it was good chatting with you. I'm going to hop in the water before our heat paddles out.
Yeah, Matt, good luck. Have fun.
Thank you, sir.
And congratulations on the new gig, and look forward to seeing all the rad stuff that comes out of Quicksilver. And hats off, cheers to your boys, and hope they do good in Australia at Snapper. Have fun. Good luck. You. All right, so we're down just to 8:50 remaining. And looks like Eddie Ellis, local boy here representing the North region from the Huntington Beach Board Riders Club. 2 nice turns. And now the North region, I think this is Anthony Circosta. And finally joining me here in the tent, one of the founding fathers of the West Coast Board Riders Club, Mr. Christopher Moreno.
How are you, bro?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for getting everyone in here today.
Absolutely. It's been fun, and thank you for doing what you do. Always. Man of many, many talents.
I try. You can never not stop trying, people.
How's this day turning out?
You know what? I'm really, really interested to see the next printout. So the last correspondence we had,
neck and neck.
But there's no 40s, so we're missing the results from the 40s and where this is going to go.
I've been running around on the beach and hearing the scores over the speaker. Wow, it's just so close. I can't wait to see these scores. I mean, everybody's within 3 points. That's incredible.
Yeah, so it's tightening up. I mean, North Central's got a pretty good lead. Eddie Ellis dropped a good one on the board right here.
Oh, yeah.
What
Look
did they
at that
throw?
guy.
North Central 7-7. Thanks for
Ellis
coming.
brothers, they're hammers. Good kids, good men.
And then you've got South Central here. This would be Victor Doan, who's also
another champ.
Gnarly. How was that slam?
Beautiful.
So, I mean, Victor, what'd they throw Victor on that one? And then you've got Kirschenbaum here, who also is super gnarly.
Kirsch.
Oh, a little timing issue on that one. Navigated it well. Let's see. South Central 5-3 for yellow. 7-8 for Surfer in white. Wow, they liked it. Maybe I discounted that one too much.
It was a nice pull under the lip at the end.
No, I'm telling you, this he's a great surfer. I mean, the 40s down and from the East Coast are all ex-pros.
You can tell. Their scores reflect that.
Right?
Throughout the day, they've come out and really, I think, caught everyone off guard.
All right, so here's
Eddie.
This is Eddie. Ooh.
Second wave. Is that his third?
Must be his third.
It's
Maybe
coming in.
Maybe we missed one, but yeah, I mean, he did good. A 7-7. That's a keeper.
Absolutely. How much time do we have left here?
And then there's Jake Kershaw. Oh my goodness, did the hard work, couldn't ride out of it.
A little under 6 minutes, so the North Central's ahead of it coming in. Have we have any clubs lost points for being in the box late today?
No.
I don't don't think so.
No.
It was close with the Groms.
Yeah, I was going to say there was the one scenario where they basically ran out and came right back in and got in.
Yeah, North region. Paddled out, stood up, got a point or probably half a point.
Yeah, and I mean, Brett's like, you've got to do that. You can't risk going out and then getting that deduction.
Absolutely. It was smart to get him to go out there and even get a half point. I mean, every half point counts. We know that all too well as the Huntington board riders. We lost by 2 points at the last event at lowers, so we didn't advance to the first U.S. championship, unfortunately, but it was great to see Santa Cruz there. In the contest before that at Malibu, we lost by 1 point. It's been heartbreaking the last few weeks, but it's so much fun.
And I mean, arguably, a couple of your guys who are traditionally as consistent as the wind here in Huntington had shockers.
They did. Yeah,
we won't name names.
We won't. They know who they are. They feel horrible.
You know, but I mean, literally the most uncharacteristic mess ups you've ever seen.
Absolutely. You know, we win as a team, we lose as a team, and that's what's so exciting about this format is that you think somebody has it on lock and you don't.
Right. Mother Nature comes into play.
Yes, Mother Nature. Sometimes nerves come into play. I remember at Salt Creek event, Lisa Anderson came up shaking. She's like, I've never been so nervous before an event. And I'm like, seriously?
I love it.
Lisa Anderson. She said it's totally different competing for your community.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Maddie and I talked about it, and it's the luxury of a regular heat is like, hey, ride at will. You may have to deal with another human or jump in the priority line, but these are totally, I mean, the pressure cooker's on right out of the gates.
Yeah.
As soon as you leave that box, the pressure's on.
You've left the box a few times for your club. I mean, quite a bit.
I'm the king of the 3.
No.
I think I dropped a 6 once, but I've been the double whammy and buckled. I mean, it's just, I don't put it on a jersey except for these things. Our city comp, because Seal kind of doesn't break anymore, we can't run it. So there's all these little factors that play into the nerves that hit me when I put the jersey on.
Do you get nervous?
For the most part, mostly not the surfing part, but the fact, am I going to get to my feet or not?
I hear you.
Which is like a total dice roll in itself, but 2 back surgeries will give you that lack of confidence. Chris, we're going to cut to a break and come back and watch the 20s.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Thanks, Chad.
See ya.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
On the outside, looking in, I really wasn't sure what I was getting. But you act like gravity, and you are pulling me. 'Cause you know what I want, babe. You know everything that gets me going. You know what I want, babe. All the little things that I'm not showing.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
All right. If you have just tuned in, you are watching the 2022 U.S. Board Riders All-Stars presented by the Jack Surfboards Pro. And welcome to all of our viewers around the world on Fuel TV and Fuel TV Plus. It is the global home of action sports. And this is 4 teams, 3 made up of West Coast board riders, the North region in red, North Central in black, South Central in yellow, and a potpourri of surfers from the East Coast making up the team in white today. I mean, we've got guys from the Space Coast, Virginia Beach. We even have one from Barbados, a couple from South Carolina, Daytona, New Smyrna, Flagler. So a lot of Floridians are making up this East Coast team. And welcome in the tent, one of the founding fathers of the West Coast Board Riders, Mr. Christopher Moreno. Chris. There you are.
Stoked to be here, Chad. Thanks.
Let's talk board riders real quick. Way back in the day, because I know like it landed in me and Riley's lap only after clubs were trying to recruit us. Where did the idea with you and Casey and Zig, where did that ideation start, and how long did it take to kind of get to fruition?
Well, you were one of the founding fathers. You've been here since the beginning. I mean, we truly started this entire movement with HB and Seal, you and Riley and the boys, and thank you for being here for all of it.
But
thank
for
you.
reference, HB was 4 factions.
It was actually. It was maybe even more at the beginning. It was. Let's start from the south. The River Jetty boys, the Maghurst crew, South Side, North Side, Bolsa. And then we, after our 3rd meeting, we realized we all started kind of getting a little too competitive with each other. So we just squashed that and became the HB Board Riders.
Right. And that was the time, right, when we finally pulled it together as Seal and delivered our team. And then you guys shot us your team, and we were like, hang on, we had a couple of these guys wrapped up. But now it was like trying to surf against the Yankees.
Well, that first event, though, we did it at Golden West. And if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure I do, we battled back and forth for a big part of the morning, but then Seal Beach was in the lead for a big portion of the late afternoon. And going into that last heat, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's, if Brad Gerlach had just gotten off a plane to come participate in that, was pulling his wetsuit on, kind of hopping on one leg late on the street on PCH. Pod Dukes was in the water for HB. Pod, I think, got a 9 or a little over a 9, tagged in Brad, who came in and threw down a 10 with the double whammy and just squeaked us past you for the first win, right? But it was hard fought all day, and Seal Beach was. You had the win.
Unbelievable.
Is that how you remember it?
Yeah, pretty much. We were like, grr, wait, what? Sandbagger.
Yep. Flew him in from France or wherever he was at the time.
That's so good.
Casey was yelling in the lot, he's here, he's here. Good
yeah,
times.
I had a heat with Casey, and I was in the 40s then, and it was death shore break and barely like moving out the back, and then of course Wheat paddles out the back, like just chips into the wedge, just weaves his way through, gets the finish. I was just like, oh, forget it. I can't do that.
Oh, man, so much fun. Hey, look what was just put in front of us.
There we are. The results. This is, okay, so we're caught up. This is 30s and 40s combined. I will run you through this. In the lead. Wow. East Coast 160. Wait, sorry. North Central, this is my division team. North Central 168.3 points.
Wow.
East Coast 166.52. So
Impressive.
it is tight at the top.
2 points.
South Central 147.41. So they're in the hunt, but they've got work to do. And then the North is 142.97, and they've got more work to do. But overall, it's a two-horse race here for the final division of the 20s.
So unfortunately, the North was missing one competitor, so they're shy one score, and that's probably why we saw them drop to fourth place. But anything can happen with the double whammy. Somebody goes out, like we were just talking. Gerlach flies in, drops a 10, and whammies it, and the whole scenery looks different.
Yeah, I mean, Brett, he was just an anchor person. The kickoff surfer dropped a 9.
It was insane.
And anything in the above average and excellent range is so exponentially helpful to the overall at the end.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think Edinger came in and whammied maybe an 8.3, something right there, 8.6. So that really picked up and pushed the reigning All-Star region champs, the North Central, back into first place. They were in last for the first few heats of the day. So look at them, as they usually do. They come from behind, and now they're in the lead. We'll see if they can keep
it was a rocky start.
Yeah, it was.
For sure.
So the waves look good still. The wind, has stayed the same most of the morning. Actually seems like it's better right now.
No, it is. It's probably incrementally come more onshore, which is good for Huntington, than out of the south. I mean, it's like a south-southwest, which you want it to blow over the back more so than across it.
Yeah, you do. And, with the sun coming out, tide's low, I think, right now.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. It's a flat 0.0.
Yeah, so it's just starting to come back, and a lot of sand. Looks good.
So let's
it's a great day overall in late afternoon in Huntington. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Red up, nice right, couple of hits.
Let's run through it. Dropping in right there, representing in red the North region, Austin Lawrence is kicking it off. In black, the North Central region, Ryan Salazar. He is one of my Seal Beach board riders. He's kicking it off for the black team. The yellow team, South Central, Kevin Schultz will be kicking it off. He is the double whammy surfer.
Schultzy.
And white, the East Coast board riders, we have Cam Richards, who is a double whammy. So 2 double whammy surfers are taken to the water now. So look for something, I'm not going to say crazy, but these guys are going to be very selective, making sure they put their names on these waves.
They are. Last heat of the day, the 20 to 29-year-old competitors are always extremely aggressive and competitive. This is going to be a great heat. And like you said, Chad, they're really going to be strategizing and looking for the best wave of the set.
Well, good knees and good backs.
Helps.
Good shoulders.
How old are you now, Chad?
53 as of the 18th of April.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks.
53, absolutely. So
I wish I could take it back.
What would you do different?
I don't know. Yoga.
Surf more?
Yoga. I do a lot more yoga.
That's a good answer.
20s and 30s.
I agree. All right, so it looks like we have a set coming in. Yellow up.
Schultz
with a good little backhand wrap. Nice crack. Schultz pulls it. Nice wrap, then a big crack. That was a good wave. Right off the south side bowl.
Yeah, good one. You know what? Will he whammy it? I don't think he's going to.
I agree.
Good score.
Good warm-up.
Be interesting to see if the judges deemed that complete. Because the finish, he never really came out in front of the whitewash.
Okay.
Although he kind of had control until he didn't, and they didn't. 3.47.
Yeah.
They didn't think he rode out of that one.
Good warm-up wave. It's always good to get something going right at the beginning of the heat. So he's the whammy. He has 2 more 2 more waves. So I imagine his next wave he's going to be really selective with. No whammy surfer likes to be left with the third and last wave. It's the pressure of that is very.
It's unbearable.
It is, for the surfer, for the club, because you only have one chance, and if that third wave is a stinker, you're stuck with the stinker.
And we've seen it happen this event, and sadly, it definitely plays a big factor in the overall.
Oh.
Cam Richards.
He's going to go back for another one for sure.
So he's out here. He'd be competing this week at the contest. So this is more water time for Cam.
A little warm up
without the people.
Right.
I guarantee with at this time of day with this fun of surf on offer, it'd be.
Is that your boy right there?
All right, here's Salazar, Ryan, Seal Beach board rider.
Nice wrap, Salazar. Ooh. Oh. So Don Meek has been quoted to say, it's the West Coast board riders, U.S. board riders. It's like AYSO, but you can compete with your parents. And here's a perfect example, right? Salazar and his dad competing together. Salazar is here today, and his dad threw down a mean wave down in Malibu a few weeks ago for the
50s,
for the Seal Beach board riders in the 50s division. So really cool to see families competing together. Some family members even compete in different clubs, like the Lockharts. Bobby Lockhart is a Huntington Beach board rider, and his son surfs and competes for Laguna Beach.
How's that?
Pretty rad.
Well, and the Hoey brothers, you've got Jason and HB, and Gavin competed here today for Dana Point.
Perfect example. It can get tricky around Christmas, I bet.
Or the dinner table.
Yep. Especially around finals times, but it's just, it's so much fun. When we had the event last weekend at Lowers, we had the shuttle drivers come up afterwards and say, "Oh my gosh, everybody just had the best time." When they were on their way down, they were excited about the event. It's they say there are no events as exciting as these events, and even when we were shuttling people out, they said even the losers were saying they had the best time and it was the greatest event. So these events are a lot of serious competition, but more so much fun for the community.
Well, someone that worked with you, Michelle, was our shuttle driver.
Oh, yeah, Michelle Galiski.
And she was an absolute joy to speak with, and
she's great.
I was like, man, this is the best shuttle driver I've ever had at Lowers.
She is so nice. Her sons are HB board riders. She's an HB girl working down in San Clemente at the Lowers contest. When we pulled up that morning, we carpooled in one of the shuttles, and she had a card. The guy working the gate, Larry, pretty grumpy, just a serious dude. She won him over. Oh, here we go. Nice. Oh, what?
Wow. Schultz.
That was beautiful. Here we go, hopping it into the shore break. He'll bring that all the way in. Really, really well done.
I can't wait to see the replay on this to see how much he went
and
over the
whammy.
lip. How much he went over the lip as opposed to out to the flats. And I believe, let's see, here we go. See, he kind of punched the tail, and it wasn't so much above the lip, but it was more like a blow tail reverse, which obviously this is going to go into the excellent range. But if you were...
I love your breakdown, dude.
But
Keep
if you were
going.
splitting hairs, he didn't really go above the lip,
Okay.
So it wasn't as... I mean, this kid's super gnarly. I'm not taking anything away from him.
Of
Just
course.
dissecting the fact between an air and a blow tail here. But, I mean, that was sick.
What do you think?
I'm going to go, and it was he finished it really good. Had control. I'm going to go probably a high 8 or just over a 9.
Nice. I bet you're right.
That's my guess. 9-2, 9-1.
White up. Crack. The crowd goes wild on the beach.
Wow.
Again. East Coast. Kidding me? Sheesh. These guys.
Oh, my goodness. Cam.
And with the best attitudes on the beach. Everybody does it. These guys are just stoked to be here. Double whammies.
Okay, Schultz. Now this is the judges have the hard part. Because if they go like crazy excellent on Schultz, that's a 10.
That was a That was a beautiful wave, one of the best waves ridden of the day.
So let's see where they went. Okay, the score is in. This is red. Austin Lawrence, bang,
nice
rides
Austin.
out of it. South Central. Oh, wait, we're on the wrong one.
Wait for scores coming in.
767. Okay, so above average, kind of scraping the bottom edge of
like
excellent.
you said. Let's see how they score it.
And I think had he gone more airborne, it might have been a higher score.
Ooh, what did they just give? Look at that score right there, Chad.
933.
Double whammied into an 18.6. That's how you take first right there. They just moved into the first place spot for the entire day. And they should. That was a beautiful wave.
I love it. Judges are being challenged right now.
Look at that shot right there, the weather. It is just amazing.
Judges are being challenged.
They are.
And I mean, honestly, with that Kevin Schultz wave, they haven't seen that in quite a few heats.
Yeah, yep. So they make the tag, have to tag inside the box, otherwise the ref will blow the whistle. You have to run back, waste time.
Another surfer from South Carolina, Luke Gordon. This kid is gnarly as well.
Can't wait to see it.
And there's the rewind of Schultz. He did good on this wave. You know what he didn't have that Cam's wave had? Just did not have as much on offer as far as the size of lip that it gave him. That big blowtail of Cam's was, that helped drive that score up into that excellent range.
Yep.
Here it is. Click.
Nice. And a second crack. Really good. So that was a 933. Doubled up.
Yeah, that was a bomb.
Yeah. So two really good whammy scores. 7.67 whammied for a 15 by the South Central region. And then one of the highest whammied scores of the day, a 933, doubled up for an 18.66 for the East Coast.
Well, it's definitely heating up. This is for all the marbles.
This is. And at the end of the season, this is a great way to wrap up a really exciting season we've had. All the clubs that traditionally compete against each other, teaming up to form an all-star team to compete together. And we've been doing this now for 3 years. And, this is actually our fourth year, but third year doing it with the Jacks Surfboards. And we're so grateful to Jamal and his whole crew at Jacks AR, and always have been so supportive of the board riders and extremely generous, taking care of all the fees for all the clubs to come down here every year and do the All-Stars. All right, is that Sage?
All right, HB Board Riders, Sage. Ooh. Sage Gonaldo, representing the North Central region.
Definitely one of HB's finest. He's, that whole family, the Gonaldos.
They all rip.
They do. It starts with their dad, Marcel, works their way down through Sage and Luke, and really solid family.
And they got a sister that's surfing.
Yeah, I'm sure she's going to just come out and kill it soon too. They spent I think a large portion of their early years in living in Costa Rica, and have been back here now for probably 5 years. Seems like right when the club, I don't think they moved back because of the club, but right when the HB Board Riders started, they moved home and have been participating ever since.
What great timing.
Yeah.
Oh,
he'll pull that next time.
Wow, that could have been painful.
Is he the whammy surfer? Let's see here. Yeah, he is. He's the whammy surfer for the North Central team in black, Sage Gonaldo.
Yeah, Sage I've watched that kid improve since he showed up on the scene when they moved, and he's just gotten nothing but better. Great surfer, that kid. Good head on his shoulders as well.
Absolutely. And he puts in the time. If you want to know what time it is, go look on Southside and you'll see Sage.
46 minutes remaining. Wow, a lot has happened in just a short period of time here in the 20s. 20 to 29s. And here we go, surfer in red. This is the North Division. Can he find the open face? and that is Eitan Osborne, who represents the Ventura Board Riders Club.
Nice, Eitan. Good try. He's paddling out for another. No priority today. It's just position, and Eitan was in position to take that wave.
Did we see Salazar get another one? Or did they call him in on that one?
Good question. Good.
Let's see. What's the point total for that North Central?
Let's look here. North Central.
2-7.
Yeah, he had 3 waves.
277.
So they gave Sage a 277 on that first wave. Correct.
So that was Sage's wave?
North Central.
Okay, athlete 1. So yeah, Salazar with the 353, and then Sage just opened up with the 277.
If he would have pulled that, it would have been 3 times the score. So he's out for another one.
Well, look at this.
That's coming in.
It just has not stopped all day. We hit the bottom of the tide. It's coming back in. I mean, it's pretty low, but it's got some tide behind it now, which traditionally here at the beach breaks always helps it get better.
Oh, look at this one, Wellesley. Oh.
Ooh, South Central, Tyler Gunter. Tyler will be surfing this week here in Huntington. Representing the South Central team this event. He hails from the Newport Board Riders Club.
East Coast.
Oh, boy. Luke Gordon.
Luke.
I told you.
Nice. Attaboy.
Yeah,
look
he's
at that.
coming in. Why wouldn't you?
They're calling him in. Club captain is C.T. Taylor. Great guy. Just met him this week.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Second surfer already done. Here's the replay. Nice forehand off the top. And then just comes into this closeout. Nothing but confidence here.
Really nice wave.
Nice air reverse. Where are they going to go? Wasn't the biggest wave. Maybe mid-sevens?
Coming up, scores, 8.27?
All right.
Is that it?
Excelente.
Wow.
These guys are fulfilling my guesswork, my hypotheses that they would take the W.
Chad, you've been around and doing this. We'll all follow your lead when it comes to the guess.
Well, I'm not. You know, what's funny is I'm not a big name on paper guy, but the names on paper on this one are just they don't lie.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, and the fact that these guys are such hardcore gamers.
They are. They've got. I mean, their heads in the strategy. They're cerebral about surfing.
But East Coast, mind you, they've had a great winter this year, but they froth and surf like this. They probably don't froth on the cold. Being from Florida, they're like, whoa.
Right.
But they've been here long enough. Now they're used to it, and it's like, look out.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah, they're stoked on the swell. They have been for the last few days. We've been talking to them for the last 5 days, and we are all stoked. We had a windy day on Friday last week, which was disappointing. But other than that, the conditions have been pretty good, and today they're even better.
Yeah, I mean, it's a steady wind flow in spring from any direction. Excuse me. Any direction. It doesn't matter. It's south, northwest, west. It's going to be wind pretty much every day.
Yeah.
And, I mean, these guys surf in the wind a lot because a lot of the energy that creates the storms that they're surfing are windy and choppy. It's East Coast surfing is a whole different thing.
Have you done a lot of surfing on the East Coast?
I've done a fair amount. And I'll tell you, Jersey is my favorite.
I was just going to ask, really, is it?
I really love New Jersey.
Very cool. We met some great guys from Jersey. No one here today from Jersey. They all flew home, but really just entertaining, fun, cool, enthusiastic club.
Yeah. The Outer Banks, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Another big favorite.
Kevmo is from Jersey, right? He came out, and we've had some conversations, a couple of Zoom calls, but never met face-to-face, so it was really nice to get to shake hands with Kevmo. He's done a tremendous amount of work to get the clubs up to where they are, as well as Dane
Jeffries.
Jeffries we can't say thanks enough to him. Casey and Zig and Brillo and Pat Downey and I, we flew out to Daytona about 3 years ago, maybe 4 now, actually 4 years ago, to plant the flag of the Board Riders Clubs. And here we go, Sage up again. HB Board Rider representing the North Central. He's the whammy surfer. Oh!
Wow.
This is just the position we were talking about. It's tough going in as the whammy surfer and having to rely on your third wave. If he whatever the wave gives is what he's going to have to whammy from this point on. So the pressure's on. But Sage and all of the Guinaldos are cool as ice. So if anyone could do it, Sage can.
I'm very uncharacteristic bobble from Sage.
Yeah. Yep.
He's one of the more consistent ones. And whoa, hello.
Looked great.
Aton.
Little too much mustard on the hot dog.
Right. Another next favorite place, New York.
Really?
Scored in
Where?
New York. Up in, what was it? Point Lookout with Balaram Stack.
Oh, how cool.
At the Quick Pro.
Rad. Were you working? Was this when you were working with Quick?
Yeah, working and surfing.
Cool.
Not surfing but surfing after I got done working.
Tough job, Chad, but someone's got to do it.
The day after the final, which Owen Wright won, we're talking 2011 people, that series of jetties was lit up like a Christmas tree.
Really?
And Sean Collins had given the data of, hey, you guys want to look at this particular week. And I forget whatever it was, Hurricane Sandy or whatever, came through and just decimated the place. Ruined the lifeguard tower, wrecked the boardwalk, flooded the hotel we were all staying at, and then it killed the music festival part of the event. And then they pulled it together and we ran the surf, only the surf, and it was phenomenal.
Wow.
And then the very next day it was 2 foot.
Really? Well, that was nice of Sean to call and give you guys that expert information.
Yeah. The late, great Sean Collins, a dear friend, Surfline's right up here on Main Street. Great people work there. I mean, it's
absolutely
miss him every day.
If you get a call from Sean Collins, if you see his name come up on your phone, I mean, you can only imagine how fast you're going to go to answer that call.
I kicked myself in the head a million times. He asked me to go to Scorpion Bay with him enough times to where he finally told me, I'm never asking you again.
Oh, my gosh. He never went?
It was always the timing.
Tough.
And it's, you got to pay the bills and work.
Of course. I was just going to say that. If you could have, you would have.
I didn't have the luxury to drop everything and go, and I'm just like, man, now I wish I would have. Because I always dreamed of surfing there.
Yeah, he's a missed, a lot of people miss that guy. What a legend. A lot of people missing Casey Wheat this weekend. An HB legend, our partner, founder. You asked at the beginning when I sat down, how did this all come about? Him and Zig organized the photo shoot on Northside, and it was a generational photo shoot. There were surfers that were in their 80s all the way down to, under 10 years old. And that's, here we go, Sage. This is his third and final wave.
Oh, he's leaving it all to this one.
Whammy surfer for the North Central final heat of the day. He whammies that. That's going to be a good wave, good save on a third wave. Probably not the one he was hoping for, but still really good. Yellow second wave, so that's South Central.
Tyler Gunter.
Tyler's
Newport Beach Board Riders.
Yep, Ripper, great guy. And he's paddling out for a third also. Here's Sage's on the replay. Great first turn. And he gave it everything that this wave had to offer, he took out of it. So good job, Sage. That's a good third whammy wave right there.
And the replay of Gunter. So Sage 7.5. Is that
wow,
correct?
That's amazing. Great. That's a really good score. Congratulations, Sage, again on that third wave. There's so much pressure.
Yeah, carrying that third wave and the whammy to put it on the line. I mean, it's he did the job.
He did, absolutely.
Okay, so let's go back to it. Generational shoot, Northside.
Yeah, generational shoot, Northside, and then you know, the West Coast Board Riders, the names, just because of those generations, came out. Zig, he created that. You know, it was our #1 selling shirt at the time. West Coast Board Riders was a shirt from Sport of Kings, our clothing company, and it was the #1 selling shirt. And we all dug it. We were wearing it up and down the coast of Orange County for sure. And we all felt it, like it was something more than just a shirt, and you felt proud when you put it on. And then there was the Born Free Motorcycle Show. I remember being at that show, wearing that shirt, talking to some guys in the front row, watching the 2 founders of the Born Free show, and thinking, man, how can we create something like this with the West Coast Board Riders? And came back, talked to Zig, Casey, Bill Webb, and Scott Vanderripe. BK was in there, and within 2 hours, we had the complete layout for the HB Board Riders and the West Coast Board Riders, knowing that we had to start somewhere, so let's start with the HB Board Riders. And boom. Next thing we have Seal Beach HB competing on Golden West.
And there it was.
HB claiming the West Coast Board Riders Championship after the one contest. Really fired up our neighbors.
I know, Newport hopped right on.
Oh, yeah, Newport hopped on. You have Grant and Brillo and Jamie Riedling and Todd Miller. And then Laguna was real quick. I mean, they were right there with it with Booth and Pribram. And
there goes Boothie's son right
there.
Oh,
nice. Look at that. Perfect timing on cue.
It was Travis Booth.
And so we had those 4 clubs at the next event, and Brillo came in, and he could not believe how sloppy our operation was and said, let me help. And from the 3rd event on, Brillo Productions just leveled us up. And that 3rd event, we actually had all 6 clubs, all coastal cities in Orange County. So you had Seal, Huntington, Newport, Laguna Beach, Dana Point, and San Clemente.
Was that Salt Creek?
That was here on Southside.
Southside.
And then we did Salt Creek, which was...
Oh, that's right.
The forecast was 0 to 1 and cloudy. And when we got down there, it was shoulder high, blue skies, and the water was 70 degrees. Do you remember that day?
I remember.
It was just magical. And you can see that. There's a short video of it on our website, usboardriders.com or westcoastboardriders.com. And from that point, then Ventura joined in. And they were the first city outside of Orange County to compete with the West Coast Board Riders. The whole time, little did we know that the South Bay Board Riders Club had been established for over a decade.
Right.
And they jumped in, and boom, all of a sudden, we had 13 clubs competing. Then Don Meek joined in, and we went from real quick 13 clubs on the West Coast to 16 clubs on the West Coast and 50 clubs nationwide, 30-plus clubs on the East Coast. As a matter of fact, in the last 8 hours, Chad, Don and I were talking this morning, we've had 8 clubs. I don't know if you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, 8 clubs in the last 48 hours after the U.S. Championship contact us saying they were forming to participate in the U.S. Board Riders. 7 clubs from the East Coast, 1 club from the West Coast, Half Moon Bay.
Which is crazy.
So 50-plus clubs working toward the U.S. Board Riders.
Where's Half Moon's Bay's local spot?
Good question. You tell me.
Mavericks? Pete Mel cracked that joke. Yeah. All right. U14s, you're out there. So good. All right, here we go. 26.93 points. The East Coasters. We'll call them my East Coasters.
Yeah, we've got a little lull.
They're out in front.
One of the first all day.
And then the South region sitting in second, 22.11. And then my real region, North Central, Surfers in Black, 16.87. And then the North down there in fourth with 6.77. Aton, here he goes. He's the double whammy. He's carrying this, and he's not going to hold back, I can tell you that. Oh, boy.
Oh, he'll paddle back out.
But how cool is this? He comes in and tags Frank Curran, Tom Curran's son.
Pretty sick. Insane.
Santa Barbara Board Riders.
Amazing.
So the generational involvement in this format, whatever you want to call it, is so incredible.
It is.
And even Archie said, they're the funnest event. I bring my family down, and everyone has a good time.
Absolutely. So great.
All right, Aton. Well,
Okay,
let's see.
so
What
he's
was his?
taking that.
His keeper was a 3-4-7.
Did he whammy that? Is he whamming?
Yeah, he had to whammy it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good job, Aton.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Yeah. Well, good job getting the whammy up. We've had, I think it was Encinitas last weekend, not whammy. Their surfer didn't whammy it, and it was his third wave. He came in, and so they lost that opportunity to double the score.
Okay, surfer in white. Noah Schweitzer. Oh, boy.
That
Oh.
afternoon, little bump coming on it now, but still, I would say pretty good conditions for 3 o'clock in Huntington Beach.
New Smyrna Board Riders Club, NSB.
And we have Black in. Oh, Jack Boyce, Huntington Beach Board Rider, surfing for the North Central Division.
I hadn't seen Jack in so long because he'd gone to college.
Manimal.
And first time I saw him was at Malibu, and I'm like, dude, you are giant.
I know, he's a big man for a young big man. Great guy. Got his degree in finance, and is back in the water for the clubs.
Phenomenal surfer, by the way.
Didn't he get second in the college tour? Did he come up second for the year?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he was really good before he went down to, I believe it was Point Loma, Nazarene.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nazarene, sorry. And I think he joined the surf team down there, and he obviously hasn't missed a beat.
Yeah, killing it.
So, yeah, Jack Boyes, local boy here in Huntington, just an absolute hammer.
He is. Give him the right wave. And he's been the number 4 surfer, 4th surfer in the water, going out there with not much time in the last few events. And I asked him today, I said, how do you feel with that pressure? He's like, I really actually like it. So he can handle it. He likes it. And you can tell.
It's probably easier than finance. Okay,
nice wrap.
This is yellow. This is Boothie's son, Travis Booth, right here.
Yeah, Travis. Laguna Beach board rider.
Wow, this is just a nice little gift that way. I've just kept giving it to him.
Legendary family. Whoa, look at that. Beautiful wave. Great wrap.
Noah Schweizer.
Nice,
Bang.
Noah. I'd be surprised. Oh, and he'll come in on that for sure. Beautiful wave. Good to excellent, wouldn't you say?
I'll tell you, this
do you think?
is,
There's Jack Boyce, North Central.
Oh, boy. Jack
boy,
putting one
big
together.
wrap.
He's got himself on a good
Nice.
one. Let's see if he gets the finish here.
I saw him eating his bonsai bowls this morning. He's all the way in.
There was a couple power jams.
Yeah, 3 or 4, probably 4 hits on that.
Well, look at the deficit. East Coast Board Riders have gone bananas. 35.9,
gosh.
36.63. Brady Simpson's team, our art clubs, 19.84. I mean, this is for all the marbles.
Absolutely.
And this is Noah's replay. How was that
was
carve?
Really good.
Critical wrap. Almost lost it on that
They
crease.
give him
Bang,
is that
gets
where
the
we
finish.
are? 9.83.
And then got the bonus section with the big finner.
2 9 plus. That's almost they almost gave him a 10 on that. Well deserved. 2 9s for the East Coast Board Riders in this last heat of the day. Jack Boyce, powerful surfer, big cut.
Yeah, just from right there, it kind of flattened out on him, and I don't think he got much to speak of until the finish, but it still should be a pretty good score. I don't think it's going to be enough to dig him out of the hole, but Jack is going to tag up Matt Pasquindici, whom we had here earlier, and Matty P is also a very accomplished surfer.
Oh, he's one of my favorite to watch. So looks like they gave Jack a 5.53, and Matty will go out there, and Martillo Rojo, the Red Hammer, will go out there and
Martillo Rojo.
Martillo Rojo We will go out there and wrap up as the last surfer for the North Central region and the day for black.
Well, I'll tell you, in to the East Coast team's credit, they surf sloppy surf extremely well.
Why is that?
Because that's what they're dealt with a lot of times. And trust me, it gets epic over there, but they're really good at surfing slop.
Wow, look at this, Wells.
All right, we got a couple bombs.
Yeah, so it sounds like you spent a lot of time over there and have witnessed it and surfed it firsthand.
I had one of the Hobgoods yell at me at
which one?
I don't know. That's the beauty. And fortunately, I'm sure one of them knows, like, Wellsy kook. And we were surfing like down the beach, Sebastian. Like, I don't even know. It wasn't as far as Spanish House, I don't think. But gosh, how was this finisher?
Really
for
good.
Schweitzer?
Really good. That's
so good.
9.8.
But I had looked to my left and saw him, and he was so far away from me. And I was like, there's no way he's making this. And I paddled into this wave and, like, took off, and next thing I know, he's behind me. And he was like, ah!
Super speed?
Yeah, he just yelled at me, and I just was like.
Earned it?
Oh, no, I was mortified. I felt so terrible.
Oh, well, you didn't mean to. Like you said, he was so far down the line. Who would have thunk?
So, but my point being is it was a tiny, sloppy little wave, and the speed he generated to catch me, to even get to where I was unbelievable. All right, here we go. Travis Booth, he is going to wrap his campaign up and come in and tag Lucas Taub. So, Travis, Laguna Beach, LB Board Riders, and he'll tag Lucas, who is the Dana Point board rider and one of the captains today. And here we go. This is Tom Kern's son, Frank the Tank.
Yeah, Frank. So we see a lot of guys, a lot of celebs come down to the beach. I don't know if there's been as much buzz ever since Tom's joined. It was pretty amazing to see him walk down the beach in Ventura a couple months ago for the first time. I mean, you heard it well before he got down to the sand that he was in the parking lot. And that day we had
Dane Reynolds competed, didn't he?
Dane Reynolds and Sage Erickson. It was the windiest day we've ever had, but really cool. Oh, look at this.
All right, there's Frank's rewind. You know he's looking for those rights.
Frank, a goofy footer, 3-time champ father, a regular foot. I
mean, just hone the skills at Rincon, so you know he's looking to go upside down.
He might get some waves out there.
Yeah, I think. Which is not an easy task on any day. So,
yeah, it was really cool to see the Kern family come down and compete, and we're stoked.
Just a final shout out to all of our, maybe not the final one, we've got 22 minutes, but just to shine a light on some of the support that this U.S. Board Riders event and the West Coast Board Riders season has garnered. Some brands and companies, Jack Surfboards.
Incredible, always there, so grateful.
I think Don was a big part of this one, Fuel TV.
Yep, and I mean, here we are live streamed into hundreds of countries, or 100 plus countries. It's amazing. Thank you, Fuel TV. We are so grateful. Matty P, Martillo Rojo, coming off the bottom, crack! Woo! Ripping. So good. He'll stay out there as a fourth surfer, so he's cruising right now with 20 minutes.
The beauty is he doesn't have to come in.
He'll sit out there and he'll be in the box at the end, so he doesn't get the 5 points, right? But he's just going. Look at this in the replay. Crack.
Really like how he maintained speed and just rifled that turn right there.
That spray was off the screen. I mean, he just tosses it.
He was like, these coasters aren't the only ones surfing the slop good.
He's been listening. Great guy. Recently graduated, now works with Quick. And you were interviewing him earlier, or he was here with you.
Yeah, well, I put Matty P on the Quick team when he was 12.
No way. Well, look at this white bit. Oh, beautiful. Grab, pulls it.
It was the funniest thing. His brother was riding for Lost, and the parents were like, hey, can we pull a meeting? Let's do Sugar Shack. So we met at Sugar Shack, and I met with them and basically convinced them that Quick was a better choice.
Jerry Maguire, Bob Sugar.
So it's great to see Matt come full circle from being a surfer and now just jumping in as a manager and to try to,
That is so cool. I had no idea you had that history when he sat down here. That's rad.
They called me and asked me what I thought, and I said he'll be great. He's extremely smart. He's a great surfer. He might be his own worst enemy.
Rad.
And arguably, he probably is his own worst enemy because as a manager, but at a young age, it's hard to put people in front of you.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's kind of that role. You're catering to a lot of different people.
Is he 27?
I think, 6 maybe.
Yeah, 26,
5, 6.
27, yeah. Okay, 25 maybe.
But he's finding his feet. It's his first real job, and I think he's already done great.
He seems serious about it, but very happy.
Signed a good athlete who's already excelling. So mad props to the surfer in black out in the water right now. Always been a fan. Great family, great brothers, awesome. Marco, who's an entrepreneur, started his own company, he's flourishing. The Kill Crew, it's all about mental health. It's awesome. So here he goes, Frank. Whoa, on the left.
So North Region. They gave Frank his highest score so far is a 5.33. We'll see if he can better that.
Well, HB, or rather Brett Simpson and his surfers have done some handiwork. That Sage lack of double whammies hurting them. But, I mean, Matt Pasquindici's got 20-something minutes left.
Yeah.
And he is the fourth surfer. So that was Lucas, I believe, in yellow for his opener for the South Central. He is the fourth surfer. Schweizer came in. He dropped the hammer. Josh Burke, Barbados. This kid, gosh, I want to say I feel like he won the Jacks Pro last year. I might be wrong. I'd have to look. But he had so many good performances. Let me take a look, see if my memory serves me right.
I was just looking that up, too. I'll let you find that stat. So we have Red Surfer coming in. Here we go, wide up in the back. Nice. Not enough speed. So thanks so much. We can't thank Joe Bard and Tiana, the Bard family, and John Oda and Mark for coming down to every event, and Bonsai Bowls. I mean, they're serving us all day long. Probably some of the most fresh produce and product you can get. Okay, here we are. Yellow crack, pulls it, stays on his feet. Oh, slips right in the bowl, just next to the south side of the pier. Paddling out for more.
Nat Young one. What am I thinking?
Ripper.
That was an amazing win for Nat, too. Yeah, my brain was freezing up. It's seen quite a bit since last year.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great events. You've been at most of them, it seems like.
All right, 16 minutes, and, well, the U.S. Board Riders East Coast potpourri of
Look at these guys.
Clubs, mostly comprised of Florida clubs.
Yep.
With a couple South Carolinians thrown in there with, let's see, the odd Virginian. And they are out to a commanding lead at 45.49 points. South Central, 31.15. North Central, 30.63. And then the North, 13.90. And I think Frank Kern's in the water. We got one surfer left for the North. Matty P. Black, he is the last surfer. Lucas for South Central in yellow is the last, and Burke also last.
It would take quite a bit for the East Coast Board Riders not to pull the win here today.
Even with a 5-point deduction.
Yeah.
I think they're looking pretty good.
Matty P. eyeballing this right, going to pass on it. So again, thank you Bonsai Bowls, thank you Caliente, Heather Flanagan for bringing us great food for the last week at Lowers and again today. And both Bonsai Bowls and Caliente have been with the West Coast Board Riders from the beginning, so we can't thank you guys enough, and we appreciate it, and we hope to see you again next season.
Yeah, City of Huntington Beach.
It's a great town. Surf City, USA.
Sunbum.
I should have used it. My lips feels like a piece of bacon still from the last few days, but it's a great product. My wife was mad. She said Sunbum is everywhere. How could you not put it on?
Right. It's at your disposal. They've got pumps of it right there.
Yeah.
805 beer.
I love their product. Matt Malone, great guy, great company. They've been supporting us for the last few years. Local brewery up in Ventura.
Yeah, I think it's is it Ventura? Is it like San Luis Obispo area?
Is it?
Atascadero somewhere. All I know is I like their lime cerveza.
You're not mad at it.
Not mad at it. All right, here we go. Wrap. This is Lucas Taub. And
head coach for today with Pat O'Connell for the South Central region.
Oh, he's doing some fine work here on this right-hander.
Yeah, he is.
All right, going down the line, a New Earth project.
I mean, how much time do we have? This company is going to change the packaging waste that we have around the globe, starting in the surfing industry. Wes Carter, he is a surfer, and Don and he have really forged a great movement to reduce waste. Thank you so much, a New Earth Project.
And, of course, Leo Hokano and the A-Shock Energy crew.
Scooter, Scott DeLorme, and A-Shock, Adrenaline Shock. Great new energy drink. Scott DeLorme has been, he designed the Sport of Kings crown. He wrote the Sport of Kings story. He wrote the West Coast Board Riders mission statement, the very first mission statement. And he is a USC Business School graduate. On top of being a ripping surfer, one of Casey Wheat's, if not Casey's closest friend, and that's why he was so involved in the design and development of Sport of Kings clothing company. But he started this company, A-Shock, and they're killing it. I mean, his partnerships with athletes around the nation are second to none. He and his business partners have to be happy with the success A-Shock is having and where they are today.
Wow, I look forward to shaking that man's hand one
day.
He's
a great guy. Do you know Scott?
No.
Scooter? Mr. DeLorme now maybe in the office, but he's the best.
Sounds like it. What an absolute legend.
Yeah, he is.
All right, so it's
that lineup down the beach.
I mean, it's a motley crew, isn't it?
It is.
Just kidding.
Yep, we got we're down in the South Central Club right here. Is that Grant from
Grant Collins, Tyler Gunter, Lucas Taub.
Yeah, and Ben Benson right there.
Ben Benson.
I see Mike Strata with the shades on in the back.
Yeah, I mean, what a great day. Scored once again.
Yeah, we did. We were blessed. Chad, thank you so much for being here today. You're a great person, and you're a great commentator, and you have such good rapport with so many of the surfers. I would say more than half, if not more than that, on the beach, and that we just can't thank you enough for all you do with us here in the U.S. Board Riders. It's awesome.
It's an absolute pleasure, and you might have been the first person that's ever said that.
Yeah, well, it's true, bud.
I'm kidding. No, it's you know what? I've been a believer ever since we started, and to know that all the positives that have happened in my town are happening in every town, and just for that reason, it makes the surfing experience that much better.
Yep.
At home.
I agree. Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
Matty P kind of, and it was good to talk to Matt in the 20s and Ben in the U19s and to kind of get their feedback. And Matt was just like, yeah, it's kind of made surfing at the pier better.
That's so cool. That's great to hear. We
Well,
do. We hear it through
and
through clubs up and
indirectly,
down.
it gives old guys more waves because all the kids are like, oh, now I know that guy. I can't burn him.
Exactly. It's true. Also, we have a historian, part of the HB board riders. Ricky Blake is our club historian, and we're trying to instill the history of our club here in Huntington to these Groms, so that and not just the history, but also courtesy, ethics, respect out in the water and on shore, on the beach. So I think that getting these different generations together and having the stewardship of the older generation with these Groms is making a difference.
I'm going to say something maybe that's on point, or it could be so far off base, but
don't be shy, Chad.
I won't be. I don't mince words, but growing up, I was kind of a student of the game of making sure I had all the mags, and even like as my brother, who's 5 years older than me, all his mags, and knowing who the Mark Richards were and the Terry Fitzgeralds, and understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time I didn't know, I just was looking at rad pictures, but as I got older, understanding their contributions, and you know what I mean? And I feel like maybe history gets kind of lost in youth because the world's just moving that much faster.
It is, yeah.
And I think it's really important to know where you're coming from and where you're going. And it's really good to understand the history and just the respect of what people have done.
That's really cool, Chad. I've never thought of it like that, but that is, we're putting the history and the people right in front of all the generations. So, and we're talking about it and learning, and that's a really interesting aspect.
One of the benefits that we had in Seal Beach was, or not even a benefit, we just had the idea. Scott Meyer, he's our kind of CPA for our club.
Scott is a great guy.
And Mike Riley, Chaz Wickwire, myself, Jason, and Carla Cameron. I mean, we had this kind of collective group, and we founded the Seal Beach Surfing Hall of Fame. And, all the kids growing up now, probably from underneath Waring's age, they don't really know who Rich Harbor was. Rich Harbor is like the godfather of Seal Beach surfing. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And then when you cut that in half, then all of a sudden Robert August comes into play because he was a Seal Beach guy, who nobody really knows that. You know what I mean? But there's so much crazy deep history. But for them to see kind of Rich's life play out when we awarded him, and rest in peace, he passed away last year. But it was for them to understand his legacy in our town was incredible. And to even know that the shop itself was been there since 1959.
Right off PCH in Maine?
That shop's been there since these kids have been alive. They probably don't know
I didn't
the
know
history.
that shop had been there that
Some
long.
of
Wow.
them do.
That is so cool.
But it's just, and again, the history of your town is super important, especially when for me it's important because then like, Riley didn't know who someone was. He was like, I just thought, and it wasn't Rich, it was someone else, but I just thought that was some grumpy old guy that surfed Northside. I'm like, no, dude. That guy was gnarly. You got to pay respect to him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's dying, right? It's the history needs to be kept alive by the stewards.
It does.
So then it can be passed along. But for me, it's important that people understand how great our town was.
Hall of Fame is a great idea. So cool you're doing it. Jay and Carla, great couple. Haven't seen them in a long time. I know Jay just turned 50, but Jay and Carla Cameron, love you guys.
But yeah, it's literally the thing started over a drunk text from Mexico from Scott.
Scott
Meyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And then we nailed the first year, nailed the second year, and then we were going into the third year. We actually sat with Rich and came up with some different criteria because he was like, hey, I love what you guys are doing, but let's try to implement a couple things that I think would be very key. in the process of naming the candidates and how the voting goes down. And then COVID hit, and it just kind of threw a wrench in everything, and now we're coming out of it, and we're looking at, okay, how is our third iteration of our Hall of Fame going to go? And we were really, really wanting to hold it in town, but there's no venue. Seal Beach just doesn't have the venue, so we're crossing our fingers the Bay Theater comes around, and that's our spot. So, yeah.
Is it? I heard it is.
It's there. Somebody's bought it. They're refurbishing it. Had some weird vandalism from some kids, which was strange. But
don't vandalize kids.
We really want to have it there and be able to bring the town in.
It's a perfect spot. That would be insane. Wow, we're down to 5 minutes, Chad. It's coming to an end. This season finale of the U.S. Board Riders. What a great year. Have you ever been to the South Bay Board Riders Wave of the Winter event? They have it in their theater downtown. It's insane. It reminds me of the Bay Theater. It would be such a perfect spot for it if that could happen.
I've been to a movie they put on one year. Greg Browning had invited me, and I think it was a project. I forget what it was, but he worked on it. And I didn't know, like you, how deep their history was, and they've already had it going on. But it was just kind of inter-squad type thing, internal to the South Bay.
Yep.
And, they've got it figured out.
They do. They do. I look to them a lot. Really, we've been trying to emulate a little bit of what they've had success with. The Wave of the Winter we started this year in Huntington. Scholarships we're doing next year, and which we couldn't do without A-Shock again or Huntington Surf and Sport and the Pie families. They've been such huge supporters of us. But yeah, we look to the South Bay a lot for community involvement. They do it right. And Santa Cruz as well. Their community involvement, it's amazing. I'd say the first, you guys in Seal, though, have been right there at the top from the very beginning. I think you were the first one, along with South Bay, that we were pointing at, saying, look at these guys, they're killing it. Look what they're doing. You had that first big party as a fundraiser, and you guys are just...
Yeah, well, that was part of the inception, too, of getting the surf event.
Yep.
Which, sadly, we haven't been able to hold. But, again, it's motivated individuals.
Yeah.
You got to be motivated. You need to get people to sign on and believe in the cause. And I think the cause is very easy to believe in.
Mm-hmm.
And then time becomes the battle.
It does, yeah.
The older guys who have the passion to want to keep it, driving it.
Got to go to work.
Got to go to work. You need the time. And then those younger kids just kind of want everything to be done for them. And we kind of are preempting our guys like, hey, we're not going to be able to do this forever. You guys are reaping the benefits of our work, but we want to be able to make sure you're paying attention so when it's your turn.
Right.
Yep. Because I don't see the board riders going anywhere anytime soon.
I think it might be here to stay. We all wondered. I mean, is this going to stay? And I think we're there. So 2 minutes 34 seconds remaining. I would say that this one's in the bag for East Coast. They just came out from the very beginning and have not taken their foot off the gas. Here comes the Red Hammer, Martillo Rojo, Matty P. Crack.
Yeah, he rode that one. Yeah, he had to get in.
Doesn't want to lose 5 points for not being in the box.
So what was Matty P's best?
What did he get? Right here, North Central.
8.23.
Really great score.
Yeah, he dropped a hammer.
And which he usually does. He's usually in the excellent range, just like all of these young bucks. Yeah,
so, I mean, to put a small bookend and another thank you. Thank you, Chris.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Casey, for having that crazy idea, and thank you, Ziggy, to just create something that has grown into now its 6th year to essentially a monster.
Yeah.
But a good monster.
Yep.
And it's provided so much civic duty, across towns, all beach towns across our country. And
That's it.
That's it.
The last surfer's in the box. Casey, this one's for you. We love you. This has been an amazing season. We miss you. And thank you, Ziggy, and our partners, Don Meek and Darren Brillhart and Tom Riley and Dave Skyball. Thank you guys for all you do. And Chad, thank you. What an amazing season we've had. And we look forward to next season.
Yeah, this is it. This was the All-Stars, all the marbles. Looks like, I'll say unofficially, the East Coast board riders have won.
Oh yeah, I think the name's getting put on that $1,000 check right now.
But big thank you to all the teams, the North Region surfers and North Central Region and South Central regions for the West Coast board riders. Our champions, the U.S. board riders, East Coast team, and
how stoked are they? They just came out here and won it on the West Coast. East Coast board riders, congratulations!
They're gamers.
And to CT Taylor, great job coaching today.
Well, in a great week, they put on a good performance down south too, right?
Absolutely, yeah. You had Space Coast; they came in third. Then New Smyrna Board Riders Club and 7 Mile Island, all participating in the U.S. Championship, and then coming up to Huntington Beach and winning the All-Star event.
Well, and massive thank yous to Jack Surfboards, Fuel TV, 805 Beer, Sunbum, Bonsai Bowls, Joe Bard, and his crew, Caliente Southwest Grill, the City of Huntington Beach. Thanks for having us, and all the locals for giving us the pier today. A New Earth Project, and A-Shock Energy.
What a great day. Thank you, Chad. Really appreciate it.
Yep, right on, Chris, and thank you. What a great event. And we'll see if we come back with the awards package.
We will. We're taking it down to the beach.
Cheers.
Yeah, we're going to play the commercial for the awards, but you guys don't need to talk.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself, and from that, things will come.
I think for me, training, ultimately it's about giving you longevity. You got to take care of your body, you got to eat well to keep that strength in those areas that you need from getting injured. My main goal is to still be in the water as much as possible, and as long as I can do that, I know I'm going to be happy.
Subscribe now to Fuel TV Plus. It's where you catch the very best of Fuel TV on demand. Scan the QR code on your screen and cut 50% off your annual subscription.
On the outside, looking in, I really wasn't sure what I was getting. But you act like gravity and you are pulling me. 'Cause you know what I want, babe. You know everything that gets me going. You know what I want, babe.
throughout the year, and Caliente has been taking care of us. So I'm just going to mention the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place, and we're going to get the winning team up here. And so finishing in 4th place with 167.07 point total was the North Region. So give a hand up to the North Region. Finishing up in 3rd place was the South Central with a 179.69 point total. So South Central. And this was a battle to the very end. And keeping up the pace was the North Central, and with your hometown Huntington Beach Club representing the North Central with 198.93 points. And what that means, taking the win for the All-Stars, is our East Coast team. Come on up, East Coast. 212.01 point total, and the highest division point total in history. So we're going to bring everybody up here. Everybody can move over here. And we are going to present a $2,000 prize purse here. So $1,000 awarded to the team, and $1,000 awarded to the charity of their choice.
Thank you so much.
And a few words, CT.
Okay. Thanks everyone. Thank you, Brillo, Don Meeks, Chris Moreno, all the board rider stuff. It's changing surfing, bringing people together, bringing the best surfing out of everyone, and it's just we're kind of I don't know. I'm a little bit overwhelmed that we won, and I'm so grateful and so thankful, and I'm just thankful I had time to put the team together. Because I was able to use all the. I've always said the best guys from the East Coast are just as good as anyone from anywhere else. We just have less of them because of the surf. So, and they proved it today. So
Proved it.
Yeah, thank you.
And you know your charity?
Our charity is going to go to Dean Randazzo. Buddy, iconic surfer, best surfer from Jersey ever, great guy. He wanted to be here today. He was beating himself up about not being here, and he's battling cancer and still surfing great. And we're going to give the money to Voodoo. So,
All right. So we can just get everybody tied in here. Just a little tight. You want to come down front? Bring the drum down. No, come on in front. Okay. If everybody can see me right here, that'd be great. Baby with the glasses on is awesome. Yeah, nice. Okay. It's falling. All right. You. Thank you, Brillo. Thank you, Florida. Nice job. Yeah, boy. Winner. That's what I did.
Surfing's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. From the pristine reefs of Fiji to the heavy waves of the North Shore of Oahu, I've collected a passport of experiences that will stay with me forever. Throughout all my travels, there's always one thing in the back of my mind: California. My name's Connor Coffin, and I'm from the 805.
You have to do something that you find interesting to you. Whether it's interesting to someone else is irrelevant.
It's important to have somebody who looks like you to show you that it is possible and that you are enough.
We've never followed any rules other than just being yourself.